on.
'Cause that happens to most people. Like our son Sam has been experiencing that. And he gets sick every time.
Fortunately, not someone who experiences them often. The time before that would have been food poisoning. But for St. Brown, he never in his entire life had thrown up until this last week.
Gov, did you have food poisoning when we were coming back from Vegas? Was that food poisoning?
No.
Oh, you know what I'm
The seal
talking.
just broke at the wrong time.
exactly.
Oh, no.
2 visits to the bathroom on the plane, and I've never done that in my life. And I don't want to again. Because there's not enough room.
It was because you had like some kind of it was like Mexican food before we took off, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Look at this guy.
I feel like that's your own fault at this point. Let's huddle up. It's 97-1. Ticket Texter says, yes. Ticket Texter says that she's a 56-year-old woman, big fan of the show, has never thrown up in her life.
Good for her. That seems incredible. It seems mind-blowing to me.
Amon Ross St. Brown said he has never thrown up prior to this last week with food poisoning. 25 years old, had never thrown up.
Good for him, too.
That's incredible.
Good genes, good health.
Yes.
Didn't go out partying too much in college, I guess.
No, apparently not.
I've thrown up in this studio.
Because you were sick?
I was sick. Yeah.
Or hungover?
It's a fair question. It's probably been a couple years ago now, but I was doing nights. I was the last show of the day. I'd been feeling, not great, but whatever. You come in and do the job. And it got worse and worse and worse. Maybe 2 segments in, I take a phone call, and it just grabbed a garbage can, and there it was.
Let's go to CBS Network.
That's what do you do? You're
I
like,
know.
I'm like, guys, sorry, have a good night.
Yeah.
I got to go home.
Who produced?
Oh, man, I don't remember.
Put him on the air for a little bit.
Hey, buddy, you take him to 11 or whatever. Yeah, that's... But I was shocked to see that St. Brown had never puked.
Yes.
248-539-9797. We're talking about fans and fandom. Some of your thoughts on, are you a bad fan if you think they won't win the Super Bowl? Stoney's experienced some of that this week. I've seen some of that this week. Texter says, fan regardless of how far they go. And we can look forward to next season, not the next draft.
Yes, that's a wonderful attitude to have.
Says, we will learn a lot about this team after the Niners game. We put an impressive display out, I'm confident again. I think it's the Vikings game that you're really going to get that jolt.
Well,
because that's going to be for a division potentially.
Yes, the Niners game, though, is, look, there's a team that's also injured, so it's injured versus injured. Lions traveling across country, Monday Night Football. Hopefully, if they win this week, it's going to be a huge game. They're all going to be. And you know what? Dan Campbell likes cashing in on receipts. And we know what happened the last time they played in that stadium.
Yeah, I feel good about the next couple weeks. I mean, Week 18 is going to be a dogfight. It was a 2-point game the last time they played Minnesota.
I actually don't think it's going to make a difference.
You think Minnesota drops a game before then?
Mm-hmm. Either Seattle or Green Bay, one of them.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Last one.
Although I hope Geno plays for Seattle this week.
That would help go a long way. Sam
Howell.
Oh, did you watch him come in?
Oh.
I think it was whoever was on the call goes, he's going to go out firing Sam Howell. Say what you want about him. And then he took like a bad sack and he wasn't throwing down the field. I mean, it's bad football. Last texter. Whether or not the Lions are favored to win the Super Bowl is irrelevant. At the end of the day, they still have a chance like anybody else. Got a whole lot tougher, but they still have a chance.
Of course they do.
We all agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Ooh, some would-be thieves are on the loose after slamming a U-Haul into a Detroit dispensary in a smash-and-grab attempt. So, the owner of the Jazz Cannabis Club on Telegraph near McNichols said he received a phone call from his alarm company. This was right around 4:45 a.m. on Wednesday morning about a U-Haul and an SUV that were at the business. So he said, hey, call the police, dispatch them. And while the police were on their way, the suspect slammed the truck into the building, created a huge hole in the side of the wall, right? Whoa. Nothing was taken because they fled the scene. But of course, now the building is left with this giant hole in the wall. And the owner says, you know what? If I file an insurance claim, my insurance is going to go up. So I'm just going to try to fix it myself. But he says this is the second time that thieves have tried to get into his business, get into his inventory. About a month ago, a group showed up with hammers, tried to get in, and he believes that it's the same group of individuals. And they got away. So maybe they'll try again and maybe they'll get caught because...
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. A suspect is in custody after allegedly shooting at a vehicle on the Southfield Freeway during a road rage situation on Wednesday morning. So police started to receive reports of a shooting. And after they did so, they discovered a car with bullet holes, right? And the driver of that vehicle said, hey, I was shot at while I was driving on the freeway, but thankfully I wasn't injured. Well, thanks to some witnesses and also evidence collected at the scene, officers were able to identify the suspect, found him, pulled him over, took him into custody, found the gun in the vehicle as well. Everything is still pending investigation. It's crazy, though.
That is crazy.
I
mean, they're happening not all the time, but pretty frequently. I have stories about road rage shootings. Come on, people, just deep breath.
Now we have
down.
a place where they can take their rage.
Yeah, go to the rage room with the danger zone and smash some things. Get it all out.
Highway to the danger zone.
There you have it. Consumers Energy has filed a new request to increase rates for its gas customers, asking the Michigan Public Service Commission for a $248 million hike. So if approved, customers would see a 10.8% increase going into effect in late 2025. And the company says that the new rate hike is needed for upgrades to its natural gas infrastructure. They need to replace old equipment. They need to rehab gas wells, yada, yada, yada. So look forward to that.
I'm sure everybody's thrilled to hear that news.
So soccer star Trinity Rodman opened up about her relationship with her father, Dennis Rodman, during this appearance on Call Her Daddy podcast. And man, it doesn't sound like they have much of a relationship at all. She did explain that her parents separated in 2004, officially divorced in 2012 when she was 10 years old. She went on to call him an alcoholic who is only her father by blood, right? So really no relationship there. She said that they couldn't even live with him at one point in time because he was always throwing parties, was always bringing women back to the house. Was saying, though, like he loves the spotlight, right? Would love to like bring his children on stage and be like, these are my kids, right? To get attention, but obviously wasn't actually being a father to her at all. She talked about him showing up at one of her biggest games one time and how it basically had a huge negative impact on her. And, cameras were there and saw her crying by him and thought like, oh, this is a good father-daughter moment, right? But no, she was crying because it
was all about him.
Yeah, and like, ruined her mindset during that game. And does not sound like he is, she says she doesn't talk to him at all, but she does answer his phone calls if he does call just because she's going to, but doesn't mean much to her. It's pretty sad.
It is super sad.
It's very, very sad.
I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, Dennis Rodman.
Right.
No, it's not surprising, but it's still super sad to hear.
You know what pissed me off reading that article? This is so me. There was an article. There was a few stories about the interview, but the one I read all talked about was former Chicago Bulls star. Didn't mention that the
Pistons.
He played with the Pistons.
Yes.
He won championships here too.
Really, before he went off the deep end.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So earlier today, I told you about this guy in New York who found a mastodon jaw while he was out gardening in his backyard. Pretty cool. Well, there's a woman in Texas who just found a message in a bottle, which is also pretty cool. So this woman was walking on the South Padre Island coast on December 7th when a message in a bottle washed up. It was covered in barnacles. It was like a Captain Morgan bottle. And inside was this rolled up piece of paper. Little note said, by Angela, 23, and Emily, 24, from Keewaydin Island in Florida, sent out June 15th of 2024. So not an old message by any means, okay, you guys?
No.
But still kind of cool nonetheless, right? So she took it home. So it made its way. It made its way about 1,000 miles in 6 months.
That's good.
So she added a note to the piece of paper. She added her own note. She put her Instagram handle on it, social media handle, because she's been trying to track down Emily and Angela, but can't find them on social media. She says the journey for this bottle is going to continue because she put it back out in the water, and now it's up to the sea to carry it away.
See, in your head, you're thinking,
in a bottle.
Thank you, Stoney. It's also the police's best song.
but when you get the bottle, you're
no, I
thinking it's going to be
disagree.
from 20 years ago or something, or more. 2024.
But it is so cool, but not that cool, I guess, because it's not that old.
Greg, it's a good one, but Roxanne to me is their best. Anyway,
I think Stoney's right. All right, coming up next. The holidays are great. We love the holidays.
Who doesn't?
But you don't have to pretend to love everything about the holidays. We know one thing Heather doesn't like. We encourage you to share some of yours as well. That's next. It's 97.1. 97.1. Good morning. Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. John and I are going to be taking some time off at the end of the year, which means instead of the 12 days of Christmas, you get the 12 days of Stoney.
Ooh.
2 days this week, 5 next, 5 the week after that. Today's the first.
4 on each. We're off for Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah, but the 10 days of Stoney doesn't work as well as the 12
it's true.
days.
You're
Forget
right.
about that.
Right. Exactly.
So is today a partridge in a pear tree? Tomorrow we get the turtle doves?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, yeah, we'll roll with it. It's either way, it's a festive finish at the end of the season.
We hope so, yes.
We're happy to have you in. I know everybody's loving having you in this morning. Heather said something last week about Christmas.
Well, it wasn't about Christmas, but it was about...
It was Christmas adjacent.
It was Christmas decor
Yeah.
that I just don't like. It's no secret. I've said it before. I hate the inflatables. I hate them. I don't like them.
They're tacky.
I never said that.
You implied it.
Okay. Maybe I'm implying that. I just don't like the look. I don't think that they add much to your front yard.
It's not as traditional.
And they look like garbage, literally, when they're deflated.
True. I'm okay with if somebody has like one. It's when they have multiple inflatables, it's like absurd to me. Just have one. Give me Santa. That's it.
John has Olaf, which is how we got on this.
Okay.
Because Teddy loves Olaf. And John eventually said, you know what, and I do too, damn it. I love the Olaf inflatable we have in our yard.
Well,
He
good.
waves at everyone. It's
Yeah.
great.
So you wouldn't call them tacky, maybe trashy, because they look like trash. Okay, either way, Heather.
See, tacky's actually being more
When they're
polite.
deflated, they do look like trash. They look like garbage.
Exactly.
They're ugly. They're awful. I hate them.
When Heather drives by and sees your inflatable, she puts her nose up and I can't believe someone would. But we bring this up not to do inflatables.
No.
We're bringing this up because while we all love the holidays, we don't love all of the holidays. There may be something that you don't have to pretend to be jolly about. What's something about the holidays, the worst part of the holidays to you? 248-539-9797.
For me as a kid, even though early on we did celebrate or observe a little Christmas gift, even though being Jewish, but as I was older, what pissed me off was we would get, like one gift a night for the 8 nights of Hanukkah, but it still wasn't as much as my friends, my Christian friends, who would get like 25 things for Christmas. Wait, we have 8 days.
25 things?
They only have, I'm being
You did live with
exaggerating.
the rich people.
No, not at all. Not where I grew up.
25 gifts?
No, whatever.
He's just exaggerating.
I'm
He's saying they
exaggerating.
got more on one day than he did for 8.
For 8, yes, exactly.
The little stocking stuffers.
Yes.
It all adds up, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. I'm counting all the stocking stuff.
Yeah, it does add up. It adds up quick. I get that. As a kid, I get that.
Yeah.
Not enjoying that. There's a lot of things. Not a lot. I love the holidays. I love almost everything about it, but there's a couple things I can think of I don't like. Simple things. I hate wrapping gifts.
Oh, Doug asked me the other day, yesterday, how are you at wrapping gifts? I said, here's how I wrap gifts. I buy them. If I'll buy them at the store, I'll have them do it. I'll pay extra. Or when I do happen to wrap a gift, I have to go through like so much Scotch tape. It's just, I'm the worst. I am a klutz.
No way, Stoney. You pay somebody to do it?
Well, if you're at the store, if you buy a gift, yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's your answer to a lot of things. Just have somebody else do it.
Guy knows his skill set.
Maybe. Exactly. I know.
Cindy, here's the keys to the boat.
I know my limitations.
Here's the grill.
Here's the grill. Yeah.
I know my limitations. I know what I'm good at and what I'm bad at.
But the ultimate move is you just get the bag. And then you just put like the puffy
yes,
paper at the
I've-
top.
No, see, and I don't like the
but
gift
bag
bags.
is great. The bag. Here's one thing I don't, believe it or not, I don't like about Christmas, the holidays. Eggnog.
Oh, that's a good one. Who does? Apparently, people do.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm
I
not
don't
an
either.
I'm not an eggnog person.
How about this one? I don't have kids, but you guys do. The Elf on the Shelf. How creepy is that?
Oh my gosh. I absolutely hate the elf on the shelf. I am crossing my fingers that Emily never discovers what that is so that I never have to do it.
Good luck.
I'm really hoping
you're
she
just
doesn't.
it's just going to happen.
Well, we didn't have Elf on a Shelf growing up. So
No.
when did that become a thing? Why do we have to do this?
About 20 years ago, I think.
Yeah,
it
I would
pretty
say,
much started.
Yeah.
I just missed.
The fact that it moves every single night, and now people post about what their elf has done. Oh, it's gotten into the toilet paper. It's eating all the chocolate, and like it gets. Oh, why? Why do I have to do that?
Because leads to your kids having imaginations
Yeah,
and
but
belief this
Is
time of
Santa
year.
not
but
enough?
Santa, exactly.
You guys,
but you got
wow.
Santa. Santa is like the ultimate Christmas, belief
Right.
as a young person.
Santa's watching. Why do we need this little creepy elf?
And I kind of don't like that aspect of it either. Like, be good because the elf is watching. Like, no, let's just be good
Well,
because I want you to
naughty-
be a good person. Like,
Santa's watching. He gets a list. The whole. It goes along with the shebang.
I hate
Look
it.
in the end, it is creepy, but it's the kids trump it. Just like the inflatables, Heather. That's why.
my
This
poor
is why
kids,
the topic was
apparently.
created, because you hate inflatables so
I do.
much that if little Emily sees one and says, "Mommy, can we get one of those?"
I say no. Wow.
Do you think it's that people are lazy? Like you guys do a real light show at your
well,
house,
yeah,
and you think it's someone just rolling out one balloon?
Oh, you know what
thing
else? You know what else I hate? The laser beams that people point at their house now.
On the garage door?
Yeah, go put up Christmas lights. Don't just go put out a
right.
laser beam that puts.
What would you put outside your house? Just lights on the trees and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, but we go all out. Like we have like this huge extension mechanism, and we
Okay.
put lights around the big trees.
So
They
you-
flash and blink. It's great.
So you and Colin actually put them up physically
Well, he
yourselves?
does,
Okay,
yes.
he does. Obviously, we don't. But people in our neighborhood do. They put on these, elaborate displays that I love, and I don't think they do it. People
They hire
pay
someone.
a lot of money.
It's expensive.
How much? That's my question. How much is it to have professionally done Christmas light display? And is it worth it?
Let's say, how much would you be willing to pay?
Well, it's like anything in life.
Right.
I don't know how much it. I have no idea, but I've heard it's expensive. It might depend on how tall the trees are, how large the trees are. I don't know, or how many
How
trees,
much? Yeah.
how many
Square
lights.
footage.
I love the ones that go around the roof line.
Yeah.
But you'd almost have to, if you have a large, high house, like a tall house,
Right.
you'd have to hire someone.
Yeah.
So what is it for you guys? Okay, we all love the holidays. We're prefacing it with that. We like family and presents and joy and jolliness. Mm-hmm. But you don't have to pretend to love all of it. What's the one thing you don't like? The worst part of the holidays. 248-539-9797. We've hit inflatables, elf on a shelf, projecting,
Yeah, the laser beams, wrapping gifts.
wrapping gifts.
You know what it is, though? I just don't have the proper place to wrap gifts. I need to be standing because my back is so bad. I
Okay.
typically am like on the ground in the living room with the TV on, or we're watching a Christmas movie. But then by the time I stand up, I'm like, I can't even stand up because I'm in so much pain.
Obviously I've wrapped gifts, but
Yes.
the way they come out is like ridiculous.
That's okay.
Stoney, I've been there. You get to a point and you're like, do I start over or do I just put more tape and just
Yes.
double wrap it basically?
Yeah, the other thing I don't like about the holidays, I know I'm going to piss a certain amount of people off. I don't hate, okay? I don't know if jealous is the right word. Hanukkah is so lame. Christmas is so great. It really is. And maybe it's because I don't celebrate Christmas. Hanukkah is, whatever.
Are you having a coming to Jesus moment, Sony?
No, I'm not coming to Jesus.
You could still celebrate Christmas as like a non-Christian though. You could just do the commercialized version
I
of it.
I love Christmas.
Yeah, well,
I
I'm saying
do.
like you don't have to pick. You could do both.
I know. But if one.
You could put up a Christmas tree.
Well, I had one of my roommates in Washington who was also Jewish. He loved Christmas too. And he got a whole tree.
Oh, really?
And I said, "There's only one stipulation because I'm not into the religious aspect of it. No angel or anything like that. Just put up, regular,
Yep.
Santa and things like that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you could put a Santa hat on the top.
Yeah.
Or a star.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Or we just do like these decorative, like floral
Yes.
poofs.
Yes. And there is no such thing as a Hanukkah bush or Hanukkah Harry.
Do you play with the dreidel?
Dreidel, that's the one good thing about it because you're taught gambling at an early age.
Oh.
You spin the dreidel and Aleph, which is one of the Jewish letters, the Hebrew letters. You get your Hanukkah gelt, which is money. It's like they have the chocolate covered, the chocolate
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
Where do we go from here? The worst of the holiday season. Maybe Stoney has some ideas to really take Hanukkah to the next level.
Well, Adam Sandler tried.
That's right. It's 97.1. A classic. 'Tis the season. Listen, everybody loves this time of year, right?
Damn right.
You got the lights, the music, gift giving. You see family.
It's a beautiful thing.
Little spiked hot chocolate didn't hurt.
Oh, yeah.
NFL on Christmas Day now.
That's so lame.
Okay, so here's where we're at. The worst part of the holiday.
Yeah.
You don't have to be pretend jolly about all of it. So what is it? We brought up inflatables, the projector lights,
Yes,
elf
things I
on a
don't like.
shelf, wrapping presents, even with the workarounds, kind of a pain in the ass. NFL on Christmas Day, apparently.
Look, selfishly for me, I'm okay with it because, I don't celebrate Christmas, but it's not even that. It's I'm going to be in my house by myself with the dogs, so it'll be on. My wife and daughter are going to be out of town, so I'm okay with it. But it's just for people who are very, religious about it, number one, or very, familial about it, number two, where people go over people's houses in them afternoons or whatever, and Christmas dinner. Like the NBA has Christmas, okay? But it's, for the most part, unless your team is playing, it's just nice background to television. That's all it is, okay? And it's a big deal for the NBA, whatever. Having big games on Christmas, I don't know. Do the fans of these teams even want to go to the games on Christmas? I remember the Broncos came here one year on Christmas. It was all right, I guess. I don't know. I think it's too much, to be quite honest with you. And they're good games this year, too.
Listen, if the Lions were playing, it'd be sold out and everybody would be
Of
having a great
course.
time. Like, I remember the Lions played on Christmas Eve against the Chargers.
Or
It
when they
was the Cliff when they clinched the playoff spot. Cliff Averill had the pick at the end to
Yes.
pile on, and that was at Ford Field on Christmas Eve.
Right.
4:05 kick, which meant it was going to go into some of people's Christmas Eve plans. Like, Christmas Eve is actually a bigger night for me than Christmas Day.
More religious for a lot of people as well.
But the NFL on Christmas Day, Heather, you've been kind of making faces.
Well, when you were bringing up if the Lions were playing, everyone would go. That could cause some huge rifts because if they were playing on Christmas Day and Colin's like, I'm going to the game. Ooh, I would not be. He would never do that because he loves Christmas Day. But I would not be happy with that. And,
What
and
about
neither
when
would
he's
families.
got the game on, or you guys are trying to travel to see family, and he's got to find a spot in front of the TV?
I think that would be tough too. I mean, I actually talked to him about this. I was like, are you going to want to watch the games on Christmas Day? Because we have kind of, a tradition that we do every Christmas Day. And he loves Christmas Day probably more than I do. And he was like, well, no, I don't think I won't have him on. He's like, oh, maybe I'll just check in, just once in a while. But I don't think that many people, unless it's your team playing, really, I don't know. Maybe your traditions of what you do, but we're not going to watch.
We're hosting a sports show. I'm sure a lot of people
Oh,
are going to
watch, yes.
And they're good games this year.
And you can still gamble on Christmas.
But sit down and watch, or just have them on in the background, or how will they impact your Christmas celebration?
This is the start of fantasy championship weekend for most people too. Is that Wednesday's games is the start of week 17.
Yeah,
I think
Most people settle their fantasy. Look, for me, this year, I think the big downfall is I would prefer these be 4:30 and 8 o'clock games. The 1 o'clock, you're getting in the way of my Christmas Day. If I was offered Lions tickets to go, I wouldn't go.
1
That's
o'clock
the same as Colin.
To the 1 o'clock game. I go to a night game.
I
Now,
agree.
What time are most masses on Christmas? Are they in the morning? I would assume, right? So even, not that we care that much about the West Coast, you're talking 10 o'clock in the morning? There's football on Christmas morning? That's absurd.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it that way. Because for us, East Coast time, for me, we're not religious. Wake up, open presents, and then we'll have the whole day.
Right.
And I could watch whatever we want, hang out. And the NFL is kind of an added bonus. I like that the NFL is going to be on Christmas Day. But maybe it falls into one of the things about the holiday that you don't like. Let's get to the phones. Rob in Grand Ledge, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how everybody doing?
Good.
So, when I was little, my mother would start Christmas decorations in the house the first of the month of November. Work all the way to November for Thanksgiving, and it had to be done on the outside. The kitchen, the living room, my bedroom. I had to help. I just have a Christmas tree, and I put it up, and they all decorate it. There was one year my wife wanted the decorations outside for the kids. I bought 5 inflatables, and I said, that's all you're getting. That was the only year that ever happened. I'm just tired, It's like my mom did overkill.
It took the
and
fun
a
out of
sibling
it.
of mine,
Yeah.
and a sibling of mine, they love it so much, they have a room dedicated 365 days out of the whole year, and their Christmas tree never comes down.
Oh my gosh!
How many times? I should call you Ebenezer. But how many times does your sibling go to Bronner's?
Oh, twice a year. Bronner's is a wonderful Christmas, 24/7 almost. 364 days of the year for Christmas.
We know.
So I've
And
learned.
she goes overboard.
Clearly, a room 365 days
Wow.
dedicated to Christmas.
Oh.
You said you should have called him Ebenezer. People were calling Heather Scrooge on the ticket text because you were kind of going rapid fire with some things you didn't like.
I say I love the holidays, and then you started talking, and I'm like, wait, I don't like that either. I don't like that. Apparently, I am when it comes to decor.
Someone loves it. Says Heather, spot on. Keep going. Let it rip. But some people, go. Is Heather? Is she the Grinch?
No, she just doesn't like inflatables.
Mm-hmm.
Says Heather and Costa sound like a couple bitches. Oops, Grinches.
Mm-hmm.
Heather's correct. Laser beams and inflatables are trashy. Both of them trashy. Heather showing she's a diva. Bridezilla's back. All that stuff on the ticket text this morning.
So you're thinking that modern decorations, so to speak, are trashy? Is what they?
I think they're cheating it.
Yeah, it's not that they're trashy. I'm not saying that. I don't, maybe it's the laziness of the laser beams. I just don't think that those look good. I've seen some cool ones incorporated with lights where they're not actually shining at the house. They're actually shining the laser beams up at trees.
I do appreciate.
And they can look cooler. But
I do appreciate that we've gone away from every house being red and green lights to blues and whites, and they're pretty cool as well. But to sit there and not appreciate the laser beams, it's technology. It's like everything else. It'd be me sitting there saying, God, Christmas for football, it should just be the blue-gray game like when I was a kid. I mean, which is what it was. There was another all-star game, I think, on Christmas, but I don't know. And the NFL, it's fine with me, but if you're somewhat a religious person celebrating Christmas with your family, do you really want that on?
Tons of texts. We got phone calls as well. Nick in Canada. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Morning, everyone. How we doing?
Good, thank you.
Merry Christmas. Just quickly, I have a 3-year-old, but I remember loathing going to Christmas gatherings because old Aunt Sue decided to put her face right in my newborn baby's face, and that drove me up the wall. That is the one thing I hate about Christmas and the holidays, is old Aunt Sue trying to get a kiss on the baby.
don't kiss the baby. Don't kiss the baby. Yeah, I get that. I mean, if you have little ones, back off.
Yeah.
And the holiday babies, like Heather, you have holiday babies.
Yeah.
I got some cute holiday babies.
Yeah, we're
But
family
they're bigger
members a
now.
little. Well, yeah, but like initially, we're family members
I
getting
mean,
a little too.
I have a literal Christmas baby.
Yes.
Born on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think I set the rules pretty quickly. Don't kiss the baby, right? Like literally, don't kiss her. Don't kiss him. You can hold him.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, now they're bigger, so it doesn't matter.
It's okay now.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, when they're
For you.
newborn, you don't want to.
I know.
I mean, you're really not supposed to.
Is it like germs and stuff? Is that just not good for them at that point?
Sure. You don't want to get them sick. You don't want to get them infected with who knows what. And yeah.
Okay, things you hate about the holidays. Texts, phone calls. We're going to work in a little Red Wings hockey in the next hour. We've got the Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. A third win in 4 games for the Red Wings, beating the Flyers in downtown Detroit 6-4. Patrick Kane ended his 10-game scoring drought with the eventual game winner in the third period, his 4th of the year. The Wings are again one game under 500 and trying to climb back up the Atlantic Division leaderboard, but they do remain in 6th place and still 4 points behind Ottawa. A 4-point play by Oklahoma sinking Michigan basketball at the Jumpman Classic after having a lead for most of the contest. The play by Jeremiah Fears boosted the Sooners to an 87-86 final score in the last 12 seconds. Vladislav Golden scoring 26 in the U of M loss. That's their 2nd in a row. After a day of back and forth, Belleville native Damon Payne Jr. ends up committing to Michigan football after all, after transferring from Alabama. The big defensive lineman wrote "no place like home" on his social media after settling on the Wolverines. And Lions running back David Montgomery getting a third opinion on his knee injury that could potentially end his season. The team also held 9 players out of Wednesday practice out of precaution as they begin preparation for playing the Bears in Chicago on Sunday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Contrary to popular belief, Heather, it is festive.
I am. I love Christmas. It's my favorite. Christmas Eve is my favorite day of the entire year.
We did this topic because it is such a great time of year, but there's maybe 1 or 2 things that bother you. And we just happened to hit them all in a row for Heather.
You did. You found all of them.
Really got her going. We've got Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:35. We do want to touch on the Wings, the win last night. There's a stretch in front of them, now or never. We'll get to that. Some more ticket text on the things you don't like. We brought up Elf on a Shelf, the creepy Elf on a Shelf. And people have echoed that, by the way, that they also think Elf on a Shelf is creepy. We just don't do it. My sister-in-law got the kids one, and then we hit it, threw it away. They forgot about it, never again. Mm-hmm. Stoney, people are pointing out that Elf on a Shelf is the option for Christmas. Have you heard of Mensch on a Bench?
I have heard of it, yes, but I've never seen it.
Multiple people saying that is out there. That's from Jesse in Detroit and Mike on the ticket texts. Elf on a Shelf is not so bad. It says no need to get too creative. Just move it around the house. Takes 1 minute. Daughter loves finding it each day. Maybe Emily will love finding the elf on a
I'm
shelf.
sure she would.
Well, if it doesn't take much effort, who cares?
I don't like it, Stoney. I don't like it.
I didn't like it either, and then we did it. Because it lets the kids be creative. It's fun to
She can have
sometimes
one.
be silly with it. Like we'd put it on the kitchen counter and it'd have hot cocoa in front of it.
Yeah,
Look what the elf did at night.
I've
And
seen
then
it
they love
all.
it.
I've seen it pooping marshmallows. Like I've seen it all.
And then
I don't like it.
But I would sit there after they'd gone to bed and we'd hit it for the next day. And it's sitting there staring at me and I look at it and I go, oh, God, I hate that thing.
You're going to say, who's got time to do all
who's
that?
got time for that? Like I've got so much going on. I don't need to worry about an elf.
How long does it take?
I'm telling you, Stoney, these people, my friends on social media, the things that they do, it's
you
elaborate.
pick up the elf, you go to a different room and put it somewhere else.
I'm going to show you these things.
But are they
I
they're
understand.
staging it too,
Yes.
right? Like it's got to be doing
But
things.
you don't have to do that.
Well, what if she goes to school and little Jenny says, well, guess what my elf was doing? Oh, yeah, my elf was just sitting on a shelf.
Yes, like it's
Sweet.
supposed to be. That's why it's called Elf on a
No,
Shelf.
she can have one. She can name it. That's great. She can snuggle it and sleep with it. That's
So
about it.
it's not holiday related. Where do you stand on Flat Stanley?
Flat Stanley. I don't even know the story of Flat Stanley.
Flat Stanley.
I mean, I know he's flat.
Right, and people take them on vacations and take pictures of Flat Stanley in Europe. And Flat
I don't
Stanley
know.
here.
I don't
Yeah.
know about Flat Stanley.
At the risk of a Bronner's moment, what is Flat Stanley?
Flat Stanley, it's like this paper or cardboard
I can look it up.
person that is flat, and people would take it to different places.
Why? Like I understand
To
like
show
the elf
people-
thing, like to
it's-
like be good for Santa. I don't understand.
I've never done it. I just know about it through kids and things like that.
Okay, we're getting some different answers on the text. Hallmark holiday movies, hate them on the ticket text. They're really cheesy.
They are.
But people love them because of the cheese.
I've started to embrace them a little bit more than ever before, but I'm there with them. Like I don't like them.
Forced holiday parties at your office and your boss being personally offended if you don't show up. Anthony in Ann Arbor on the ticket text.
You could do a whole topic on holiday parties. Wow.
This one says, Stoney. Well, it's signed Stoney. It says, I always have Cindy wrap all the gifts right after she shovels the driveway. Signed Stoney.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about the Christmas lights, and I was going to say Gov could vouch for this. If we did do Christmas lights, she'd be up there on the ladder doing it herself because she loves doing that kind of stuff. But
You were asking, what does it cost?
Yes.
We had one ticket texter say, hey, all, for a typical Colonial, It's over $1,000.
I thought so. I was going to say at least $1,000, but maybe more.
I had 500 in my head, which felt too low because everything costs so much now.
Well, it's the lights
Yes.
you're paying for
Well,
or
what
renting.
if you provide? Well,
Oh, yeah, you provide the lights. Right?
You don't provide the lights.
why
You
not?
Yeah.
Like if someone has lights, but they
You
don't want to hang them
provide
up.
the lights?
Yeah, that's what I always thought. You just hire somebody to put them up.
I thought the company provided
I'm
the
sure
lights.
they would offer both.
I'm sure they do both, but a lot of times it's
But I could see someone who bought lights, got up on a ladder one year, so this is a pain in the ass.
Yes.
Will
I
you
think
come and string them up really nicely for me?
Right.
And that's kind of what I thought you were asking.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
well-
That's exactly what I was asking.
Well, I was thinking that, but I didn't know you had to provide them.
I would assume. I don't
Oh,
know. But
okay.
you know what happens when you assume, but yes.
Thing I hate about the holidays, Christmas music.
Oh.
Like all of it? John in Marine City, all of it? You don't have any song that
Some of
takes you back to
some of it's
growing up?
great.
Yes.
I love Christmas music.
I hate when people cook turkey for Christmas instead of ham.
Yeah, you know.
That's kind of a
they're both good. They're both tasty.
prefer ham, but
Yes.
I'm not, I mean, if you had turkey at your Thanksgiving and
Well, you know,
Christmas,
you know the cliche what Jews do on Christmas.
what?
We go out for Chinese
food.
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Heather, is your dog's name Max? Is your heart 2 sizes too small?
It grew 3 sizes this year. No, not the Grinch.
Heather doesn't like inflatables, Elf on a Shelf, and for God's sakes, Charlie Brown, bah humbug, Ebenezer Park.
Where do you stand on Santa Claus, Heather?
I love the big man.
All right, good.
All right. Let's get to Jim in Chesterfield. Jim, good morning.
Hi, guys. This is Jim from Chesterfield. I got a great point about Elf on the Shelf.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Elf on the Shelf is supposed to be there to make sure your kids aren't messing around or behaving themselves. It's kind of like a spying thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great idea to bring out, like, when your kids are acting up in the middle of summertime, like July or June, put that baby in their bedroom and it freaks them right out.
Ooh. Creative there, Jim from Chesterfield.
Instant behavior right there.
So that's why parents do it.
Yeah, have a good one, bud.
Appreciate it.
You could probably nowadays, you probably put a hidden camera in the Elf on the Shelf.
We have cameras in the kids' room anyway.
Oh, okay.
One thing I did want to just address with Heather and her disdain for Elf on the Shelf, and Stoney says, well, just do it. It just takes a minute. Everything we do in life, when we add something to our life, it's a complication. When we subtract something from our life, it's a simplification. This is simply a complication that Heather is not willing to add to her life. And that's a good thing that you are setting that boundary.
Thank you. I agree. I also don't think I'm going to have time for homework, so kids don't bring it home. Like literally, Emily had to do something for her birthday at school. We had to make something and print photos, and I'm thinking, how do parents do this? What did I get myself into? I don't have time.
But to Greg's point, and to Stoney's, it takes me a minute to do Elf on the Shelf. I don't have any time for social media. So the amount of time consumption in social media in my life isn't there.
Right.
Because I don't have time for it. Okay. I rarely use it. I use it for work strictly. It amazes me the amount of time people waste with their social media accounts.
Oh, there's no doubt about
I
that.
agree
Yet
with you.
I got a minute for Elf on the Shelf
Well,
for my kids to have imagination.
To me,
those
it's
are
the-
the choices I make in life.
I understand. To me, it's not even about the time. I mean, I'm not doing it. I don't have kids. It's the concept is creepy to me that like this little elf is going to spy on your kids everywhere they go. And now
Are you like anti-gnome in your front yard?
we don't have any gnomes in our front
Yeah,
yard, Stoney.
no. Get the gnomes out of your yard.
I think I still have. I
Oh,
finally,
you have the
finally
Gardenhire?
Ron
Yeah.
Gardenhire gnome, I think, is still there.
Jason in Oak Park. Jason, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
You there? Okay, hey, I just wanted to give you a real quick tutorial on Christmas lights. We do them professionally. The initial... Are you there?
Yeah.
We're intrigued.
Sorry. The initial cost for it is quite expensive because most companies, when they do lights, you buy the lights brand new out of the box. They don't install customer lights because if there's a problem with them, then we got to come back and fix them. So all of our lights are brand new out of the box. We set them up that year. We'll maintain them if you got lights go out throughout, Christmas. Come back in January, take them all down, and we store them in our facility for 2 reasons. A, we know that they're going to be protected, and B, we have the lights here to bring to the customer to set up for the next year. So it's kind of like a guaranteed next year commitment.
Okay, so
It
what?
can go anywhere from It can go anywhere from $1,000 to a couple years back, we did a former tight end for the Lions house at about $7,000, and his mom bought out some inflatables when we were done. I mean, here you got this professional light set up, like all the trees are wrapped, the roof line's crisp, everything looks great, and then his mom brings out these inflatables. Well, after we set it up and everything and set these things out, he had us come out that night and take them all down, and he told his mom that somebody stole them.
Wow.
So anyway,
I'm just trying to figure out which former Lion tight end it was.
Eric Ebron?
Well, I can tell you that he would catch a ball, but it went right through his hands.
Eric Ebron.
Eric Ebron.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Great family. But yeah.
Okay.
Jason, thank
Mom
you.
brought out the inflatables, and Eric wasn't having it. Or the Lions
Whoever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Jason.
It's better than if he brought out Walter Rasby.
Yeah, how far back are we going to go here?
Obscure tight ends for 800, Alex.
I was guessing Tony Scheffler personally.
Interesting.
This is from around. He is from
local.
Michigan. Yeah.
Yeah. We got it on the first
Michael
try.
Ricks.
Joseph Fourier. Remember he had a moment?
Yes.
He was festive. He danced in the end
Oh, yeah.
zone.
He got hurt. Then he got hurt. He said it was walking his dog up the steps or something, and then we found out it was like beach volleyball or something. It was like the other way. I don't know. Joe Fourier. Yeah, he was on like Fallon would show highlights of him, if I remember correctly, because he danced. All right, that's enough.
How great would the payoff have been if he said it was a former Lions tight end, now head coach, Dan Campbell? Dun, dun, dun. No, Eric Ebron. We got it on the first guess. Okay, we're going to talk a little Red Wing hockey this hour. We've got the Thursday touchdown with some big storylines. College football playoff begins this weekend. It's 97-1. Boy, did he need that. Boy, did they need that.
Oh, yeah. Nice to see them win back-to-back. That's 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4. They got 5 of the next 6 at home. And for Patrick Kane, a brutal season, needed to see one go through the net and go into the net. And he also set up Alex DeBrincat earlier in the game on an odd man rush. Which,
happy birthday, Cat.
Hey, forgot that was allowed. Odd man rushes. Offense, 10 goals over those 2 games, Stoney. Started something?
Well, their defense is not very good, as we know. And now it's going to even be worse because Evanson's out. We don't know for how long, but Lalone said they'll get he didn't have an update after the game, but body language did not suggest it was going to be good news.
They played with 5 defensemen the rest of the game, most of the game.
Correct.
And they gave up a 2-goal lead.
Yeah. So basically what they're going to have to do as they copy the Lions with having a significant injury is do what the Lions need to do is just outscore everybody. And do they have enough offense to do it, the Red Wings? When they're on the power play, they do. It was nice to see Comfer get his first goal in like 8 years. No, about
2 months, but who's counting?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, they need other people to step up besides the usual suspects. But
yep, I hate that I said that because now it's a stupid drop. But you're right. There is some similarities here. Outscore your problems. And a year ago, they did that. Right, last year's team did not play well defensively. No. They outscored their problems. They occasionally got some hot goalie play from Alex Lyon.
Right, and their 5-on-5 was bad last year. It's certainly not good this year.
It's worse this year.
I know.
Now you got to you go 10 goals last 2 games. Certainly not enough to have solved all the problems. But I like seeing Kane, snake bitten, finally score. Comfer finally score. Veleno score. Secondary scoring. Because it can't just be Raymond and Larkin.
No.
You're not going to win enough games doing that.
And Larkin hasn't had a goal in, 10 games, I think?
He's in a bit of a drought now, too.
Right.
They just haven't scored. Like 5-on-5, they're one of the worst teams in hockey.
I know.
They don't get enough shots, enough chances, enough possession. And yesterday, it turned into one of those games, and they answered, and they rallied every single time. They got down 1-0 immediately, right? As soon as they took a 2-1 lead, they immediately gave it back, but then they scored 2 in a row. It was the kind of hockey that doesn't win playoff games, but it's going to be the kind of hockey that keeps them in a playoff picture. And that's what this next 6 games before the new year is all about. You get 5 of them at home. So if you're ever going to build some momentum, it's got to be right now. If you're going to sit here and do this like win 2, lose 2, you're going to squander the chance in front of you right now.
And they got to beat the teams that they should beat. That's why losing to Philly in Philly last week was bad because they're pretty much the same. I actually think the Wings are a little better. It was nice getting that last night, but in this 3 out of 4, so they've beaten Philly, Buffalo. Now, Toronto was good. Toronto's a really good, maybe even an unexpected win, probably even though it was at home. They got to keep it up. They got Montreal back-to-back, and you mentioned they have other home games coming up. The Blues.
They'll play Toronto again.
Yes.
Pittsburgh on New Year's Eve, and Pittsburgh's not very good.
No, but they beat the Red Wings on the season opener. That's when we kind of feel, oh, boy, this doesn't look good.
Yeah, listen, it's not been a good year.
No.
Little bit of a spark. Also, a spark in the stands. Let's put out the bat signal. Does anybody know who this guy was?
Yes.
If it's you, even better. But if you know this guy or you were sitting in that section, can you explain what happened last night at the Red Wing game?
I've seen a little of the video of the ushers escorting a shirtless human being out of Little Caesars Arena. I mean, look, they show guys like that on the Jumbotron all the time. What would make you decide to take off your shirt at a hockey game? I have no idea.
I think it's an easy answer.
They were drunk.
Yeah. Alcohol.
I know. Then again, I'm one of those who can't understand how people take shirts off at Lambeau or Buffalo or in the outside either, but that's probably alcohol-induced as well.
So I was at the game. I didn't see exactly what happened. So you know where my seats are.
Yes.
This was same side but opposite blue line.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of like watching the play, and out of the corner of my eye, I see someone get pushed into the glass. And it does like a bounce, like kind of when someone gets hit into the boards on the ice, only from the other side. And I go, whoa, everybody stands. There's a game going on, but everybody immediately starts looking to see something going on. Is there a fight over there? Are 2 fans getting at it? Are they jawing and now it's turning physical? And then once everybody's standing, you can hardly tell what's going on over there.
Lalone said after the game, it was weird because the 4 officials and the players were all looking at something off the ice.
Yeah, when the play ended, I was watching the players watch to see, like, what is going on in the stands right now?
Well, actually, he was probably pissed. This is what happened, is he didn't catch a T-shirt that was, shot into the crowd like you did.
I've never caught a foul ball. I've never caught a T-shirt, but there it was, like from the heavens right to me.
Yeah, the sky opened up and there it was.
If John had gone to the game, he would have caught the T-shirt.
Oh, yeah, he would have pushed you out of the way and made sure he caught it first.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom is simulating what John would be doing right now. Was that a Godzilla impression? Is that what that was?
He is, until he lost the weight. Now he's Skinnyzilla.
You think I could box him out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you could. He's frail.
Frail.
Honestly, man, it's ridiculous how much weight he's lost. Like, he doesn't, he doesn't seem as big as he used to. No, I'm not saying in terms
You mean
of
tall, too.
tall. Right? It seems like,
You think
but
he's
he
shrinking?
is. He really is, though.
But he looks healthier. Like, have you seen Jake Long, what he looks like now? Jake Long almost looks, and I saw him at the Michigan Sports Hall of Fame thing, he almost looks sickly, but he's lost so much weight.
Well, I've jokingly said that about John because I saw him on Michigan Replay or whatever they call it now. And I'm like, I didn't realize he lost that much weight. And when you look skinny on TV, you are skinny.
Yeah.
TV makes you fat.
Yes, I know.
So they say, adds 10 pounds.
248-539-9797. We'll get into the Thursday touchdown after Heather's news. Heather, what's going on?
Oh, well, let me tell you what's going on. Let's see. Detroit police are searching for 3 suspects who robbed an Amazon delivery driver Tuesday evening on the city's east side. Investigators say an Amazon driver was obviously delivering packages when a vehicle pulled in front of her. 3 suspects dressed in all black announced a robbery, then stole several packages from the truck, jumped back in their dark-colored SUV, and took off. So the driver did call 911, but police were not able to find the suspects.
By the way, Amazon, if maybe having a little problem with your packages because of their Teamsters and Amazon drivers, they're going to supposedly go on strike soon.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yes, I heard that today.
Yeah, I heard it driving in.
Certain markets. Yeah,
Yes.
We heard the same thing.
Oh, right before the holidays? Might not be able to get those last-minute packages. Police are also searching for a group of suspects who slammed a U-Haul truck into a Detroit dispensary in a smash and grab attempt. It sounds like they didn't get away with anything, but the owner of the Jazz Cannabis Club on Telegraph near McNichols said they got a call from their alarm company. Alarm was going off. There was a U-Haul, an SUV at the business, said, hey, send police over. I don't know who these people are. Well, before police got there, they took the U-Haul and just drove right into the building, leaving behind a giant hole in the wall. But like I said, didn't get away with anything. But the owner believes it's the same group of suspects who targeted him earlier, used a sledgehammer to try to get into the building. No proof that it is the same, but he believes that it is. So the suspects are still out there as well.
What is their obsession with this guy?
Maybe he's got good weed. I don't know. I mean, he must. Like, it's got to be his product, right?
Like, this kind of feels like a Tom and Jerry thing. Like, it's like just...
I'll just, smash the wall and then get away, and then you fix it. I'll do it again.
These two are going to forever be intertwined. This is Roadrunner and Coyote.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to get this one of these days.
One of these days. David Montgomery hasn't been placed on injured reserve just yet because he plans to get a third doctor's opinion. So on Wednesday, Dan Campbell explained that the Lions are in this waiting mode regarding the injury because he's going to go get another opinion, and they're going to make their final decision based on another doctor's opinion, but also just on how Montgomery is feeling, right? Like, does he feel good? Can he play? They're going to take his word as well and go from there. So we're still waiting to hear exactly his status.
So he's already had 2 opinions.
He has.
He wants a third. He's waiting for a doctor to give him the green light.
Right. You try to find one more that's like, you know what? No, this is going to be okay. We'll do this and this and this. I'll give you a shot of this. You're good.
And if not, you go to a 4th doctor, a 5th doctor.
Yeah.
You find someone with an honorary doctorate degree. You do whatever you have to do.
Yes.
Find someone to clear you. He really wants to play.
Yeah, I get it. A wild brawl broke out at Chicago O'Hare. All caught on video. You got to see it. There was 4 men. They got in a fight, and they basically all went WWE. They were using those wet floor signs. Like, they're throwing them like folding chairs, hitting each other with these. Dreadlocks were pulled so hard that they were ripped out of somebody's hair. Ugh, it was pretty nasty. Apparently, they were all employees of some concession stand at the airport, so they weren't passengers or American Airlines employees because that's where it took place, right by an American Airlines gate. Check it out. It sounds like no police reports were ever filed and nobody was arrested, and I don't know the status on anyone. If they lived to tell the tale, but they were fighting about something. Who knows what it
What do you
was?
mean live to tell that? They didn't die.
No one died, but they could have.
I suppose they could have.
They sure could have. So everybody has at least a couple Christmas songs that they just can't stand, right? And USA Today did some due diligence and they ranked the 10 worst Christmas songs ever, according to them. Number 1, the Chipmunk song.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, it's annoying,
yes.
right?
It's funny the first time you hear it.
Exactly. Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
How do you not like that?
I kind of like that.
Well, maybe it depends on who sings it. This one's by Elmo and Patsy.
Oh,
So
Okay.
do you know what I mean? Like there's certain songs sung by certain artists that are just
Right.
not great. The Christmas Shoes by New Song, don't know that. Little Drummer Boy by Jessica and Ashley Simpson, bad. Funky Funky Xmas by New Kids on the Block. Dominic the Donkey.
The Italian Christmas donkey.
Oh, real? I was gonna say I've never heard of
Oh.
this.
I assume that's what that's referencing. Yeah.
Tell me more.
It's in the system. We can bump back with it one of these.
What's the Italian donkey?
The Italian Christmas donkey. Dominic the
What's
donkey.
he do?
Eon, eon. That's what he does.
you know.
Okay.
He says moo.
Moo. Santa Baby, Don't Shoot Me Santa, Cherry Cherry Christmas, and I Never Knew the Meaning of Christmas by NSYNC. Those are the worst top 10s.
You like the NSYNC Christmas stuff.
You know what? I like the boy band Christmas music.
But you know that's a bad opinion. Like people don't agree with that.
Oh, for sure. Well, somebody, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays by NSYNC.
Okay.
It's up there for me.
Greg, if we could find Dominic the donkey before the show's over, that would be great.
I never heard of Dominic the
Me
Donkey.
neither. That's
It's
why I
played
said
on our
tell me more.
station.
I've never heard of it.
Okay. We'll get the Thursday touchdown next, and then some point today, we will all be introduced to Dominic, the Italian Christmas donkey. It's 97.1.
All right, I'm going to start with the old one, 9858. Okay, ready? Are you searching for the perfect holiday gift for friends and family? Give the gift of unforgettable experiences with the YMCA. Y gift certificates are available at all 7 Metro Detroit locations and can be used for individual and family memberships, personal training sessions, swim lessons, access to wellness centers, youth sports, and even overnight and day summer camps. This holiday season, choose the timeless gift of fun, fitness, and community at the Y. Visit ymcadetroit.org or stop by any Metro Detroit YMCA location to share the joy of health and connection. All right, then this is the new one, unnumbered. Here we go. Looking to jumpstart your 2025 resolutions? The YMCA of Metro Detroit is here to help you hit the ground running. Join the Y this December, and guess what? January is on us, free. That's right, kick off the new year with 0 membership fees for the first month. From fitness classes to swimming, family activities, and so much more, the Y has something for everyone. But don't wait. Stop by your local YMCA today to take advantage. YMCA of Metro Detroit, building stronger communities and stronger you. Cool.
Okay, I have heard this before.
I've never heard it.
What's the verdict?
I did research up. It's awful. The song's awful.
It's humorous. That's about it. Humorous.
It's got some levity to it.
Yeah.
It's a change up. She rolled her eyes in a way I have not seen.
This is not a good song.
You think it belonged on the list of terrible Christmas
Yes,
songs?
I agree with it.
Jiggity chick. Eeyah, eeyah. There we go.
There we go. I like
Italian Christmas donkey.
I'm here and Costa starts singing.
We've been doing a
Oh,
little
he
more
does.
singing around
Good.
the
Yeah.
holiday. Even John a little bit.
Yeah.
I bet you John has a really good voice.
Silver Bells, underrated when he really gets into the low.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely get that.
We've got Stoney in today, tomorrow, the next 2 weeks, as John and I get some time off. Stoney, what's up?
By the way, two quick things. I just heard the promo for you and Rico are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Washington, Michigan. Why do they say Michigan? Is there
Maybe some confusion.
Did they think
We'd
you were
be
going to be
out-
in Washington D.C. for the game,
Or out in the state of
or is there a
Washington?
Washington, Ohio? I don't know.
Yes.
There
You
is a
technically
Washington,
need-
Ohio.
You know, you technically have to say Michigan with it because
okay.
it's a state. It's the
but
Washington is known standalone as other places. Two other
Correct.
places before Washington,
Yes.
Michigan, and probably some others too. But
Right. Yeah.
that's
Okay.
why you have to. It's,
There's no harm in communicating that. But would people really think that Rico and I are being flown
if they
out
showed
to
up
a
there, do
different
you want the ticket to
state?
get sued?
No, I don't.
And you Tacoma?
We're in Tacoma for.
Where's Costa and Rico? I drove 3,000 miles. You're going to pay. I'm suing you guys for gas. See what happens? They have to protect themselves.
Yes.
Maybe people could just be smart.
By the way,
I know
it's
that's
also-
like a really hard ask
I was
these
just
days.
curious. I just thought
I'll
it
go
was funny.
snoot alert here too. You'd have to do it AP style journalism.
Ooh, there you go.
You would. You'd have to put Michigan
It's funny. There is a suburb.
because Washington standalone is known as a state.
There is a suburb of Washington D.C. called Tacoma Park. Actually. Anyway, before we get to the Lions, I just want to say thank the Lord that we have the ownership of the Detroit Lions that we have. Now, 15, 20 years ago, I probably wouldn't have said that. But I say that now, especially when there's a huge, shall we say, breakdown. 3 people wrote this article in The Athletic, including Diana Rossini, Michael Silver, and Zach Rosenblatt, about Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets. I'm just going to give you 2 things here. Mm-hmm. He did not trade for Jerry Jeudy because he didn't like his Madden rating. That's Woody Johnson.
I'm sorry, that's a real report.
That's a real report. Jets, Joe Douglas expressed interest in getting Jerry Jeudy. He's the general manager. Negotiations in a trade would have sent Jeudy to the Jets, but the Broncos felt a deal was near. Then abruptly it all fell apart because Woody Johnson felt Judy's player rating in Madden NFL wasn't high enough. This is the owner of the New York Jets. Yeah. He also, when they traded Zach Wilson to Denver, Denver wanted the 257th pick in the draft, which was Mr. Irrelevant. The Jets had that pick and 256. The owner wanted to keep Mr. Irrelevant, so he traded one pick better, and the guy who was picked at 256 is somebody who starts for the Broncos now, and Mr. Irrelevant, who's on the Jets, some guy from Alabama, never made the team. This is your owner. And there's other stuff in there I'm not going to get into about having his kids get in the locker room and things like that. It's just, thankfully, we do not have that here.
We are on to much better days.
Yes, we are.
But even in the face of better days, we have some adversity. And Stoney, you have an observation. You've been in this week, and I've experienced some of this too. But what is it that you've noticed? Lions fans fan policing other Lions fans? This idea that if you don't believe this team will win the Super Bowl, that you're some kind of bad fan. I was called a part-time fan this week. I know when you were in with Doug, you got some of this too because you dared express concern that the harsh reality is this team is no longer the Super Bowl favorite.
Right.
That this team will not win the Super Bowl, like can but won't. Can versus will is a debate we had
Correct.
earlier this week.
Yes.
People bristle at the idea that you wouldn't just blindly grit, don't quit. They can overcome anything. we are right to express concerns, and anybody who does is not a, quote, bad fan.
No, you can't just sit there and say, okay, we got 22 injuries, guys on the, our two deep is shredded, but hey, because of our makeup and all that, we're going to still win the Super Bowl. They could, but I think their chances are not very good because of just the attrition. The NFL is all about attrition, and the Lions are way down on the list of attrition right now, and it sucks. It's a shame. That's why I believe the franchise is cursed, but that's a whole different argument.
Don't open that can.
248-539-9797. If you do not believe that the Lions are Super Bowl bound, does that make you a bad fan, or do you think people who feel that way, there's something wrong with them? Are you one of those people out there, those people who just, you know what? We're 12-2. We're going to just do, no matter, the whole team can get hurt. I don't care. We're still going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, my thing is, fan however you want to fan.
Yes.
Whatever's genuine to how you feel is how you should approach this.
Right.
And if you're a Lions fan who looks at this and says, I'm going to root like hell for him, but ... I think you're still just as big a fan as anybody else. And if we were going to do like tiers of fan, and I hate doing this, I would argue the person who unequivocally, under all circumstances, every season believes you're winning the Super Bowl, you're delusional. You're not in reality.
Right.
I don't think you're as big a fan as someone who is paying attention to all of what's going on and how big. Like David Montgomery, I hope he comes back. Short yardage is a huge part of this football team. Gibbs is the better back, but 4th and 1, 3rd and 2, goal line. No, David Montgomery's a big deal for a team that has to win shootouts now and convert all these 4th downs. And then defensively, Carlton Davis, hell of an addition, Super Bowl pedigree.
Yes.
He helps them play the man coverage that Aaron Glenn has been dying to run in Detroit. Aleem McNeil helps stabilize the defense without Aiden. Now, can you get Aiden back? Hope and a prayer for the Super Bowl? Maybe, but you got to get there.
Right.
My point is, and the point that you've made is, guys, you should be concerned.
Yes, when you lose your best pass rusher, your best interior lineman, your best linebacker, might be back for the playoffs, and your best defensive back, and some of those backups, like Rodriguez for Anzalone and others, are also out. I mean, it's common sense that your chances to get to the Super Bowl are not going to be as great as it was, 2 weeks ago.
No, don't say that. I heard Dan Campbell on the radio this week. Don't say that. Don't say they can't. Don't say they won't. They will. They will.
And I'm glad he said what he said with you guys, because that's the way a good coach is supposed to. The players don't feel that. The players aren't sitting there. Oh my God! When they came home from the game Sunday night, oh honey, man, let me tell you, we got all these injuries. We're done. No, real competitors don't do that.
And I think there's a difference in fans and competitors.
Yes, there's a huge difference.
I said it after we had him on. I'm nodding my head, right? This is great. This is awesome. He will get them as far as they can possibly go.
Yes.
Whatever the furthest this team can go with the roster, he will take them there.
Right. And it doesn't make a difference how we feel about their chances, whether or not they're going to get there or not.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Mitch in Grosse Pointe. Mitch, good morning.
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 Listen, I think both sides of your argument are like making my head spin a little bit this morning, because I'm 33 years old. I've been watching the Lions every Sunday for as long as I can remember. And like, even 2011 you could argue was a good season, but this is different. We've had 2 great back-to-back years, and whether you're a good fan for thinking we might not make it, or a bad fan for thinking we might not make it, like, let's just enjoy this, right? Like, when did we stop just enjoying this? This is, how could it, regardless of the outcome of this season, the injuries have plagued us, and it's unfortunate, but this is still a season to be proud of.
Yes.
It is, but at the same time, Mitch, you understand, like, expectations carry weight, right? And that's some of what this is like when the coach says, I want the whole enchilada, and the general manager acknowledges we're in this to win the Super Bowl, and when the fans are talking Super Bowl or bust, and the radio hosts are saying Super Bowl or bust, and we're Super Bowl bound, and we're untouchable, and we're the best, it kind of makes like, oh, yeah, sure, they could win 14, 15 games. They could win a couple playoff games, and it would still be hollow if the season doesn't end with a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I suppose, but still, I just I want a Super Bowl as much as the next guy, right? But I still am just going to be happy that we're winning games because this is the happiest I've been about the Lions for the first time in my 33 years of life.
Mitch, I get it. I'm 31. I get it. You and I have experienced the same amount of losing and misery, and that's why it almost is insulting for someone to be like, "You're not a real fan."
Oh, come on,
if you don't
please.
blindly, if you watched 0-16, if you've watched all the dumb ways this team has lost football games, the misery, the sheer just absurdity of it all. You're not a bad fan.
No.
And also, I would note, I'm not seeing a lot of people doing the SOL thing. This is not the same thing.
Good.
The SOL is when you get in your own way. The Lions, this is largely not their fault.
Right. That's why they're cursed. Because it's not their fault.
Don't do this, Stoney. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls in the mix. It's 97.1.
Not how you want to lose a basketball game. Michigan up 3 heading into the final 20 seconds of the Jumpman Classic in North Carolina, and they did the last thing you want to do on defense at that point. Brian Bush on the call over on WWJ. Not great. That gave Fierce 30 points for the game. In Oklahoma, the 87-86 win after Trey Donaldson missed a 3 at the end. Coach May called it disappointing as the Wolverines dropped to 8-3 on the year. Their next game isn't until after the new year. Better result for the Red Wings, though. Several players ending scoring droughts. Patrick Kane notched his first in 10 games. Compher his first since October, and it had been 15 games for Joe Veleno. 6-4 was the final in Detroit as they beat Philly and improved to 13-14-4 and a 500 record at home. Dan Campbell held basically the entire offensive line out of practice yesterday as the Lions start getting ready for Chicago. Branch and Amon-Ra also continued to rest out of precaution. However, Graham Glasgow did sit out due to a knee injury after getting x-rays following Sunday's game against the Bills. And bowl results from last night, UNLV shut out Cal in their second half to win the Art of Sports LA Bowl 24-13, and James Madison scored 20 of their 27 points after halftime to take the Boca Raton Bowl from Western Kentucky 27-17 down in Florida. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We've invited fan-on-fan crime this morning. Stoney is in for John. A texter wants to know, if Stoney's here, who's going to be with Doug? Is today Stoney-thon? 8 hours of radio?
So it's solo Doug.
It's just me.
Okay,
it's
just Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug gets a reprieve.
Yeah. No, I requested 8 hours of Stoney. But management said, hell no.
Okay, so
the sick thing is I probably would have done it.
I know.
You probably would have. Lingering here anyway.
Yeah.
So you brought this up, and I think it's a really interesting look inside the Lions fan base. You have people who are rightfully concerned. There's a harsh reality to losing the way they lost, and losing the players they lost. And the Super Bowl, well, let's just say it, doesn't feel like they're winning it.
No, to me it doesn't. You know, and that's okay.
And that doesn't mean they can't.
Correct.
But it doesn't feel like they're winning it. And if you say that, you immediately get jumped on by a certain group of Lions fans. Right. Go, how dare you? How come you can't say that? Don't you know about the culture they built? Don't you know about the grit they have? Come on, Stoney. Come on.
Right.
You're a bad fan.
Yes.
You're a bad fan if you say that. So we've asked that question. Are you a bad fan if you don't believe they will win the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797.
You're not a bad fan. I don't know. By the way, we did get a text reference, I think, to the Woody Johnson stuff that we talked about. I didn't like Matt Chapman's war on the show. That's from Scott Harris.
That's an A+ ticket. Couldn't get a swing down.
Yeah.
Stoney and Costa blow. You guys are fair weather fans. Bill in Newport.
You know, Bill in Newport, just stick it up your ass. Seriously. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, see the extremes people go here?
Yes.
Too? Like, I know me and Jim got going a little bit the other morning, and we really, in the end, if you really listen and we
We're
talked
not that
about
far
it,
apart.
we're not that far apart. And I think this comes down to a couple. I think the Lions have a few things in the cupboard still. I also think that this team is better than the team that closed the 2002 season in Lambeau, who nobody wanted in the playoffs, but they didn't make it, remember? This team's better. That team had none of last year's draft picks on it. Those top 4 picks that Brad Holmes hit a home run on.
Right.
This team also has, look, they lost McNeil. I'm expecting Onwuzurike to step it up here. Look, you don't have a ton of tread on your tire. You let's go. DJ Reader, Zadarius Smith wasn't on those teams, and they're not Hutch and they're not McNeil, but it's not like they're like just anybody off the street like they had a couple weeks ago.
No. And for the doom and gloom skies falling, I expect this team to win the next 3 games. I do. They're critically important.
I know. I think they'll probably go 2-1, and I don't know which one they're going to lose.
Depending on, they could still win the division depending on how it goes.
Yeah.
They just definitely need to win Week 18.
I mean, this is a daily fluid situation, though. Like I put a little bit of weight in the hope that Kaminsky would come back just to provide depth.
Yeah, and now
after yesterday,
it sounds like that's not happening.
Yeah,
my point is, even if they get the 1 seed, I think that's a huge pivot piece here.
Oh, yes.
They still will have to face Philly, who has the better O-line, D-line combo, and then they'd have to face a Bills offense or a Ravens offense, or I know the Chiefs offense isn't as scary, but against this Lion defense, it could look scary.
Right.
That scar tissue is still there after watching what happened this last week. Because even when McNeil was healthy, even when Carlton Davis was healthy early in the game, 14-0. Even when they were healthy, they weren't getting the stops against the elite quarterbacks.
By the way, one aside, I mean, we saw how they played against Buffalo. If it was a Super Bowl, Chiefs or Ravens, you mentioned those 2 teams.
Yeah.
Who would you rather play?
Ravens.
I would too, because their defense is not very good. I'd rather play the Ravens. And I don't trust Lamar, and I trust Patrick Mahomes.
Chiefs get enough stops, one more chance with the ball with Mahomes. Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't mean the Lions can't beat the Chiefs, but you asked me of the 2.
Yes, right.
I'm slightly more optimistic than you guys. That's really what this boils down to. When's the last time this city had a team that had a season like this?
A season like this? Well,
2013 Tigers.
Yeah, they were pretty damn good.
But that team had a track record of 8 to 9 years. I'd actually say it's
the 22 the Wings with the Hall of Famers.
02, you're saying?
No,
yeah.
I would say the 06 Tigers. I think there's actually that wasn't expected out of the gate at least.
This season is expected. 12-2 is
that Tiger team was 76-36 at one point in the season, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Then they went down. Who thought they would get to the World Series?
No, because they blew the thing and they had to play the great Yankees, and they kicked their ass.
You play one game, game 2, and somebody rises to the occasion, Joel Zumaya, and you get there.
But I'll say what I've said to you a couple times, and it applies here with the 06 Tigers. They didn't win at all.
Right.
So you could say, hey, they did last year without a defense. They didn't win the Super Bowl.
Thank you. How much did you enjoy that 06 season?
Oh, so much fun.
It was great.
So much fun.
We're at the beginning here. We're not at the end. And I would just remind people, enjoy this. And I think that's what that caller was kind of getting to before the break. Enjoy this. The 13 Tigers, if we're 7 years into this and we're still trying, the lesson is you better get one. But it doesn't have to be this year. It doesn't.
Well, look at the 96 Red Wings. I mean, they set records for how good they were, and they ended up losing to the Avs in the third round.
Stoney, have you checked your phone? What is wrong with Jeff Rieger? He texted both of us. We can get to that in a second. I want to get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Kevin in Westland, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's up?
Man, me personally, I just want to say off the jump that I do believe that we're going to go to the Super Bowl. I believe that we're going to play the Buffalo Bills. I do not believe the Chiefs will make it this year. So it'll either be Baltimore or Buffalo, and I personally believe it's going to be Buffalo. I do still believe that we're going to win it all, but it is absolutely ridiculous for people to be saying that, you're a fair weather fan or anything like that, because, listen, we are, yet again, because we're the Lions, against all odds with the injuries and everything, and that is a real problem that showed itself in the last game. Now, granted, I think we'll make some adjustments.
Sure.
We got Reynolds and Vaki that's kind of, I think, going to carry split take up some of the load from Montgomery. And, the thing is with these next man up mentality thing, we got some players that I think are going to be real hungry to show that they're capable of it. And I think it's going to be big with, Haskell being back and, DJ Reader's got to do a little bit more than what he's done, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that was the guy Stoney brought up.
Yep, and so does Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zadarius Smith. I mean, they were almost like a non-factor in the last game.
No, you're right.
Supposed to be that.
You're right.
I mean,
those guys got to be difference makers.
There was a part of me that was like, I seen a thing. It was J.J. Watt that was saying like, "Hey, if they gave me a call, I'd play for that coach." And it's like, give him a call if you need to, because it's Super Bowl or bust. The mentality in the locker room, I can tell everyone is, but it doesn't mean that if you don't think we win the Super Bowl that you're a bad fan. No,
I'm pretty sure
realistic.
I'm pretty sure J.J. Watt was just messing around.
He's been making
he probably was, but I mean, I remember the Rams when they won their Super Bowl. I forget what the name of the safety, whoever it was. They called him up like, "Hey, we need you because we needed depth."
Weddle.
They made their run.
Eric
Weddle. Yeah, they got him out of seemingly nowhere.
Well, do you want him to go get Ndamukong Suh?
Hasn't played in
I know
2 years.
No, I don't. To be quite honest with you, unless I knew he was in football shape. But make the call, bring him in. Okay, you mentioned the text we got from Jeff Rieger.
Yeah.
What's
wrong with him?
I caution myself to even giving him the publicity for this, but I love him so much, so I will. So disappointed in both of you. This is SOL. SOL isn't just self-inflicted wounds. It's not just incompetence. It's really bad luck, and that's exactly what this is. SOL and a curse are the same thing. Don't disrespect SOL or it's going to get worse. Great show. I'll hang up and listen. No, there is a difference between SOL and a curse, I believe, but I'm not going to get into the semantics about it.
But what is wrong with him?
You have to ask that question.
Like a psychological.
Does it really surprise you he'd be the one to go there?
No.
I even gave him the benefit of the doubt earlier. I said, I don't know that he's saying this is SOL. No, he just put it in text to both of us. He thinks this is currently SOL.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff. Come on, buddy. Not everything that goes wrong is SOL.
Right.
Not every bit of adversity this team faces is same old Lions. And I think they have shown that they are not the same old Lions repeatedly. Like, will we be disappointed if they don't win the Super Bowl? Yes. Back-to-back division titles, that's the same old Lions? Like, I think the same old Lions, to me, just my perspective, is when they couldn't get out of their own way, they'd lose in stupid ways, absurd ways, they did it to themselves. It's like, I think it is the self-inflicted stuff.
Yeah.
This is not a self-inflicted circumstance.
No, it's not.
It's a damn shame is what it is.
Right.
And to lump it in with all the other BS, I'd like to say he's better than that, but...
You know what? The weaklings always run first.
We got a bunch of calls to get to. We'll do it next, 97.1. All right, guys. This time of year, it's getting cold out, and you want to start making plans to be somewhere warmer. Pretty simple. Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, or if you're starting to plan some trips to watch hoops in March. You got the swim-up bars, the instant-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot, the cozy day beds, private cabanas, grab a lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. 365 days of sports. How else? Poolside. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com.
Merry Christmas.
So you do like
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. Happy holiday.
Our boss comes in and goes, "Where's Ebenezer?"
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I posted video on my Twitter. A friend of mine who was at the hockey game last night, we have some video of the shirtless guy he like hit an usher.
He did. And then the usher
went
fell
down.
down.
Yeah. So
Got checked into the seats.
at Stony16, and we'll retweet it so it'll be on the station page too.
Yeah,
and the show page.
If you missed it.
Yes.
This lunatic. Anyway, Lions fans, the question was, are you a bad fan if you don't believe they will win the Super Bowl? Because there's been a lot of fan checking and fan policing because some people are concerned. There's a harsh reality to the injuries,
Right.
to the losing and the way they lost. But there are some fans who believe like wholeheartedly that this team has so much grit that it doesn't matter who gets hurt, that they'll win no matter what. And they may, but expressing doubt has people throwing out labels like bad fan or part-time fan.
Right.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Marco in Rochester. Marco, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, I'm going to argue about that Super Bowl fan or bust. I've been a fan for 50 years, and I've been through the ups and downs, never rooted for anybody else, always been there for the Lions. And, anyone could be a fan of a Super Bowl team, but it takes a true fan to realize that it's been tough and appreciate every victory that they get.
I would agree with that. What
Now,
are we fighting about?
Well, I'm just saying that I'm a true fan, but I'm also concerned and not completely confident they're going to make it to the Super Bowl. There's two seasons. There's a normal season, there's a postseason, and a lot of stuff happens in between. But don't take away my fan, me being a fan just by saying, hey, it may not be total Super Bowl or not.
So if they play one playoff game, do you think the season was a success for you?
Absolutely. No doubt. 12-2 right now. I mean, 50 years.
I understand that, but you're talking. Let's say they go 14-3, and they lose to Minnesota, so they have to play the first game at home, but they won't have a bye, and they lose. You would still think the season's a success?
I would say yes, it's successful.
Okay.
Because big thing is you can't help injuries. I mean, it's unfortunate. Now, if it was, just because of quality of play,
Right,
okay,
okay.
then they blew it.
Right.
And then it's not SOL. But this is beyond anyone's, grasp. We just can't help this.
This feels unprecedented.
I'd still be a fan.
Yeah, I'm not telling you you're a bad fan. I don't do that. Stoney's not doing that.
When the Packers, Vikings, and Eagles, your three of your main adversaries, have 19 guys on injured reserve
Total.
combined.
Yeah. And you have 22. It's unprecedented what they're going through.
Right.
No, I don't think it's okay to revisit Super Bowl or bust. It would feel to call the season a bust would feel unfair given what
Yes.
they've dealt with.
Correct.
Having said that, the only success to me is a Super Bowl. So now you end up in this purgatory where if they were to finish in the NFC title game again, or you said one and done in the playoffs, like I can't call that a success.
No, I can't either.
Okay, what do we got next? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Carlos in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you, Carlos.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. You shouldn't be called a bad fan if you don't think they're going to make the Super Bowl. But what I would say is that there's no difference in that than someone saying that you're delusional because you believe they're going to make the Super Bowl. Both of them are egregious in fandom. It's silly.
You're correct.
At the end of the day, I believe they still have a chance to make the Super Bowl. Is it as high as I thought it was a couple weeks ago? No. But I still believe. I don't think the cupboard is bare.
No.
I think there's ways that they can do some things. Maybe even pick. I heard Calais Campbell might get released. Maybe they pick him up. There's a lot of things that can happen. Also, I just don't believe that the Bills, the KFC, the Ravens, or the Eagles. I think they all have flaws as well,
They do.
Some of those flaws can get exposed in the playoffs and during the regular season. So at the end of the day, I'm not a bad fan for believing or delusional for believing my team still has a shot and a good chance of winning the Super Bowl. Now, do I think earlier in the season, I thought there's no way we're not winning. Now I just think we have a good shot, just like anybody else. also, at the end of the day, it's not Super Bowl or bust for me as a fan. I think Super Bowl or bust is for those players and those coaches. For me as a fan, this is the best 2 seasons of football I've had in my life as a Lions fan.
Oh, no doubt.
And I'm happy. I'm happy with that. And will I be disappointed if we don't make it to the Super Bowl? Of course.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to look back and say, oh, it was a complete wash because we didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Last year was a great season. I enjoyed it. I was happy. I was sad we lost, but I was happy and ready for the next season. I'll do the same thing this year. Y'all have a happy holidays, fellas.
You too, Carlos.
Miss you, Stoney.
Thank
Doing
you.
a great job, Costa.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
To me, if they get to the Super Bowl, even if they don't win it, it's a successful season. Anytime in between, now the injuries do change things a little bit. So, it doesn't. The semantics of the whole thing get really, lost. Is it a failure? Well, how can a season be a failure if you're 14-3 and win the division and get a bye and, losing the NFC Championship game? It's just you want to go further every single year.
If they were fully healthy and they didn't win the Super Bowl, it'd be a failure. The fact that they're injured, I feel like that's heavy-handed to say that because it's not just a couple injuries. It's like an unprecedented level of injury.
I've never seen this before.
It's not, every team's got bumps and bruises and beat up. No, this is another level.
This isn't next man up. This is next platoon up.
It's something, all right. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Garrett on a cell. Garrett, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, first off, I think we're putting the cart before the horse and saying that we're going to win the division, right? We haven't summed that up yet. So let's cool it on that talk a little bit, I think. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to fans, I think when it comes to like determining outcomes for a season, we either fall in one of two camps, right? You're either a realist or an idealist, right? You either analyze the data and based upon previous experience, you kind of can figure out where a season's going to end up. Whereas the idealist is everything in spite of that. Right.
Yeah.
And secondly, the last caller brought up a good point about Calais Campbell. Like, what do you guys think? Like, I mean, of course, he would be a great addition, but what do you think the odds are that we actually go and land somebody like Calais Campbell?
I think I think personally the odds would be very, very slim because the Lions, where they are in the waiver claim, category, so to speak, the list, I think another team would claim him first.
It's kind of my read too.
Would Calais have any like, would he have any say? Like, say, I don't know, some garbage team wants to go pick him up off the waivers. Could he say, like, no, I don't want to go there?
If he clears waivers, then he could go anywhere he wants. I believe. I just don't see him clearing waivers. He's still really good.
Agreed. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate
and Garrett, I think you put it so well with the realist versus idealist. I think what makes this tough is they were the same up until a week ago. The realist and the idealist all felt the same thing. The idealists always thought they were winning the Super Bowl. The realists said, I've seen enough football to be convinced of it as well. So everybody was pulling in the same direction. And now it's murky. Now not everybody thinks the same thing. Now there's doubt.
On the Calais Campbell thing, I don't think a non-contender would go there because this has already been kind of references. It's going to be for a playoff contender.
Yes.
I will say this. There have been examples in sports where athletes have simply said, well, if you claim me, I'm not coming.
Right.
And it would be interesting to see how that would play out. The agent can kind of talk to the team when they're trying to claim him and say, look, he's not coming there. If he has the intent to go to one place, he might be able to kind of still manipulate that.
Hey, 3 Campbells are better than 2.
I'd do it in a heartbeat. I've been on him. When Brad Holmes was interested in signing him before last season, I was like all over that. He's such a trustable player.
And he fits the culture well.
Yep. Good dude. Hard worker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's the number 1 run defender, according to PFF.
Is he really?
In the NFL this year.
Bring him in.
Yeah.
Reinforcements. Use all the help they can get, especially on the D-line.
It's up to the Dolphins, whether they want to do it or not. Let him go. I don't know. He never said he's going to retire after this year either, did he?
I don't believe so, but at 38, I think kind of the thought is.
No, I'm sure he's thought about it. But.
Yeah. All right, Lions fans, are you a bad fan if you don't think they're winning the Super Bowl? The accusations have been thrown out. Where are you at? It's 97.1. jammed up on the phones. We'll get to as many of you as we can. Are you a bad fan if you don't think this team will win the Super Bowl? And the Super Bowl or bust stuff has come up as well. I think we've all kind of dialed that back just given the sheer volume of injuries.
Yes.
22 of them. All right, let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. David in Birmingham, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi. So, yeah, I don't think you're a bad fan for being realistic, cautiously optimistic. However, there's the SOL fans, as soon as something goes bad, pack it in, boys. Season's over. That's another extreme. That's just.
No, I don't respect that either.
People need therapy.
Yeah.
But
yes.
Yeah. It's just. You're not a bad fan. I do think we'll go to the Super Bowl. I do think we'll win. I think we will actually win the division.
So hold on. You think even with all the injuries, you're gonna be at a parade?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do.
Hopefully, you're right.
Well, there's gonna be defenders coming back from injuries, during the playoffs. Correct?
We hope so.
Not just Hutch.
Right. And Hutch would, if it happens, would only be for the actual Super Bowl.
Right.
As opposed to the fake Super Bowl.
Yes, exactly. I was waiting for the actual Packers.
We've had some fun with that.
I know.
And David, I appreciate the thought there, right? Because, yes, Alex Anzalone should be coming back. I think that's the biggest name that should come back. Fingers crossed he's back for the Minnesota game, Week 18, especially if that game matters for the division and the 1 seed. You're going to want all the guys you can get. But the problem I have is when you say, well, we're getting Alex Anzalone back. It's 2-1 the other way.
I know.
You lost McNeil and Carlton Davis. We haven't even seen them play a full game without both of them there.
Right. And God forbid there's 3 more games left.
Right. And again, no bye week since week 5. If you want to blame anybody for this, it's not some stupid acronym or some curse. It's the fact that the NFL only has 1 bye week and somehow college has 2. That the Lions bye week was in week 5. That the Lions schedule included them playing 4 games in 18 days. If you want to blame anybody, I mean, that has to take its toll and make you more susceptible.
I just think the injuries that they occurred had pretty much nothing to do with that, especially the big ones with the broken bones and things like that.
That bye thing, though, even that I think is a lame excuse. The Eagles had a week 5 bye week. That's who you're fighting with. I mean, it's just the way it goes. I'm surprised that you guys don't have a little more faith that the starting defensive line is going to be Reeder, Onwuzurike, Pascal, and Smith. You guys don't think that they can hold their own?
Couldn't get any pressure on Josh Allen.
Well, you don't play Josh Allen. Remember,
to win the Super Bowl, you likely will have to play him or an Allen-like player.
But then you put those guys in, and Anzalone is back then.
But they haven't had that much pressure.
I thought
anyway.
The problem was the linebackers, though. Of course, the line flushed him at times. There was nobody else coming ever, and I thought Jack Campbell looked a little lost playing against a QB like that. I think he got a little schooled, and that's okay. That's the best quarterback he's probably ever played against because he hardly played against Lamar last year,
right?
And Mahomes.
Let's get to Ian in Southfield. Ian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
How are you?
Doing good, thank you. So to answer the question, no, you're not a bad fan if you don't think they're going to make the Super Bowl. But my thing is this. Prior to all these injuries, would we be surprised if the Lions won the Super Bowl? No.
No.
Would we be surprised if they lost? No.
No.
Now, with all these injuries, would we be surprised if they won? No. Would we be surprised if they lost? No. So for me...
Hold on 1 second. I personally would be surprised with all these injuries that they do win the Super Bowl. I still think they can, but I'd be surprised.
So you believe that they can, and if it were to happen, you might, for me, it's not nothing has changed for me.
Okay.
I understand the injuries, and that decreases the chances of making it to the Super Bowl. When Hutch went down, it decreased the chance. But we do get guys coming back. We still control our own destiny. We're still the 1 seed. We're still the same mentality. Nothing has changed. For every, I get it. I get it. We lost a lot of people on defense. That does impact us now, offense too. However, nothing changes for me. I still believe that we can make it to the Super Bowl, and we will. However, if we don't, I wouldn't be surprised. And that's the same feeling I had prior to all the injuries.
Okay. Fair enough.
I think it's shades of gray. I mean, even
Yes.
acknowledging like less likely is really
Right.
all we're all saying.
Yes.
Paul in Clinton Township. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
So, some of the last callers have been dialing in a little closer to what my call was that, part of this is semantics, right? And it sounds like people were erecting a straw man to tear down, right? I mean, just because somebody's, confidence level may have gone down from where it was doesn't make them a bad fan.
Correct.
No, you're right. The people that are saying that it's overdone, dead on arrival, I don't, right? Okay, who am I to call him a bad fan? Here's what I'm going to say. That is the person that I think most people are referring to, are the ones that have basically shut the door and said the team has no chance now because of what happened.
And if that's Paul, but if that's the case with somebody, it still doesn't make them a bad fan. They still, chances are, even if they think they're not going to do anything in the playoffs, are going to root like hell, probably be pissed off when they lose. It doesn't make them a bad fan even if they are the most negative human being on the planet.
Well, and like I said, I didn't call them a bad fan,
Right.
but
No, I know.
those are the people. Okay, and again, more semantics. What makes is it a bad fan? Is someone just overly pessimistic? Are they just too negative? Whatever
So
you want to assign
to me, Paul,
name to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it's if you care. That's how I judge a fan. Do you care? That doesn't mean you always think it's going to go
Right,
well.
right.
You might go to the game and think, I don't like our chances today. But you care. You're invested emotionally. I think if you care, you're a fan. And maybe if you care a lot, you're a super fan or a diehard fan. But you're a fan if you care about your team. You want what's good for them.
Fan is short for fanatic.
Yeah.
I mean, we all are. We're fanaticals.
So it makes this fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. We're having, it still doesn't, every once in a while, I still have to, pinch myself that we're having this discussion about this football team and this franchise.
Never thought we would get to.
No.
I mean, you always hold out hope that we would. Otherwise,
Yes.
there's no point in even being a fan. But
right.
it felt like a wildest dream situation.
Exactly.
John in Shelby Township. John, you're on 97.1.
Happy New Year, guys.
Woo!
So, sorry, I heard Woj on the commercial, and then I got all,
What
fired
about
up.
the dips?
So here's the thing. I think, the last couple of callers started to really hone in on what I'm saying, too. I want to just paint a picture for you, guy. You're sitting there watching the game. Your team's down, and that guy is already rushing to give you that hot take like, okay, we're done, And so at that point, watching that game and being part of that experience is hard to even enter into and enjoy because he's made up his mind because he thinks that if he's the first one to say it, then he's going to get a spot on ESPN,
Bingo.
and he's going to, So and when we talk about sports and we talk about fandom, man, I'll be a realist when it comes to politics. I'll be a realist when it comes to things that are weighty. But for my sports man, I want to watch the game. So, Stoney, if you were in my room during that game and you threw out the curse word, I'd be handing you a bourbon saying, drink up and shut up, man. I want to watch my game. I want to have a good time. And I get it. That doesn't make him a bad fan. But I will say, some of those guys who are, trying to rush
They're not
to the
fun to be
negativity,
around.
I don't want to watch a game with you, man.
I get
wanna
what you're
have my
saying,
good
John.
time.
I get you. They're not fun to be around. Sometimes reality isn't fun.
Exactly.
Let's get to Heather's news.
Here's some good news. You can now get chicken nuggets at Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Is that good news?
It could be. I mean, it could be
Stay
if
in
that's
your
what
lane,
you're
Taco
into.
Bell.
Well, here's how they're Mexican food, okay? So they're called crispy chicken nuggets. They're coated in a combination of breadcrumbs and crushed up tortilla chips.
Oh, okay.
There's where it gets the little...
Isn't it a little queso sauce too or something?
Oh, well, there's 3
Oh, I know.
different dipping sauces you can choose from. A Bell sauce with tomatoes, chilies, and garlic, jalapeno honey mustard, and Hidden Valley Fire Ranch that has fire sauce mixed in.
I'm very familiar with this because I had to play Would You Eat It yesterday on the Carson Anderson
is this
show.
what it was?
And this was one of the products.
Oh, well, who
Well, they-
would? I
yes,
mean, if
of
you like
course I would eat it.
chicken
Yeah, of
nuggets,
course, yeah.
why wouldn't you eat this?
Right.
Would Doug eat it? He's picky. That's why I ask.
That is called, are you going to eat that, by the way?
Oh, okay.
Would you eat it?
Tomatoes, same thing,
Hey,
right?
when you're filling in, you just have to pick up enough to play along.
Right, exactly.
Well, a round of snow is on the way, but for now, today should just be cloudy and cold. So by this evening, though, some light snow showers may start to begin. It will be more likely we're going to get more snow overnight and then continue into Friday morning, which could slow down your commute. So prepare yourself. Maybe leave the house a little bit earlier. Let's see. We could see anywhere from 1 to 3 inches total. So we're going to have a little bit of accumulation. On the weekend, it's going to be cold. Highs in mid to upper 20s. So it's going to be a chilly weekend. But, whatever. It's winter, to be expected.
Yep.
Let's see. Just days before the holiday, when people are counting on their last-minute Christmas deliveries, right? The largest strike against Amazon in American history began this morning at 6 a.m. The strike is starting in facilities in New York, Illinois, California, and Georgia. 10,000 employees nationwide are expected to take part in it. Here, you might see some local unions picketing outside of Amazon, distribution centers. But Amazon says, hey, we don't expect any disruptions or delays in your Christmas presents that they say are still en route. So hopefully it doesn't do a lot of damage.
And I'm sure some people are saying, how can they do this before the holiday? It's when they have leverage.
Yes, it is. This is their time to do it. There was a multi-vehicle crash in Colorado just outside of Denver earlier this month. And when cops showed up, the driver who was at fault was completely hammered, right? Completely drunk. And he did admit, I am drunk. I had about 10 drinks. And then he told the officers, quote, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a professional drinker. So don't worry about it. I got things under control. I do this professionally. So the officer asked him if the guy even wanted to bother trying to do a field sobriety test. The guy said, I don't really care. So they said, okay, you're coming with us. They later admitted that this guy's breathalyzer, he had a BAC of 0.326. Holy cow. As you can imagine, obviously, he was arrested.
Yeah, I think that qualifies him as a professional drinker.
Still alive. Just barely. Thank God everyone else is alive as well. Earlier, we discussed the top 10 worst Christmas songs, at least according to USA Today, but we never got to what the best Christmas songs are. Now, this is not according to USA Today. There was a study that looked at the top songs in every single state and came up.
I can't believe. Well, you'll tell.
Yep, and came up with the top song. So overall, the top song is Jingle Bells.
Fine, that's great.
Jingle Bells. Everyone knows Jingle Bells. It's a
I even
fine
like
song.
it by the Dogs.
Ruff, ruff, ruff,
Yeah.
ruff, ruff, ruff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Followed by Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow. It is whatever, right? But the number one song in Michigan is neither of those songs. It is Last Christmas by Wham.
That's okay, but I wouldn't put that as the best. And how do they get that information?
It's looking at Google searches. So it's like what people in each state have been Googling the most, what song they've been looking up.
The heart wants what it wants, Stoney, and it wants Last Christmas.
Apparently so. How does it go? Who's
God,
gonna sing it for me? I know this song, but I can't think of it in my head right now.
I watched the video.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can think of it.
It's
through this.
It's weird. I watched the video last night of it, and it's like these women are like a couple on a boat and all this kind of stuff. I was like,
you're watching like the music video of this?
Yeah, because I looked it up because I wanted to see which song it was. Yeah.
All right.
It's fine.
That's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure you grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now. It's made for this Lions season. The design looks like the Motor City alternate jerseys the team wore in Week 4 and last week against the Bills. The bottles will be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. The best Christmas song.
In Michigan.
This is it.
I know what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. Very next day,
you
Come on,
tore
son.
it apart.
That's not how it goes. I wanted to speed up because I knew he didn't know the words.
I don't know
There
the
we go.
words. I just, Hey, when it comes to George Michael and Wham, wake me up before you go. That's my George Michael jam.
It's been great having you in. You'll be in tomorrow. You're going to be in the next couple weeks with the holidays here. Stoney in the mornings again.
Mm-hmm.
We've been talking a lot about Lions fans and the psyche all week, and today's question was, are you a bad fan if you don't think they will win the Super Bowl? I think there are so many shades of gray as we've talked about this. I don't know that there's any host at the station that has said definitively, the season's over, pack it in, quit, don't even try. I also don't know that any host has said they're absolutely winning the Super Bowl. Maybe I'm wrong. I think we're all kind of sifting through what these injuries will mean and how concerned you should be.
Right. Some hosts have greater concerns than others.
Yes, and I think you and I have expressed those concerns and have been labeled this and labeled that. And,
Right.
and just the reality, it's a harsh reality. They're dropping like flies.
Yeah.
That this is unprecedented, that the injuries may be too much for them to overcome. And I guess where I'm at with this team, we'll get a look at them this weekend. I think they'll rally. I expect them to still win this division, to still have the 1 seed. Maybe that's the difference in playing Philly in the NFC title.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that Detroit's a better team right now. I don't. But maybe the 1 seed is the difference and the home game is the difference.
It's funny. A few weeks ago, I think I might have mentioned it to you. Maybe I was even filling in. I said, you know what? Philly versus Detroit, when you go unit by unit, it's very, very equal.
It is. They've got.
I mean, they both have great offensive lines. Philly's defensive line's a little better. But that was actually before Jalen Carter started playing like the reason a lot of us wanted him in the draft. And, yeah.
I think they have a better D-line than we do right now.
Yes. Our safeties are better. Their corners are better. They're actually, their secondary's gotten better since Cooper DeJean got inserted in the lineup. Their receivers, okay? You can argue who's tougher to defend, but it's St. Brown or Brown.
It's a push to me.
And
then J-Mo versus Devontae Smith, and then the tight ends.
Tight ends are pretty equal. I mean, I'd go Laporta a little bit over Goddard, although they're different.
To me, the difference is I think they're better in the trenches, both sides of the ball collectively right now, which is why I think the Eagles are the better team. But if Detroit gets the game at home, maybe it's 55%, 45%.
And at that time, it's who was better, Barkley versus Gibbs and Demo. Now it's basically just Barkley versus Gibbs.
So it ends up as real tight. And if Detroit gets to the Super Bowl, I still have the scar tissue of watching Josh Allen have all day. And I think Mahomes would have all day. And I think Lamar would have all day. Now, maybe Aiden's back. Like, there are so many shades of gray in all this. How much do you really get from Aiden, who hadn't played football in months? But we've asked the question about fandom and you know how you're being judged by your fellow Lions fans, maybe in your group chat, maybe with your buddies. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Chris in Ypsilanti. Chris, you're on 97.1.
You mean Chip?
Chip. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, no problem. Yeah. Hey, man, y'all running a good show, man. We appreciate y'all.
Thanks. You.
Yeah, now my thing is, if you a fan, I'm a fan. If you giving up saying we not going to make it to the Super Bowl, then you giving up on the players. Golf, Coach Dan Campbell, y'all giving up on them. They putting their heart, sweat, and tears in the practice games to make it there. Just keep the energy positive. You know, we got a lot of injuries.
I don't think you're giving up on the players and coaches as individuals at all.
If you kind of saying like, I mean, what the players saying? We're not gonna make the Super Bowl now?
Of course not.
Well, yeah, that's the attitude I got. I'm speaking for myself. I'm riding with them. I'm going all the way in. I'm all the way in with the players and the coaching staff.
So, Chip, here's the question: If we're not even death. Right now, you think they are going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that belief.
Good. That's great.
And if they don't win the Super Bowl, Chip, will you make excuses? Well, if they don't win the Super Bowl, you won't make excuses.
I'll call y'all back and say either we got our butt kicked or we handed our butt or we got them.
Okay.
But all we got to do is get past Chicago, get some more healthy people, and the big game. I think we can go. I think we can go in there and get San Francisco, but the big game gonna be Minnesota.
Yep.
We're gonna win the division. We get the division, then we get a little rest, We get a few more players back. They got to get player in shape, but they'll do that in practice.
I'll make you feel.
They're gonna work them out.
Chip, I'll make you feel better. Not that, because I'm always wrong, so maybe it won't. I think Minnesota's going to lose a game before they come to Ford Field.
Well, I hope so, man, because they ain't losing nothing. They're more Philly.
Yeah, it's been this stretch now. Philly's got 10, 11 wins in a row.
Yeah, Philly's playing great.
It's
a big game for them this week, though, in Washington, their last road game.
Texter says we should never sing again, and another says you just made me lose Whamageddon. Are you familiar with Whamageddon?
No.
It's a game some people play every year, and they lose the first time they hear Wham! Last Christmas.
Oh, wow.
So we just collectively caused a whole bunch of people to lose the stupid game of Whamageddon.
Okay. We didn't talk about the big game last night. We never got to the Michigan-Oklahoma game.
Yeah.
Where
don't get me going, Mike.
Jeremiah Fears.
Was that a foul?
No.
I didn't think so.
Here's the thing. It's kind of secondary to an issue that Michigan has, which is can they close out games? And they can look great for stretches of time. And so the bigger takeaway from this long term is, it shouldn't have come down to one possession. They could have fouled before he got the 3 off.
Oh, yeah. It would have been it was difficult, but they should have done it.
But bottom line is, yeah, they gotta figure out how to close out some games.
Yeah.
Do I think it was a foul? No. Kang hadn't seen it. Kang's like, that's not a foul. But whatever.
But more importantly, it was basically little brother coming through again against Michigan.
What are you talking about?
Because Jeremiah Fears' big brother plays at Michigan State.
Right. Well,
and he had an
nice
amazing
correlation, Mike. Yeah. So the
could you have been any more dismissive of that?
All right. You know what? I'll do something you do like.
What?
Okay, Greg. Do we have the stat of the day music for?
Yeah.
This is just for Doug.
Boy.
Talking about him. Okay.
Yep.
Being. In each of his first 11 career games, Jeremiah Fears has scored in double figures, dished out multiple assists, notched a steal, and won the game. No other Division I player in the last 25 years has had a streak that long at any point during his freshman season. And that, Douglas, is the stat of the day.
And we will do what we should do. We'll ask, how does it impact the Dallas Cowboys?
It's all coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Great to be with you on a Thursday. Counting you down to Christmas, counting you down to the next Lions game, counting you down to Hanukkah, counting you down to everything. So hope you're doing well. You know, that whole, well, let me tease what we got coming up. We've got the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitzing at 10:30. I have got a theory, a long-term reason why Sunday's game is huge. Absolutely huge. There's the short term, the obvious. They're trying to win the division, trying to get home field throughout the playoffs, trying to get the bye. There's all that. But there's also a long-term ramification. Something I'd like to see come to a close. We will get to that today at 11 o'clock. Somebody asked me this question yesterday, and it's a very valid point. David Montgomery is seeking a third opinion. Why, when you do this, why do you believe that the third opinion is the right opinion? Like what? You know what I mean? Like so I didn't hear what I wanted to hear. Let me try somebody else. Nope, you didn't tell me what I wanted. Try somebody else. They said yes, and you go, aha, see, I'm good. You want to be good. You hope you're good. But why is the third opinion the correct opinion? I don't know. Maybe you're just looking for somebody that gives you a shred of hope to get back on the field. And I respect, I'm glad he's doing it because it's his own individual choice. I think the fact that the Lions have agreed not to put him on the injured reserve list is something that makes me go, huh, okay, all right. That this is not a complete and total shot in the dark. You know what I'm saying? If it's not a complete and total shot in the dark, if it was, I don't think the Lions would tolerate this. I think they go, you're going on an injured list. This is the league. We need a roster spot. Roster spots are valuable. They are, they're way, the way this thing, and then when you're adding 17 games and soon to be 18, I really hope they expand the rosters too. Because they need, the fact that the Lions were playing out games, they were up by like 5 touchdowns, and Penei Sewell still had to be on the field because they only had one backup tackle and Decker was already banged up. Like, think about how stupid that is. That's just flat out dumb. Lions are beating the Jags like 52-13. It's the fourth quarter. They've got Skipper in for Decker because Decker's nursing an injury, and Penei Sewell is still on the field. And people are like, what the hell is he doing on the field? They aren't allowed to suit up 2 backup tackles. I mean, they can, but you have to, the roster spots are so valuable, and you have to sit, whatever it is, 7 guys on game day that are the, quote, inactives. So you don't have enough people to have 2 backup tackles. So at the end of the game, you've got Penei Sewell still on the field with a 5-touchdown lead. Why? Because that's what the rules dictate you have to do. But yes, please add a 17th game. I mean, obviously we're salty in Detroit because of all the injuries, which are probably really just a product of an incredible string of bad luck. As if the football gods looked down on Detroit and said, this organization has had too much good luck. It's time for them to have some bad luck. Thanks. But anyway, that's a bit of an aside. I do hope that they allow for more players to be on the roster because roster spots are valuable. They're holding out for David Montgomery. It would be awesome if he can play again this year. The question is, if he plays again, will he be anywhere close to what he needs to be able to impact the game? It's one thing to be on the field. It's another to be able to impact it. But, you know, if anybody could do it, I suppose it's him. He hurt his knee and stayed in the game. You know? He wasn't like, you know what? I mean, I guess he didn't have a great game, so maybe he was still in the game. He just wasn't performing. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm less concerned about the running back thing. Like I'm you know, if any team could afford an injury at that position, it's the Detroit Lions.
I'm sure there's a doctor in Turkey that can approve him to coming back to the NFL.
Fly to Istanbul.
Yep.
Was it Maglio? Didn't Maglio go to Austria? Was it no? Yeah, it was Ordonez, right? Didn't he go to Austria for a knee procedure?
I remember him going somewhere. I don't remember the exact country.
I think didn't Christian McCaffrey go to Liechtenstein or something this year?
Yeah, don't go there because it
didn't work. Yeah,
he's on IR now.
Good call. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. Obviously, that's Kang behind the glass. Kenny's here answering phones. William in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, William.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great, William.
Hey, I was calling you guys. I wanted to say, when the season first started, right, I thought they had too much talent because they was trying to spread the ball around to everybody and make everybody happy. Last year, we didn't have enough talent, and we did really, really good. So now I think we're back to where it's good, where everybody's going to get a chance to touch the ball and it's squeezed down a little. So I think that's good. And to me, I think some of the Lions was drinking the Kool-Aid, and now I think they got punched in their mouth. Now everybody's saying they're going to be Super Bowl champs and all of this, and they got a chance. I think if they really want to win, you got to get up off the mat. Yeah, the Bills gave them exactly what they deserved.
Hey, William, why do you think they were drinking a Kool-Aid? Is there any reason, or do you just think that's an explanation for losing a game, or was there something they said or did that made you cringe?
It was almost like the attitude of not just the team, but the whole city. Like, we just had, even you guys, we're going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to win. We're going to win. We Super Bowl bound. But what I noticed is when the season first started, the person who got him there last year, they wasn't hardly throwing him the ball. No, he didn't act like he had an attitude. But he did kind of feel, it looked like to me, it's the signal that he was giving off was, I'm the cornerstone of this team, and you kind of ignore me. And I'm glad he came around and was pretty
You're talking about Amon-Ra?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, William, real quick, wrap it up because we're up against a break.
All right.
Sounds like you wrapped it up. Even us, now I can't speak for everybody here at the station. I did say repeatedly there's a lot of football to be played. Like, they were playing so well. I said it over and over again, and things change. Seasons are long. And when you're on a win streak, you feel like you're never going to lose again. When you're on a losing streak, you feel like you're never going to win again. Hell, I feel like some people, they lost one game and feel like they're never going to win again. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's whether or not they believe their own press clippings or starting to rest on their laurels, I feel like it's a little cliche. They would know that. I haven't seen any outward signs of it. Kang, have you?
I don't even know what William's talking about. Resting on their laurels, they're 12-2. And the only reason people have any doubt at this point is because all the injuries are adding up. Too many weapons or too good was the first point he made.
Yeah.
Doesn't even make sense to me. That's kind of exactly what you want to do as a team, is gather as much talent as possible. St. Brown, the second game of the year, had 11 catches for 119 yards. Yeah, the first game he only had 3 catches. And then after the second game, he went on a tear of like 8-9 straight games with a touchdown, at least one touchdown. So the only thing that I think where everyone's backing off on now is because they have so many injuries.
Yeah.
But other than that, if you take that away, take a step back, and I think the Lions have said this, Campbell said this, Goff has said this, we're 12-2, guys. You know what I mean? They finally lost the game after winning 11 in a row or whatever it was.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. The Blitz thingy today at 10:30. I got to tell you why I think this game against the Bears long-term is huge for the Lions. That's at 11. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There is still time to get great-tasting, worry-free water for the holidays. Save $1,000 or more from CGC Water when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with a Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs, too. You can also save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Blitz thingy coming up today at 10:30. Swing around the NFL. Got a Lions theory at 11. Mixing other stuff as well. 248-539-9797. Lions and Bears coming up on Sunday. We all know why it's important in the short term. Bears defense has struggled of late. I will be seriously growing concerned. It's maybe all the way to I am concerned if the Lions don't run the ball against the Bears. If the Lions don't run the ball against Chicago, but the offensive line, which has been great, and I still think they're great, and I suspect that they are going to be great this weekend. But if they don't run the ball against this Bears defense, I will be concerned. I guess I'll be officially concerned. Because the run game feels to me like the foundation of everything they do. And if you take a look at the last couple of games, it hasn't been great. It hasn't been great. That happens throughout the course of it. The seasons are long, stuff changes. And the players aren't chess pieces. There's variation from week to week. Sometimes collectively they just don't have a good game. They should be able to run the ball against this team. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams, I mean, what we're talking about here is a rookie quarterback who does rookie quarterback things. And I don't think there's any reason to make long-term judgments on what he is going to be. I mean, if we were doing this show in Chicago, I'd be like, all right, let it play out here a little bit. He's just gotten started, but there are inconsistencies. The thing about the Bears, too, is watching them play this year, they look like a classic team where people say, if they could just be consistent. This guy can play. That guy can play. Yeah, they got to be more consistent. Which, my theory on that, the difference between being bad, average, and good, everybody can make a play here and there. The ones that can do it consistently, that's what makes them great players. That's what makes a team great. You're not a great team just inconsistent. Being inconsistent is exactly what keeps you from being a good team, an average team. Everyone's got talent. Everyone can make a play here and there. Everyone can have a good game here and there. But I grew sick and tired of that when the Lions were, being the Lions, doing the last, the whole 60 years thing. Yes, we all saw it. And when we get those calls, say, they got talent, they're good, they're just inconsistent. No, yes, they have talent. Everybody has talent. But the inability to make plays repeatedly is what makes you bad. That's what I think the Bears are right now.
Yeah, and they're going to have the Bears are a type of team that has more bad days than good days at this point. And the key is for the Lions is you don't want him to have that good day on you, right? Because it's going to happen. He's got the skill set. The Bears have playmakers. They have the ability to win games. They're not winless this year. One of the ways you win and make sure they don't have a good day, the Bears don't have a good day, is you run the ball, like you said. I think that establishes a couple things. One, you get back to the grassroots of where this team is built, the offensive line. Two, you play bully ball. You wear down the other team. You break their will when you run the ball well against teams. It softens them up. We know the Lions can throw the ball, but when you're able to run the ball against a team, like I said, it kind of breaks their will. There was that Honolulu flu going around. Remember, after each week, the team that played the Lions would lose the following week because it was a physical game. They got to get back to physicality, not missing assignments. The weakest link, you're only strong as your weakest link on that offensive line. One guy misses an assignment, the whole play could break down. They got to get back on track. I believe they do that against the Bears. And like I said, make sure that Caleb Williams and the Bears don't have that one good week this week because they are very inconsistent. Caleb Williams, I think he has the skill set to be a good quarterback, but he acts like he's playing Utah State every week. You can't just run around back there for 14 seconds and then fling the ball in the air and someone's going to come down. Well, your guy's going to come down with it. It didn't happen. This isn't the Pac-12. This is the NFL. That's a lot harder to do at this level.
Yeah, and look, the end of the game, Eberflus got fired because of it, the Thanksgiving Day game and the way it was executed. But they put way too much on a rookie quarterback's plate when they had a timeout. Like, understand you wanted to save the timeout, get to the line of scrimmage. It was 3rd and long. You weren't going to get a first down most likely, so whatever we could do to get closer to kick the field goal, then call timeout. But they put way too much on his plate. He's changing the play. He shouldn't have had that option. And they ran out of time, and that was like that was coach. That falls back on the coaching because their rookie quarterback wasn't prepared and didn't execute in the moment. But honestly, if you think about it, the last time the Lions felt like they were the best version of themselves was in that first half on Thanksgiving against the Bears. Sure, there were concerns about them not putting the ball in the end zone. But that first half against the Bears, remember the Bears didn't get a first down till late in the first half. The Lions had pieced together 4 scoring drives, unfortunately resulting in 3 field goals. They were going in for a 5th when Gibbs fumbled. At halftime of that game, the Detroit Lions had rushed for 144 yards on 21 carries, 6.9 yards per carry. That was the last time that the Lions truly looked like a juggernaut. Now, the win over Green Bay was a good win. Don't get me wrong. But I think that was the last time, the first half against the Bears, where they looked like the best version of themselves. And since then, they've lost more players. They might get a few back here this week. Fatu Melifonwu being maybe the biggest of one. Emmanuel Mosley could be back, which is where you sort of, what's the biggest thing of that? Well, it might be just getting Vildor off the field. And Vildor hasn't been as bad, but it feels like those guys are upgrades there. But what did I say? They rushed for 144 yards in the first half. They finished with 194 yards. Like that first half against the Bears, that's who they need to get back to being. Even if they are kicking field goals, it's better than they were stopping people and they were making plays. So here's some feedback. Knuckles has been cleared to play in Africa by a witch doctor. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. If you could turn off injuries like Madden, I would match this Lions team up against any team in the league and take the money line. Next text. The main reason Lions fans are freaking out, even though we are 12-2, it's because Minnesota is playing out of its, what is that word? I don't know what that word is. Playing out of its mind, I think he meant to write. Minnesota's playing out of its mind. They have the number 1 seed wrapped up by now. They'd have had the number 1 seed wrapped up by now. No, they wouldn't. Philly's there too. If the Lions had the same defense as they did in week 2, what do you think people would be saying right now? These guys are unstoppable is what they'd be saying. That's from Brian in Berkeley. Regarding the first call, what the F is this guy talking about? They're 12-2. It's from Mike and Flint. Regarding the third opinion from David Montgomery, are we sure the first 2 opinions were the same for Montgomery? Maybe one said yes, one said no. I suppose that's possible. It's possible. All right, just a reminder, you can stream the show with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Great places to watch the show and participate in the streaming chat. You can also stream just the audio on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. And streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. All right, let's swing around the NFL next with the Wide 9 Omaha 4-Down Around League Blitz thingy. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today. It's Thursday. Hope the shopping, the holiday preparations are going well. All right, let's do this. We do it every Thursday. Swing around the NFL. Playing the role of Gator today will be Kang, who will also be playing the role of Kang. Double duty.
Yeah, so we're not flipping a coin, Doug. You're just going to go first. I'm
Sounds
sorry.
good.
All right. Here we go, Doug. Question number 1. As of right now, the Raiders and the Giants, they have the 2 worst records, and they also might need new coaches at the end of the year. If it's decided universally that Shedeur Sanders should be the number 1 overall pick by either team, but they have to hire his dad, Deion Sanders, as their head coach, should they draft Shedeur and hire Deion Sanders?
Yeah, look, I think they're both worth it, and I'm in favor of it for a couple of reasons. One, any NFL job not going to Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, I'm in favor of. So if Deion takes one of those jobs, that'd be good. It'd be an interesting experiment, too, to see Deion in the NFL where, you know, I'd be intrigued to see how he does with professional players. Now, with that said, I do love him in the college game, and I love college football, and I think Deion brings so much to college football. He is a fun watch. He's put Colorado on the map. They become, I'm not going to call them must-see TV, but they are definitely more intriguing than they were. And Stephen A., when Deion said, I'm staying at Colorado, which he has said again, Stephen A. said, I don't believe him. And that's another cool reason for him to stay in college. But I think I'd do it if I were one of those teams.
Yeah. I think for college football, Doug, my idea is have a fan vote for the last playoff team, and that team gets in. So let's just make things real interesting. I would have voted for Colorado because that would have made things incredibly exciting, just for me, selfishly. As far as this question is concerned, I do not like it when players and their families try to dictate what organizations should do. You know, I generally do not like that. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good recipe for things, for how the outcome might turn out. With that being said, though, if Shedeur Sanders is, hey, we all agree this guy should be the number 1 pick, he's going to lead our franchise, and we all agree Deion Sanders is going to be a great NFL coach, it just happens to be his dad, then I think you do that. Otherwise, if you are iffy on either one of them, don't do this, okay? Do not do it just because you get the player. The only way to get the player is to get the coach or vice versa.
Don't compromise.
Yeah, exactly. Also, though, the problem might be just how do you separate their relationship inside the NFL locker room? I mean, that is still his dad. And this isn't like a Bronny LeBron thing because this is not like nepotism as, hey, we're literally only drafting him because of your dad. No, he's earned, Shedeur has earned the right to be a high draft pick. So in the end, as long as they're both worth it, I would do it. Other than that, stay away. All right, the Atlanta Falcons just kind of made a real bold move here near the end of the season. They're right in the middle of a playoff race, and they decided to bench their veteran quarterback, Kirk Cousins, for rookie Michael Penix. Like I said, they're in a heated playoff race, Doug. This is not over by any means. They could still win that division. Was this the right call?
So as an outsider looking in, not privy to what's going on in practice, to me, this is the wrong call. I think there's a better chance that the veteran who's got, I believe, 1 touchdown and 10 interceptions his last 5 games, I think there's a better chance that what that guy's going to do next is better than what the rookie quarterback will do next. But this is why I said as an outsider, because I discovered something when I got to go to Michigan football practice, and fans, why doesn't this guy play? Why doesn't that guy play? And I realized when you're at practice and you're seeing them practice, you realize why they aren't playing. These decisions are typically way more obvious that even an untrained observer like myself, a non-coach like myself, could see why a guy doesn't play. So if Penix is tearing it up in practice and they think his practice performance is starting to get in line with what they're seeing out of Kirk Cousins, then, yeah, you make that call. But I'm not at practice, so I'm going to say it's the wrong call.
Yeah, I think this is a more ballsy call than people think. You know, they just think that you read off the numbers, Doug. Kirk Cousins is having a really bad stretch right now, no doubt. But he also has had some really big games this year, and he's got a resume that shows that he can do it, over a long, period of time. He's shown that. Michael Penix, you have no idea what he's going to be. I will say this, Penix is an older rookie, so it's not like bringing in a 21-year-old. I mean, hopefully maturity-wise, mentally, he is more ready than most rookies would be. But I think this is a ballsy call because Cousins hey, he's had a bad stretch, but he can get hot real quick too. Now, what Penix will provide them is that initial spark, that adrenaline for a team. His mobility will probably keep certain plays alive that Kirk Cousins wasn't able to. But this is no shoo-in just to, hey, go with the other guy and we'll get in the playoffs. So I agree with you. I think this is risky. I'm going to say it's the wrong call because in the end, they won't make the playoffs because of it. And that's why I'm saying wrong call. All right, Sam Darnold has led the Vikings to a 12-2 record, but he's only on a one-year deal, Doug. Do the Vikings need to sign Darnold to a long-term deal after the season?
I got to tell you, the timing of J.J. McCarthy's injury really, really hurts because not only he actually needed a second surgery, which pushes back his recovery time. And they have to make a call on this probably before they can really see J.J. practice all that much. I would say that you have to try to bring him back. It's not about proving that you were right with the draft pick. It's not about, hey, we have to hand the torch to the young guy. You hope you have to hand the torch to the young guy. But the fact of the matter is you got a quarterback that's led a team to a 12-2 record. I think you have to try to bring him back. You could always franchise him, though, right, for 1 year, and then you'd hang on to his rights for one more year and then go to McCarthy, and you'd have more evidence to decide if you actually need to sign him long term. But they got 5 quarterbacks under contract. It's crazy. They got Daniel Jones, they got Nick Mullins, they got Brett Rippon, JJ, and Darnold.
Yeah, it's a hell of a quarterback room. I think you have to bring him back, whether it's on a franchise tag, Doug, or it's quote-unquote a long-term deal. For me, a long-term deal would be 3 years because that way you can actually kind of get out of it after 2 if you need to, because that happens in the NFL all the time. But you got to bring him back. 12-2 is 12-2, my friend, and it's not easy to do that. I mean, you got to give Sam Darnold his credit. He is part of the reasons why they're doing this well. I mean, they never, we'll see what the playoffs brings for the Vikings, but maybe he is the next Jared Goff, where, I know he hasn't had the success Jared Goff had earlier in his career, but wrong coaches, wrong organization, bounced around, high draft pick, had the skill set, just never had the right surroundings, and maybe he finally found it. And when you're, like I said, when you're 12-2, you don't just look past that. That's really hard to do. I'd bring back Darnold almost at, whether it's franchise or a 3-year deal. All right, do the 49ers, speaking of quarterbacks, have to extend their quarterback, Brock Purdy, at the end of the season? He is up for an extension.
Okay, so I would not extend him. All his numbers are down. The team isn't winning. Now, a lot of that has to do with losing weapons around him, obviously, but he is under contract next season. Now, they'll expose him to free agency, but I would make him prove it and then pay him. I have no problem with paying someone what they are worth, but make him prove it once again that he is worth it. And if you cannot come to an agreement, franchise him and try again the following year.
I would extend him, Doug. I think I just mentioned before, QBs are hard to come by. This is a QB league, and QBs get paid. I think you end up saving money if you do it now as well instead of waiting. And I know that's the risk reward that GMs do all the time, whether it should extend a guy now or wait till he hits free agency. But I think Brock Purdy is legit. And I think if that costs you a player like Deebo Samuel because you have to pay Brock Purdy, then so be it. Deebo's had a really down year anyways. And then what you got to do is what every team has to do eventually at some point. Draft and develop. So I'd bring back Brock Purdy because it's just the most important position in football, and he can play the position well. All right, another quarterback question, Doug. Quarterback league, like I said. Should the Chiefs rest Patrick Mahomes this week? I know he had a full participation in practice, but they don't have to play him if they don't want to.
Yeah, they got a 2-game lead in the AFC with 3 to go. And this would be an easy, no doubt, rest him decision. But the fact that he's been a full practice the last 2 practices. Then I remembered, and I consulted the NFL script, and it says in there that only the Detroit Lions will have important players suffer season-ending injuries. So they should be good. Go ahead and play them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to play Patrick Mahomes, but I honestly wouldn't. And I'd give a real strong thought to not playing them. They have that game cushion, and in the end, the Chiefs are that team that can win anywhere, any place, anytime. They're just that they've done it before. This isn't nothing new to them. They've won on the road. They've won at home. And this would be like an extra bye week for Patrick Mahomes. And when we talk about the extra bye week, if the NFL adds another game, things like that, well, guess what? You can actually give your best player, your star player, your most important player a full week to rest up and then come back strong for the stretch run here. I would really think about it, but I doubt they do that, but I would. All right, Troy Aikman brought it up again on Monday Night Football, Doug. For some reason, he really thinks the Chicago Bears should think about trading for 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Should they make a trade for Kyle Shanahan?
You know, it's funny because I'm in favor of anybody not named Ben Johnson getting any job, but if Kyle Shanahan goes from San Francisco to Chicago...
Be objective, Doug.
The objective part of me is Ben Johnson would be more likely to be interested in the San Francisco job than the Chicago job. So no. Actually, why do you even bring this up? Why not try and trade for Andy Reid? Why not try and trade for Dan Campbell? Why Kyle Shanahan? I think it's a peculiar suggestion, and I don't know if he's got inside intel or something like that, but I hope he does not get traded to Chicago for the reason that I stated. If you're the Bears, I mean, you can try, see what he can do with Caleb Williams, but I really hope he doesn't.
You know, Aikman's plugged in. Maybe he does have some intel, and that's why he keeps bringing this up. I mean, as a Lions fan, I don't want the Bears to do this because if he doesn't get traded to the Bears, Kyle Shanahan doesn't get traded, I don't think Ben Johnson would take the Bears job anyways. They're just in disarray with the upper management, the president, the GM. So I don't want the Bears to get better. But if I'm a Bears fan, I would absolutely do this. Now, this would take more than what Denver gave up for Sean Payton, but I think it'd be worth it. They do have an extra second-round pick this year from Carolina, and you can give up future picks, of course. But I think they don't have a clue how to pick the next guy. You know what I mean? Eberflus was a joke. Nagy didn't work out well. This interim coach right now, I feel bad for him. And he was the interim offensive coordinator for like a day before they made him the interim head coach. They don't know how to pick the next guy. So get a more established guy who has a history of developing quarterbacks. And that's the most important thing right now is developing Caleb Williams. So I would trade for Kyle Shanahan. But I don't know if Troy Aikman has any insight or not. All right, last one. Speaking of Kyle Shanahan, he admitted this week they made a mistake by signing Devondre Campbell. He just walked off the field last week, as you know, didn't want to go into the game. This is a safe place, Doug. Safe space right here, okay?
Yep.
What is your biggest NFL mistake this year?
Okay, so I was pushing for the Lions to trade for Davante Adams. In fact, I think that was one of my preseason bold-ass predictions that the Lions would do that. And yet for significantly less money and without having to give up any compensation, they instead signed Tim Patrick, who's, I think, 2 touchdowns behind Davante as a number 3 target. And they still have the best offense in the NFL. So I might be changing with the way Buffalo's playing, but they statistically still have the best offense in the NFL. So I didn't need to push that narrative. I went too far.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, the third receiver at the time, we didn't know who it was going to be. So I see where you were trying to go with that, but they end up saving some money too. Mine is, I think it's pretty obvious. It's Anthony Richardson. He just cannot throw the ball right now. He got benched for a little bit. Hopefully reset his mind. I know they were trying to win games with Flacco, but you take that time off to, kind of step back and be like, where am I going wrong? How do I adjust? How do I get better? He just has not gotten better at throwing the ball yet. I mean, he still has time. He's still very young. But maybe I kind of blame him and the staff. This is the same coaching staff, the head coach at least, that helped develop Jalen Hurts. You feel like you could probably do something similar with Anthony Richardson, maybe go to a more college-like offense, run the ball more, but they've got to do better by AR, and this is AR's fault as well, like I said. So my biggest mistake so far was thinking AR could take that next step this year, and he hasn't.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll talk some Lions next. Hey, Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in truck and auto accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. And their customer service, it's a huge differentiator. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. This means they have more time for your case. This formula leads to faster and larger settlements for these clients. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You get a call back from them. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karshgater out today. Hope you're doing well. 248-539-9797. I got a theory I want to get to today at 11:05. These can always be dangerous. In the meantime, I look, this is one of the things that's become really, you get to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of the show. We never used to do this, but a big part is going over the injury report because we need to know who's going to be on the field come Sunday. The good news is, if you want good news, Fatu Melifonwu was full practice yesterday. Indications is if he's showing that he can, he will play. Like if he's caught up, if he's physically ready to go, if he's practicing well, he will play against the Bears on Sunday. Trevor Nowatzki, concussion, full practice. The did not practice list. Brian Branch with the calf, did not practice. Graham Glasgow's got a knee, did not practice. Obviously, David Montgomery did not practice. Did not practice due to rest, needing rest. Taylor Decker, Frank Ragnow, DJ Reader, Zadarius Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kevin Zeitler. So they went through a practice where their offensive line only included Penei Sewell, their starting offensive line. The other four guys were sitting out, one with a knee injury, three others due to rest. This is why the practice squad can be so valuable, but let them rest all they want. These are all veterans. They all know what they're doing. Let them rest all they want. So that's just something to we'll be updating today when more news comes out on who's practicing, who is not, what Dan Campbell has to say about the health of their roster. More text coming in here to the Karsch and Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. Nothing on the offensive side is concerning other than the fact that they need to play flawlessly. On paper, the Lions might have the worst front seven in the NFL. But whether that's true or not, to me, is irrelevant. What is the and that doesn't help, is the totality of the defensive players they're going to put on the field. Because if you have a strength, you can play to that strength. And everybody loves the pass rush. The most amazing thing is when Hutch got hurt, the pass rush numbers have gone down. And the pass defense for a bunch of weeks hadn't. Now, the last 2.5 games have been concerning. And, I think that there was probably, if there were regrets, and this is just a theory of mine, I think a great, great, great coach might have played too much man coverage against the Buffalo Bills, and I wonder if he had a chance to do it again, he would do it differently. But, the front seven, I wouldn't sit down and compare all the two deeps. I'm not going to do that. But it's not a great group. Kind of hoping that they can find a way to stack up against the run and ask more of their secondary. Unnamed texter, Shanahan's whole family's from the Chicago area. Aunts and uncles used to coach his cousins in soccer. It's from an unnamed texter. Wait a sec. This texter used to coach Shanahan's cousins in soccer. That's interesting. I want more details.
The soccer circuit's wild, Doug.
I'm aware of that, but
wild. I'm in it right now with the Watermelon Sharks.
That's right. Is it? I want to know, is this travel soccer? Is this high school soccer? Was this young kid soccer?
All of the above.
Yeah.
That's how many soccer.
I want more details who this coach is. And Kyle, was Kyle there? Did Grandpa Mike show up?
Yep. You got to bring your own chairs.
And did Grandpa Mike criticize the coaching? Did Kyle complain about kids not getting enough playing time? Could you imagine being a youth soccer coach and a relative of one of your players is an NFL coach and they show up at your games? I feel like that puts pressure on you. Like, I got to coach well. This guy knows about coaching. I got to say good things here. If I say anything counterproductive, if I yell something and look over there and he's shaking his head like, oh, no.
If I ever have to coach the Sharks, the Watermelon Sharks,
yeah,
I'm going to give him a Dan Campbell speech.
Are you?
Yeah, I need you to trust me. Jackson, Olivia, Aiden, just trust me.
We're doing this for a reason. Next text. Am I the only one who thinks Ben Johnson really doesn't want to be a head coach? He doesn't like the camera. He doesn't like the limelight. I think he loves his position right now.
That's the dream.
It is the dream. I think it might be true. I don't know if he doesn't like the camera. I do know he loves his position right now. And it's going to take the perfect job to lure him away.
I think that's more true than not, Doug. But I think you're kidding yourself if you don't think he's actually, not looking at other positions or head coaching positions, because it's kind of been already reported, right? He's not going to leave unless it's kind of perfect and he can dictate what kind of job and where he wants to go. It's not like he's just going to stay here as a coordinator because he doesn't want another job.
Next text. An NFL team would never have a dad coach his son. I think he means what happens. What happens when Dion isn't getting it done and they don't want to fire him to keep Shedeur? How's that going to go over? You're just asking for a circus. That's from an unnamed texter. There is a set of orthopedic surgeons out there that will tell you once you've torn your meniscus, you could play on it. If you can take the pain, that you're not going to do any more damage. I would tend to disagree with that, but I'm sure that's what Montgomery is looking for. Could be. I mean, look, I don't know how similar it is to when Blake Corum suited up for the Ohio State game 2 years ago. I guess it's 3 years ago now, when he got hurt against Illinois, practiced all week, and suited up for the Ohio State game. And you could tell he's not 100%. And he tried. He tried to give it a go. That's what I'm more thinking we're going to get that. But God bless him for trying. If he doesn't need a procedure done right now to be ready to go for next year, it does no harm to try, other than they don't get the roster spot. Let's go to Michael, who's next on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Michael.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Good. Yeah, I'm the soccer coach who texted you guys.
Oh, wait. So you had Shanahan's cousins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mike's sister lives out there in the west suburbs. So it started I was working for the Park Rec. They needed an extra coach. So I was an assistant coach, and they were 12 when I met them. And then we ended up forming a travel team in the Illinois Women's Soccer League. So I did my last 2 years of high school, my undergrad out there before I moved back to Michigan.
So you're coaching the Shanahan cousins through their high school years and travel.
Yeah, she was a stud too. She was wicked fast. But yeah, Mike came to some games. And she told me a story where she ran into Champ Bailey at lunch at the training camp when she was there visiting him, like hit him with her lunch tray and just dropped it and said, "Oh my God," and walked away. I cracked up. I died. It was hilarious. So yeah, it was fantastic. So we took these girls, nine of them ended up starting as freshmen, and they took second, third, and fourth of the state all 4 years.
Wow, pretty good team. So did Grandpa Mike show up, and did you feel more pressure?
He did show up to one game. I was just like, yeah, I don't know what to say to you, dude. I'm like, hey, how are you? Bye. I got to go. See you later. Like, I didn't know what to say to him. He's so intense. He just doesn't smile ever. I was just like, all right, cool. He's having a blast. But Kyle was nice, so I was fine with it.
That's funny.
I mean, these girls are in their 30s now, so it's all good.
That's funny. Well, thank you for sharing, Michael. 248-539-9797.
You questioned it, though. You questioned that texter's credentials, or if it was
No, I
true?
didn't. I wanted to know the stories. Like, I can't imagine. If you knew they were the Shanahan kids, you probably had some, I don't want to say run-ins, but I wondered if Grandpa Mike came to their games. Okay, I got a theory. Short term, why this Bear game is important. Long term, why it's important. We'll get to that coming up at 11:05 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, the Lions are dealing with too many injuries, and the Bears are dealing with too many L's. Chicago has lost 8 straight as they stare at the 12-win Lions on the other side of the field, and rookie quarterback Caleb Williams admitted this week that it's all been taking quite a toll on him. Williams says they've been studying the differences between the first and second halves of their game against the Lions on Thanksgiving to see how they fixed their issues and made that comeback. A bunch of Pistons are day-to-day for tonight's game at home. Tobias Harris already missed one due to a thumb injury, and the statuses of Jaden Ivey and Isaiah Stewart also up in the air. Detroit will play downtown before beginning a 4-game trip out west to finish up 2024. They clash with the 5-20 Jazz at 7 o'clock. I'll have your pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also, a big Thursday night football game in L.A. Both the Chargers and the Broncos trying to solidify their bubble playoff spots to kick off Week 16. And tonight's bowl game is between Georgia Southern and Sam Houston. They'll go from the home of this year's Super Bowl, New Orleans, at 7 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so Lions-Bears coming up on Sunday. There's a lot on the line short term. And I think pretty much everybody knows it. They got to right the ship. They got to respond. They got to answer the bell, all that stuff. And they haven't lost 2 in a row in over 2 seasons here, and it's been a great run. It's the longest stretch of any team in the NFL without losing 2 in a row. And then there's the division, keeping Minnesota behind them in the division. There's the number 1 seed. There's all that stuff on the line. But there's also the long term. And here is the long term. Paying attention to Chicago. Paying attention to the Bears. Paying attention to where that organization is. You know what's super popular amongst Bears fans right now? I should say, you know who is super popular amongst Bear fans right now? Our offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. I would imagine, and I don't have my finger on the pulse of all of what's being said and talked about in Chicago, but it sounds to me, my instinct and the feedback that I have gotten and what I've seen, the number 1 candidate to become the Bears head coach, according to the fans, is Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. And now the Lions come in after Matt Eberflus has been fired. And whose skill set are they going to be watching on the other side more than anybody else? It's going to be Ben Johnson. You know that the fans will have Ben Johnson signs. I'm not going to shoot the boot, guarantee it, because I don't want to. But if I were, it would be that on the broadcast on Sunday, we will see a sign courting Ben Johnson. You know what? F it. I'll shoot the boot, guarantee it.
Yeah, man, that's a layup. Come on. Yeah, good job, Doug. Proud of you, man.
But, right, is there any chance they're not going to have a Ben Johnson for Bears coach? Come save us, Ben Johnson. I've seen that stuff watching the Bears play, and they're not playing the Lions. They want Ben Johnson. And if the Lions offense puts on a show on Sunday, the pressure builds on the Bears organization to hire him. Now, that doesn't mean I don't want the Lions offense to click on all cylinders. I want them to put up 45. But remember, there's 2 sides to this coin. And this might be the more important thing. The Lions can do their organization a ton of good. They can basically make a case to eliminate the Bears from being a possible landing spot for Ben Johnson. What do we keep hearing about Ben Johnson? He only would leave for the perfect situation. And if the Detroit Lions take a skeleton crew defensively into Chicago and use 2 might be 3. I know there's 2 Bear castoffs on their defense. Guys like Kindle Vildor and El Quadim Muhammad. If they take Bear castoffs and a skeleton crew of defenders and make Caleb Williams look bad right in front of Ben Johnson's eyes, who'll be witnessing it, would that look like a perfect job? Wait a sec. This is Ben Johnson. He's sitting there watching the game, and he's doing his job. But if the Lions' skeleton defense can shut down Caleb Williams, will that look like the perfect situation? No. So if the Lions go into Chicago, and this is where they really could do themselves a favor long term and shut down the Bears' offense, I don't think there's a chance in hell Ben Johnson will say, yeah, that's where I want to be. Ben Johnson knows what's going on the defensive side of the ball. Ben Johnson knows how challenging it is. He feels the pressure to score every drive. I mean, they'll talk about it in very professional terms. But the path to victory, you don't have to be Vince Lombardi to figure it out that the Lions are going to have to get into those proverbial outscore you shootouts and hope if the defense performs at all, the Lions will be in great shape. But short term, it's important to win the game Sunday. Long term, it's important for the Lions defense. These guys, these David Longs of the world, these Jamal Adams, Miles Adams, it's important for these guys to shut down Caleb Williams, to show Ben Johnson, this is not the job you're looking for. That's my theory.
Hey, it's your theory, Doug. You can subscribe to it.
Yep.
I don't. Because I don't think it's really necessarily on the field that he's looking for the perfect situation. I think it's off the field that Ben Johnson's looking for the perfect situation. Ben Johnson comes from Detroit. He knows what a bad situation is on the field. He knows how bad it can be, from starting, 3-13 and moving forward. He knows. I think he's one to put in the work to build a team up to where they should be, like where the Lions are right now. I think the perfect situation Ben Johnson is quote-unquote looking for is the president, the GM. What's going on there? He sees the relationship that Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have. I think he wants that if he's going to leave Detroit. He wants to be, in sync with what they're trying to build, the players they're trying to draft, the character, the culture, all that. So, to me, Doug, it's not like if they beat the Bears, whatever, he doesn't want to go there. I think it's just the front office. And I think the front office of the Chicago Bears is in complete disarray. They don't know what they're doing. And for that reason, I don't think Ben Johnson's going to Chicago.
I guess I interpret the term perfect to be all things considered, and that's on the field and off the field. If Caleb Williams has a great game, I think it could be more enticing to Ben Johnson. Now, it's not like he doesn't see the other games, but if he does not have a great game against this defense, I think Ben Johnson comes away from Chicago, and I don't want any part of that mess. Now, I think it's off the field stuff, front office, scouts, everything. I think that's all part of it. Yeah, I think it's all part of it. But I want them to shut down Caleb Williams and make this Bear job look as unattractive as it can possibly look. Now, it's funny because you brought up the Kyle Shanahan, trading for Kyle Shanahan. That's a job that I think might look very attractive to a Ben Johnson.
The Niners, you mean?
Yeah.
If for some reason if Kyle Shanahan wanted to get traded or something.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's going to be. Listen, for any job opening, they're going to come after Ben Johnson. And the thing is, Ben right now has earned the right to pick and choose what interviews he wants to even take.
Here's something else that I don't even want to really talk about, but I do believe it matters. I think one of the reasons why Ben Johnson took his name out of the running for jobs last year is because Ben Johnson wants to win a Super Bowl and wants to win a Super Bowl with this crew and thinks he can win a Super Bowl with this crew and thinks they will win a Super Bowl. If all the injuries are too much, I mean, it's going to absolutely suck if they're too much. But does that entice Ben Johnson to come back again and say, I didn't finish the job? That was cited to me as one of the reasons why he was like, I want to finish this job. And I think he said as much, but if the injuries, the worst case scenario is, of course, like they are too much, they don't win the Super Bowl and they lose Ben Johnson. The middle scenario is, okay, they are too much and it is going to suck. It's not probably even middle, but they are too much. They don't win, but they keep Ben Johnson. Then there's win the Super Bowl, lose Ben Johnson. Then there's win the Super Bowl, keep Ben Johnson. We can do the same thing for Aaron Glenn. I haven't heard Aaron Glenn's name associated with the Bears. That's why we didn't do it. But there's 4 things that can play itself out. Not win the Super Bowl, lose Ben Johnson. Not win the Super Bowl, keep Ben Johnson. Win the Super Bowl, lose Ben Johnson. Win the Super Bowl, keep Ben Johnson.
I mean, of course, the perfect scenario is the last one. You win the Super Bowl, you keep Ben Johnson. And in the parade or whatever they're doing at the podium, and he just says, F it, I'm coming back. We're going for 2, right? If Ben Johnson, you guys like going for 2, well, guess what? We're going for 2 Super Bowls. And that's the perfect dream scenario.
Look at you. Look at you. 248-539-9797. All right. If you want to get in on that, we'll take your phone calls. In the meantime, we're looking for somebody. We're actually looking for 2 people around Metro Detroit who might be about to make a grave mistake. We'll get to that today at 11:24. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today, 248-539-9797. We're looking for two specific people around Metro Detroit who might be about to make a big mistake. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sam. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, Doug. How are you today?
Doing great. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you as well. Listen, I disagree with you on your Ben Johnson Bears take. I don't think it has anything to do with how good or bad the Bears are as a team. Ben Johnson's had a front row seat to what happens when the ownership, the general manager, the coach, the guy running the salary cap are all on the same page. And I can say this about the Bears. I can't remember when they've ever been on the same page. And right now you've got Kevin Warren, claiming he's in charge, and Ryan Poles is pouting, and McCaskey has been running that team for years and has never given a clue that he has an idea about how to insist upon alignment. So that's going to be, and like I said, Ben Johnson's had a front row seat to how important that is. So he isn't taking that job, but not because of the players, because of the front office.
So you know what's interesting about that is when I've heard the term perfect situation, it made me think of front office, it made me think of ownership, it made me think of the quarterback, it made me think of the roster. I don't think Ben Johnson will take a job where he's committed to a young quarterback that he doesn't want. But I do think that all of that stuff works against the Bears. Ben Johnson is, if it's true that it's perfect situation, the Bears have very little shot no matter how much they want him. I think the door could get slammed this weekend, but I was intrigued, listened to some stuff out of Chicago, read some stuff out of Chicago. I might be wrong, but I feel like Ben Johnson's the number one guy they want.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure, who wouldn't want him? The question is, first of all, does Ben Johnson even want to be a head coach? But assuming he does, and assuming he's as hot as he appears to be, he wouldn't want any part of that. Okay, he's set up to fail with that organization. The ownership is no damn good. You got a president who thinks he's going to be the guy, and who you don't know who the general manager is going to be. I wouldn't want any part of that if I'm Ben Johnson. That's a setup to fail.
Feedback coming in. Thank you very much. From an unnamed texter. Remember when the Lions were on Hard Knocks? I honestly don't think Ben Johnson ever spoke a word on camera for the entire series. I think he's perfectly content with his situation here and isn't cut out to be a head coach based on his passiveness. And I think he knows that too. Okay, two things here. I don't know if it's fair to call him passive. In fact, quite frankly, as an offensive coordinator, he is not passive. Is his personality one that might not translate to being a head coach? Like the previous caller, Sam, said, I don't know anybody who wouldn't want him. Well, when I'm prioritizing, if I were an owner and I were interviewing head coaching candidates, the first thing I would prioritize and I would ask about is in whatever previous position they had, when he was in his room, if he was the defensive coordinator and he had a defensive team meeting, if he was a quarterback coach and he had his quarterbacks in a room, how did he do at getting the first guy in the room, the best guy in the room, and the worst guy in the room to buy into his message? Because everybody's made it to the position of being a candidate for a head coaching position in the NFL. They know a ton about football. But I would not hire a guy that cannot relate to an entire roster and get full buy-in from an entire roster. Because I think it's the toughest thing to do. And I don't know. I assume Ben Johnson's pretty good at it, but I know Dan Campbell's good at it. So Ben Johnson might not have anything to do with it. But it's one of the reasons why I really like Mike Vrabel is Vrabel's room in New England responded to him. And, Dan Campbell, that's one, this team responds to him. And it literally is the best guy on the roster to the worst guy on the roster. And that would be the thing I would value the most. There are other things I would value a lot as well. And that's kind of an unknown with Ben. I don't know. Because the guy that's doing that in Detroit is the head coach.
I mean, when the Lions were looking for a head coach before they hired Dan Campbell, a phrase that was said a lot was leader of men, right?
Yep.
What kind of coach do you want? Do you want a leader of men? There's X's and O's guys. There's leader of men. There's guys that do both. But that's the one thing we don't know for sure about Ben Johnson, and other organizations don't know for sure, is he a leader of men? Now, we know he's working under one. That's a hell of a guy who can lead a bunch of men, right? But is Ben Johnson that guy? Because I think we know the X's and O's, he's there. But the NFL has gone to such a quarterback-friendly league, Doug, and you know this. I mentioned it a lot in the football questions. That's why offensive coordinators, young offensive coordinators, are getting hired so quickly, is because the key to a lot of football success is, can you get the quarterback right? And so they'll deal with the other stuff a lot of times if you're not that great at the other stuff or you're not perfect yet. But if you can get the quarterback right, they'll overlook the other, things you might be lacking.
More feedback coming in. Robin of Ann says, Doug, I don't believe Ben would go in division. I think he's got too much respect for the Lions organization. And then there's this one from Trevor, which is just absolutely dripping with disrespect towards me. Like, you don't punctuate this text the way he did if he has an ounce of respect for me. Trevor writes in, that's ridiculous, Doug. Even if the Lions beat up defense shuts Caleb Williams down, Ben Johnson could see his potential. We already know that in his rookie season, Williams has had bad coaching. But hey, whatever helps you sleep at night there, Chief.
He called you Chief too, man. That's like the double exclamation point on I don't respect your take.
I think that's double explanation. I don't even respect you.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Doug.
Yeah.
Boss.
Scott writes in, teams that are looking for a head coach are generally speaking not in a perfect situation. That is true, and I've had that thought. I'm like, good luck finding the perfect situation. Okay, shifting gears here a little bit. Story on Click on Detroit, Channel 4's website. Got us talking. There is 2 winning lucky lottery players out there who won big prizes over the weekend that they are still looking for. On Friday, December 13th, a ticket matched 5 white balls drawn to win $25,000 a year for life from a Lucky for Life prize. The winning ticket was purchased at Jerry's Party Store on Warren Road in Westland. And on Saturday, a player matched 6 Lotto 47 numbers to win a $1.1 million jackpot. That winning ticket was purchased at Liquorland at East 9 Mile Road in East Point. This is the 3rd time in 3 weeks that a play has won the jackpot, according to lottery officials. So they've put out the call that they're looking for the winners. What I'm wondering, I mean, that was Friday and Saturday, and here we are, on the following Thursday. Are these prizes not so big that people need to get their affairs in order? Is it unusual for these kind of winners to take a while to say, hey, I'm the winner? Because I think when you win the big prize, when you win hundreds of millions of dollars, when you get the one-time payout of $195 million or $300 million or $450 million or whatever it is, those people just do a full stop and go, all right, let's get our affairs in order. I got to lawyer up. I got to get but these are smaller, but still not insignificant prizes. I'm guessing they don't need as much time to get their affairs in order. Is it unusual for them to look for winners here? You're a lottery player, Kang.
I think they want the word out there. It draws attention to, obviously, hey, we have another winner. This is like in sports betting. Hey, check out this huge parlay that hit. It's only good publicity to get more people to buy, right?
Yeah.
I think the case may be they just haven't checked their tickets. You know what I mean? I do this. I'm guilty of it. I'll buy tickets, put them in a drawer or wherever I put them, and then I forget to check them.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. It's not like I forget to check them. I'm just like, well, I'll check them later.
Okay.
And maybe they just have no idea.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, these would be prizes worth getting. I don't know if anybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I think
This isn't like returning bottles.
Yeah.
I don't want to really do it, man. It's
not
kind of
really-
cold outside.
I'm not motivated
Yeah.
right now. Yeah, the $25,000 a year for life or the $1.1 million jackpot are things that I would absolutely want to claim. But again, I don't think you don't have to lawyer up for $25,000 a year for life, do you?
No. I mean, once you get that money, I think you should get a financial advisor and all that stuff. And that's just, managing your own money in general.
Do you play Lucky for Life or Lotto 47?
I've played Lucky for Life before. I've never played Lotto 47.
Have you been to Jerry's Party Store or what is the other one? Liquorland? Liquorland.
Great names.
I feel like isn't that where McLovin tried to buy beer?
Right? No, I think he went to Booze Town. I don't know.
More hops.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So Powers, our boss, came in during the commercial break, and he's like you, Kang. And I'm fascinated, and I really like, and I'm rooting for you guys every time you play the lottery, and we talk about the lottery a lot, and people get into it. But I don't play. So I'm not allowed to do the dream thing. But why in the world would you ever purchase any kind of lottery ticket and then not check the numbers?
I do it all the time, man.
Why? What's the point of buying the ticket?
It's the dream. You know this, so I can dream. I dream hard, my friend.
I know, but you're literally then donating money to other people's winnings, and you have no shot of ever winning.
What are you talking about?
If you're not even checking the
Well,
ticket.
I will check it. It's not like I buy it and then throw it in the garbage before I leave the store.
Yeah, but you're running the risk of losing the ticket. You're running the risk of I don't know, man. That would be the fun of it, wouldn't it?
Dude, there's times where I go to like the grocery store and they have like the service desk where you can check your lotto tickets.
Yeah.
And I'll check like 5-6 tickets I haven't checked. So this could be like over a month's worth of lotto, or 2 months even, whatever it is. And I'll go, boop, not a winner. Scan the next one, boop, not a winner. Boop, $4. Woo, $4.
Yeah.
And then I recheck them again just to make sure, by the way. But yeah, I think this is what happened with these two winners. I think there's a chance they just haven't checked their tickets yet.
248-539-9797. Dwayne's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Kang.
What's up?
I want to. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So, my wife and I, we won the lottery quite a few years ago. Significant amount of money. I'm glad I had my stepdad's accountant, and once we got over the shock of winning it, he kind of told us what to do, what to expect, what kind of taxes to pay. This late in the year, even though it's around Christmas time, you might take a look at the ticket and say, oh, my God, I got all this money. But then again, come April 15th, and you got to pay those taxes, all that money goes on this year's taxes. And you have to be conscious of that. You have to have your account set up. And Kang, my wife and I we lived in Shelby Township, and at 22 in Shaner is where we bought our lottery ticket.
Liquorland?
So, not Liquorland.
Okay.
No, actually, Kang, it was the CVS right there on the corner.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that CVS.
And I'm going to tell you, I don't normally buy my lottery tickets there. And we normally bought them across the street at a liquor store, Doug.
Liquorland?
My wife's like, hey, I don't know. I can't remember the name. Liquor Palace, I think it was. But
obviously.
Yeah, right. But, I'll never forget it. I remember waking up on the morning, and they had to scroll at the bottom of the TV. And I'm like, I know I have the first number. I know I have the last number. It's just like 6 o'clock in the morning. And check my ticket. I actually waited for that scroll to come by again. And at the time, had to go into my bedroom, wake my wife up, and, hey, I think we won the lottery. She's like, you're kidding. I'm like, no, we did. And we did.
Wow.
And
so here's my question, and this is interesting. If you buy the lottery ticket in 2024, but don't cash it in till 2025, it doesn't go on this year's taxes. It goes on next year's.
No, because you didn't cash it until after the first of the year for your credit.
Interesting.
For how much money you made.
All right.
Well, so that could now, Doug. That was many years ago. That could change. That could have changed.
But your point is check with a financial advisor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and make sure you call your bank before you go back with a huge check and say, hey, by the way, it's 4 o'clock. I have all this money and want to deposit it. And the look on their face was incredible.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to you.
Anyway, that's maybe a little insight there.
Yeah, thank you. 248-539-9797.
I'm headed to CVS, Doug.
Okay, so really?
Yeah. I'm going to go buy tickets from there at some point.
Because that dude, because he bought a winning ticket from a CVS, you want to go to the same CVS.
You never leave a heater.
Is that the case?
I don't know, but I mean, everything else I've done hasn't worked, so I might
try that.
Try someone else's.
Make sure to check your tickets. Let's go to Wendy. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Wendy.
Hi. Just a couple of thoughts. First, it's very possible that they actually do know that they're winners but haven't cashed it yet because there are big tax implications. So, for example, if I were to win this time of the year, I would absolutely wait until January to do anything.
And why is that?
Just because of the tax implications of it.
What are the implications? Like, right. What are exactly we talking about here?
For example, I do only work part-time, and there's a pretty good possibility that I would stop working part-time. So next year, it would make a big difference on what my tax implications are for this year, because this year I'm working, next year I wouldn't be working.
So it would make more sense to have it go on next year's
Yep.
taxes. Okay, no, that makes sense. No, that helps. The tax implication things is not something I'm down with. We got a firm that does it for us. I used to have that computer program where you just filled everything out, and then it got too complicated.
Like TurboTax or something like that?
Yep. I think it exactly was TurboTax.
Did you get it from Liquorland?
I did not, but it was on a disc. That's how long it's been since I got at Office Depot. I got the disc and brought it home and put it in my computer and entered all the numbers myself. Let's go to Joe. You're next on 97 Win a Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Hey, I wanted to. There's times that I've went almost a full year without checking my tickets.
Dude. Why?
But what I will do is I'll kind of check online, like, did somebody hit the big one? No? Okay, it wasn't me. They go in the drawer.
Yep.
And then I kind of keep track. Okay, it's approaching a year. I better get in there and check them.
Wow.
And then I've lost like little, $4, maybe $10 bets or winners because I didn't get to them in a year.
Yeah, I was about to say, you have no way of knowing that it might be actually one of the big winners. I mean, I guess if you're looking to see if the ticket was sold in your community, you're not going to do that. I tend to think when you die and go to heaven, you get like sort of the story of your life. You get to watch it haul back and the mistakes you made. And if somebody's going to go to heaven and they're going to hear, hey, by the way, you won $6.8 million and never claimed it when you were 24. Like that would be, God. I know. Somebody's making that mistake out there. Check your tickets. Leo, you're next. Hi, Leo.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, just talking about not checking your tickets. Well, I have the Michigan Lottery phone app, and I buy all my tickets online. They automatically check your ticket for you. You get an email if you win. I never need to go to the store. I'm surprised not more people know about this, but it's pretty convenient. You can buy tickets anytime without going to the store, and you automatically get notified. You never have to check your ticket.
Kang, would you do that? Not buy tickets and actually just get them?
No, I feel like me and Kenny were just talking. I feel like it's an automatic loser if you buy it on your app.
It's kind of why I don't trust online, like poker.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a computer. Like, you could totally be getting rooked here and have no idea.
Yeah, and then that way I can't just stick it in a drawer and forget about it for a while.
Right.
See if I buy it on an app.
Darren, you're next on 97 Win a Ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Just listening in, driving. Got 2 cents worth. Sometimes people miss the big picture.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the big picture.
So the big picture is opportunity cost on the money. And I was thinking about the woman that just said she works part-time, so she would postpone getting her ticket. I mean, if you're working part-time, you're making, say, 10 or 20 grand. Yeah, you're right. You're gonna save incremental tax of maybe $1,000 by postponing it. But let's just say it's $10 million. Well, in the $10 million, if you get it working even at 5%, you're making $500,000 on that money in the next year. I'll take 500 grand in hand versus saving a couple of $1,000. It's one in the hand, two in the bush kind of thing.
So you're talking about investing it immediately.
Get it working right away.
See, this is the kind of thing.
Now, don't do something silly. Don't get FOMO in the stock market and put it all into NVIDIA.
Yeah, don't take the Rams and the points.
Don't take the Rams and the points. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean this is why I have financial advisors. I have no idea whose information is good and whose is bad. Because the woman made sense. Dude before her made sense. That guy makes sense. These are problems I'm never going to have because I don't buy the tickets. We're basically doing this show for you, Kang.
No, we're educating also people that do buy lotto tickets, not just me.
No, that's a good point.
And another reason, or not, this is not a reason, but another thing about not checking my tickets right away, Doug, is someone texted us in, and it's a great point. even though you didn't win the ultimate jackpot, because you know who won that, they advertised that or whatever, or where it was bought.
Yep.
You have a chance at the other jackpots that are they're big jackpots and
still winning a lot of money.
Yeah, and I could still, that dream is still alive if I never check my ticket. until I go
so
and
you're
say it's over.
actively not checking the ticket to keep the dream alive, even though you might have a winner.
How many times I got to tell you this, man? I dream hard.
Yes, you do. All right, coming up at 12:02, I couldn't believe something I heard about our Lions, or maybe what I didn't hear. We'll get to that today at 12:02. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. 'Tis the season to save at Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Here's a crazy offer. 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah's offering a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $39 a month. $39 a month. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive for just $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in your household. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, electric vehicles. Hundreds. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. I got a text here, Kang. It's specifically addressed to you. People don't know, Kang, our producer here, does the Kang Collects podcast. What's featured on the podcast this week?
I actually talk about toys this past episode, Doug. It's about the collectible world of toys, my friend.
Yeah. Anything super interesting? Or?
Yeah, Star Wars is always hot.
Okay.
Always hot. Legos are always expensive, especially if you can keep them together. You know, like, you know how people
like
build
the
sets?
set?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to keep them together and make it worth anything.
What were the little the action figures, the sports action figures,
Like starting lineup figures?
Yes.
Yeah, those aren't worth much. They actually have gone down in value, a lot of those, unless you have some kind of super
So I'm
rare
not about
one.
to pay for my kids' college with the 2 Tony Gwynn ones I have.
I don't even think you can trade them for lotto tickets at this point.
They're still in the box. All right, so you are the collectible guy on the show. A friend of mine says, ask Kang, is my ungraded Gretzky rookie card count as an unchecked lotto ticket?
Yes, because once he grades that, the grade can determine how valuable that card is. So there's a wide range between, let's say it's on a scale of 1 to 10. So yeah, your friend who has a Wayne Gretzky rookie card already has something there, and if that grade's high, yes, he has an unchecked lotto ticket.
So here's the question. What would you do with that card?
I would grade it.
Okay, but does anybody sell these things before they get graded?
Yes.
So it's like a lotto ticket.
Yeah, you could sell it raw, and then the other person can take a chance and grade it and see where, how it ends up.
And what
Well, I mean, you could eyeball things and kind of take a guess at what you think it would grade,
Right. Which is
It's
the
not like-
quality of the
yeah,
card.
the corners, the edges, whatever.
All right. With that said, I mean, if it grades high, I don't know what is it, an A? What's the highest grade?
A number scale, like a 9,
Okay.
8, 9. I'm not going to say 10 because 10s are impossible.
What's it worth?
Oh, God, if it's a 10, it could be $1 million card. I doubt it's a 10. And there's 2 versions. I don't want to get geeky here. There's a Tops and there's an OPC.
Uh-huh.
The OPC is worth more than the Tops.
Is OPC, that's Canada's cards, right?
Yep. But if you had let's say you had a 6, a PSA 6,
Mhm.
that card's probably worth anywhere between, I would say $1,000 to $1,500.
All right. Well, there you go. So you do pretty well with that. 248-539-9797. All right, a couple other things going on. First of all, Michigan basketball loses again last night to Oklahoma. It's their 3rd loss of the year. They're coming off their worst season ever. And Dusty May, this team has a lot of promise. There are 2 sides to this story. And the bigger story to me is I don't know that this is any kind of an emergency. But I'm going to watch this team in crunch time moving forward. They've got the guys that can make plays when the game is on the line. Because I feel like they will go through stretches of games where they'll look fantastic. And then you get into crunch time, and all 3 losses, I felt like when the game was on the line, they didn't have that either A, that lead dog, or B, the constellation of players collectively just didn't come through again. So it's something that I'm going to pay attention to moving forward. And I don't think it's a crisis, but I think it would do this team a lot of good to win a close game against a quality opponent, to kill a potential problem that they may have. I was going to use the word narrative, but it's not about a narrative. It's about, is this really an issue? So I'd like to see them execute in crunch time in a close game against a good opponent and close somebody out. Because I feel like Wake Forest, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, the 3 games they've lost, I worry about that. Then there's a play at the end. Was that a foul? No, it wasn't a foul. That was a classic player kicking out, looking to get the call, got the call, and made the shot. It was an incredible shot. At the very least, I felt like they should have been tied at the end of that game. Kang, you hadn't seen it. I made you watch it this morning, and your thought on that play was?
I think the ref got fooled.
Yeah.
He was at an angle where, and then when where he thought maybe the elbow got hit, and then when a jump shooter does that herky-jerky leg kick or weird, I got fouled move.
Yeah.
And it can get a ref every now and then. I think he got caught. I think it happens, but I was like the absolute worst case scenario for Michigan is To hit a three, follow a 3-point shooter, unbelievable.
Yeah, to me, it's sort of beside the point of, okay, got it. Yeah, that. But they probably shouldn't have been in that position to begin with had they executed on previous possessions on other end of the floor. But it was, you know what it is, and you know why I was like, because it was a Trae Young play. I felt like Trae Young, and I've often talked about my disdain for Atlanta Hawk guard Trae Young, because I think Trae Young has turned the game into, I am super good at getting fouled. And while that's useful when he's on your team as a consumer of the game, I'm not here to watch people shoot free throws. And I think part of his take the ball to the basket approach is, well, at least I'm gonna get fouled. And he seeks fouls, which I'm not saying it's not a smart way to play the game. I just find he took 17 free throws the other night against Milwaukee. I don't want to watch Trae Young shoot free throws.
No, I mean, it's part of the game now. It's strategy. My problem with last night's final shot from Oklahoma is, though, that he was foul hunting when he didn't need to be. You know, like I get like kind of driving to the lane a little bit, like you're looking for that contact, you can draw a foul. That was actually, hey, you pulled up, you made a great shot, and then, listen, I'm criticizing a guy who it worked out for him because he got the ref to bite on the fake foul, but he just pulls up and shoots it and nails it. I mean, why can't that just be the game, you know? But now you've got to do this extra stuff, and it just, as a viewer, I'm saying it's not good. As a player and a coach, I understand, but for the fans, I don't want to see that crap.
Meanwhile, the Detroit Red Wings last night got a much-needed win against Philadelphia in a game at LCA where many people were talking about the shirtless dude who got thrown out of the game and had an altercation with the ushers trying to get him out of there. I just saw a video of it. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Maybe if somebody was sitting nearby, they can explain how that thing escalated, and maybe it's a simple explanation. People can perhaps have a little too much of you-know-what and get a little hammered. But anyway, 6 different goal scorers last night. I love the slam dunk hockey goal, and what I mean by that is some playmaker makes such a great play that they slide the puck across the mouth of the goal, and the guy on the other end just slams it home. And they had 2 of those last night. One was Fisher to Veleno, and the other was Patrick Kane to DeBrincat, where the assist is so good, the goalie has no shot, and the goal scorer just slams it into a yawning net. I love those goals because those are emphatic finishes with authority that usually are the result of an elite playmaker. Now, Fisher and Veleno were on a 2-on-none, so it wasn't an elite playmaker. Patrick Kane's pass to DeBrincat was pretty sweet, but Red Wings led. Philly came back, tied it. Red Wings got a Patrick Kane goal on a great pass from Mo Seider and an empty netter. There's been a lot of speculation about Derek Lalonde, and it'd be good to see him go on a run. He seems like a good dude, and they've got so much riding on their young players, Seider and Raymond, and all that. Both contributed last night. Raymond got a goal, Seider a huge assist there. But they got the Canadiens tomorrow night. Pistons and Jazz tonight at LCA. Pistons coming off that win over the Miami Heat. We haven't talked about it in a while. I am not concerned yet that I might have to drink beer. Well, I might have to drink beer out of a shoe because I had a shoot the boot guarantee that the Pistons at some point this year would win 3 in a row. They have several times won 2 in a row. They still have not won 3 in a row. I'm not concerned yet. Last year, it was about this time that I made a bet with Kang and Gator that the Pistons would win 3 in a row before the season was done. Otherwise, I'd buy them lunch. They did not. I opened up this year with a shoot the boot guarantee that they would win 3 in a row. They still have not. Kang, should I be concerned?
No, it's early and they're playing. They play well enough to show you signs that they can win 3 in a row. They've won 2 in a row, so this is not like last year where, obviously it didn't happen, but it was looking sketch for a lot of the year. I don't think it looks that sketch for you this year.
Okay, good.
By the way, have the Wings won 3 games in a row this year?
Kenny? Wings guy behind the glass. Kenny, have they won 3 in a row?
I just looked it up. No, they have not, Doug. But they play Montreal tomorrow, and Montreal is terrible. So there's that.
All right. So that could be.
You should have made that shoot the boot too.
Yeah. Kenny, you want to get on board? Shoot the boot guarantee that they will win 3 in a row at some point this year?
Absolutely. They're going to win tomorrow.
Now, is this win in regulation?
It's win. It's a win is a win is a win. It's 2 points, Doug.
All right. All right. So something I couldn't believe what I was hearing this morning on ESPN pertains to our Lions. We'll get to that today at 12:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Talked to a little Lions at the beginning of the show. My theory that I want to see the Lions defense, the skeleton crew of a defense, make the Bears offense and Caleb Williams look absolutely atrocious. And Ben Johnson looks at that and says, I don't want any part of this. Because I get the sense that is the most coveted candidate in Chicago for their head coaching job. Lions offense coordinator Ben Johnson. In the meantime, I saw something today. I couldn't believe it. And maybe I should. Does disrespect mean anything? Does flat out disrespect really mean anything? Do I care when somebody says, I don't think your team's any good? No. Do I care when somebody says, your team got lucky? No. Typically, I don't. Doesn't impact. Bottom line is winning and losing, right? And other people's opinions. We've gotten to the point where there's so many eye roll opinions out there that are just like, hey, nobody said this. I'm going to say it. Everyone's picking A because A is obvious. I'll do B. And if you really believe it and you can build your case, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with dissenting opinions, even ones I don't agree with. But then there are ones that are just said to rock boats. So I don't really care about disrespect. But I saw something today that was actually two separate tiers of disrespect. This morning it was a Thursday morning double whammy of disrespect for our Detroit Lions. How about this for a topic? On ESPN's Get Up, fact or fiction, the Packers are the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. That was a topic. Fact or fiction, the Packers are the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. So I'm like, okay. So it's not who's the biggest threat to the current 1 seed. All right. But the current 1 seed isn't even considered the biggest threat to the Eagles. Do I care? I really don't. I know that's one thing. Why are you bringing it up? I'm bringing it up because they can use that down at Allen Park. And usually, with professional athletes, I think the disrespect card, I think it's easier to get college kids wound up over this kind of stuff. Young and emotional pros. It is to a degree a job. And I think there's less emotion involved. I'm not saying there's no emotion. Let me be clear. But I think there's less emotion and motivating factors at the professional level. But if they want to use this, they can. The opinions don't matter in the real world. But the fact that the opinion exists can matter. So I see this and I'm like, all right, we'll talk about it. And part of me thinks that maybe most of you out there are kind of over this stuff. And maybe you are over this stuff. Like, who cares? And I'm cool with that because I'm kind of in the same camp. But we talk about stuff all the time that I think has mass appeal, even if it's not particularly important to me. However, if you are a disrespect card kind of guy, this is a double whammy. Are the Packers the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC? If you want to play the underdog card, if as a 12-2 team you want to play the underdog card, it's right there. It's right there. You don't have to manufacture anything. Like if you're looking for authenticity, there's a kid from Georgia last year the 2 years ago. Sorry, I still think we're in 2023. The kid from Georgia 2 years ago, who they win the national championship in L.A. They beat TCU, and he's on the field and he says, "People were predicting we were going to lose 5 or 6 games." What? Who was predicting you were going to lose 5 or 6 games? That is manufactured disrespect. Nobody, except maybe like an Ole Miss fan, posting on Reddit. But if you can manufacture it, that's fine. You don't have to manufacture anything. This is authentic. Not only are the Lions not the team that should be threatened by anybody in the NFC, they're not even the team doing the threatening. Can it be used? Does it matter? Are the Lions fan base over this? Like, it used to be a thing. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody even talks about us. Oh, we get talked about now. So maybe we're over it. Or maybe this is a real thing that can be used by the Lions. Kang, you're kind of over it, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I'm over it. And I think the players are kind of over it. They have so much on their plate right now with the injuries and what's going on. I feel like it is a week-to-week thing with them, and Dan Campbell does such a great job of keeping them in check and keeping things in perspective. There's always going to be some kind of naysayers, right? Always.
Yeah.
And especially with the way sports media is now, you can find somebody with a take, with an opposite take, a hot take, whatever take it is. So I don't know, man. I don't know if they can keep going back to that well, because you know what they're saying all the time right now, because people think the sky's falling.
Yeah.
That actually everything's, I don't want to say fine, but we're 12-2. We're in a position of power. We're not weak. We're strong. And we continue to do what we do. We win games. We'll control our own destiny as far as seeding and all that goes.
248-539-9797. Mike is in Sterling Heights and on 97 a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, I kind of don't get it. These same media people were behind us the whole year. But I think it's just a reality check, man. I love the Lions. Oh, I was so happy all season long. But the reality of the fact, man, is that the NFL is a copycat league. And some of these teams we're about to go up against are quality teams that have quality coaches staff. You can't expect, I don't care how much rah-rah you got, man, you can't march guys off the street who were not even on other team squads, okay? They weren't on the squad. They were on practice squads. And expect them to beat top-notch NFL players. Did you see the linebacker crew put out there? Who are the top 5 of our linebackers out there?
Do you mean the linebacker? Hold on. Do you mean the linebacker crew that the Lions employed against the Green Bay Packers and beat the Green Bay Packers with that linebacker crew that you are referencing? Do you mean that one that went out and beat the team that made this graphic? Whether or not the Packers were the biggest threat to the Eagles, the team that you say you can't do this, they just did it.
Hold on a second. We had a stronger defensive line. We lost McNeil. We had McNeil at that time.
Didn't have DJ Reader.
We had Davis at the listen, the injuries are real. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Oh, they're real.
The injuries are real.
Oh, I agree that they're real.
We expect too much. The team is 12-2. And we expect miracles, man. Let's be real. What Buffalo did, wasn't even trying.
Actually, hold on. Mike, let me just pause you real quick. It's not even whether or not the opinion and using the Lions is correct or not. If you are in the current number 1 seed, Mike, and you're a player on that team, and you see that question being asked, are the Packers the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC? What does that mean to you if you're a player?
Hold on a second. What does it mean to Minnesota?
Minnesota could do the same thing,
Minnesota being pissed off.
Minnesota could do the same thing.
The Lions are in bad shape, man. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Oh, well, they're in such bad shape that they beat the team that they're using for an example with guys off the street. You're getting caught up in the opposite of what I think can be useful here, and that is it doesn't matter that what they're saying. It's the fact that opinion out there exists and it's getting forwarded, that if you're the number 1 seed, you can use that. You can lean into that. That's pretty authentic disrespect. 248-539-9797. Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Hey, dog. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you.
not sure if you follow Amon Ra, but I see him every now and again on his podcast, and he specifically talked this week about how good it felt to get reminded of the taste of defeat, that how good it was like this. He was, I don't want to say he was excited, but he felt that coming off the loss, this was a good time to get a loss, to still be in position, but to be reminded of what it feels like this week to be working back from that. And I feel like everybody's kind of got their own little thing that makes them tick. And, he's definitely one of the different ones. But, I feel like, I think a few of us were talking a few weeks ago about, is this a good game to lose, be it the Packers or the Buffalo game? And it seems like some of the players actually, maybe St. Brown's just weird, but has taken that good to heart, because now they're number one seed, they're in position to win, and they remember what it's like to lose now as opposed to back in September.
Matt, it's an interesting take. And look, you're doing everything you can to prepare yourself to win the next game. And if you're using that loss, that bad taste in your mouth, and you say, God, I haven't felt this way in a long time. And that's an authentic, you're driven by that authentic feeling more than anything. I mean, sometimes you do have to manufacture stuff. I feel like this team's in a place now where they don't have to manufacture anything. It is all very real. Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel's sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest live play-by-play and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, America's #1 official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So I'm realizing I'm coming across as very worked up about this. and I think it's because it's not because I am particularly I'm not particularly worked up about the topic of what was said per se, as I am about if you really want to play the disrespect card, you can. And I think too, when the Lions social media team puts out videos, they use stuff like this. They put stuff like this in those videos. People saying, oh, they can't do this, they can't do that. And they're really good at their jobs. They probably don't need me, but you can go back and look at Get Up from today when one of the debate points was, are the Packers the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC? And I'm laughing because I'm like, huh. So the 1 seed isn't included in this, is as either the team that is being threatened or the team that is doing the threatening. And the first caller called up and said, I actually agree with him. And that's fine if you agree with him. The point is, and although I didn't like his reasoning, but the point is, it doesn't matter whether or not it's a valid argument. It's the fact that that argument out there exists in the ether, that the Detroit Lions, if they want to play the disrespect card, because they got to be looking around going, aren't we the 12-2 team? And we're dealing with injuries, yeah, but is it the Packers? They just beat the Packers with a depleted lineup with guys off the street. David Long and Quan Alexander and Miles Adams. DJ Reader didn't play in that game. And they're going to have to try and do it again. And they're going to have to try and do it again a few times before they really start getting impact from guys that are returning. But I found it very interesting. And I thought, well, this could be useful for the Lions. Because the opinion doesn't impact the real world. But the fact that that opinion exists can impact the real world. And look, we've heard from Goff. Goff sat down on the desk on Sunday Night Football, turned to Ryan Fitzpatrick and said, I'm not a poor man's anybody, after earlier in the day he had called him a poor man's Matt Ryan. Goff on the field after their win at Green Bay in bad weather, what did he say? I think it was Erin Andrews that was interviewing him. What did he say to her? I thought we weren't a team that could win outdoors. I thought we were a team that could only win indoors. So I'm like, all right, if they want to use it, they can. Feedback coming in. Matt writes in, opinions don't mean a damn thing. You still have to play the game. Packers take means nothing to me. Chris and Grand Blank. Doug and Kang, that take has Nick Wright all over it. First our, quote, civilian quarterback, and now this. Well, different network, different show. But anyway, I'll continue reading your text, Chris. While it's true that our defense is absolutely decimated, that take is so dismissive that the Lions should take it as the disrespect that it is. But in the end, a fool is still a fool. The emperor still has no clothes. Francesco in Monroe, considering the Lions are decimated by injury, Green Bay could go all the way. They are healthy and young. Their coach, they're healthy and young, well, coach. I don't know what he's writing there. Sorry, Francesco. I can't make it out. Next one. I don't watch or listen to any national media outlets like ESPN. Their narratives and headlines are solely to create clicks on social media. Their experts change narratives daily and have little knowledge of the team, what's going on inside the locker room, etc. I'm okay with Detroit being the underdog that the national media always perceives them to be. Well, that's kind of where I am. I mean, look, it's not very often that you can be in the 1 seed and authentically play the underdog card. You can be in the 1 seed position and authentically play the underdog card. But they can do it if they want, if they so choose. So take with it and do with it what you will. 248-539-9797. Okay. Something very interesting happened yesterday in the world of college basketball. There's an experiment going on right now at Wisconsin Green Bay with their men's college basketball team. Their head coach is Doug Gottlieb. Doug Gottlieb has not given up his national radio show. He is still doing his show while coaching Wisconsin Green Bay. So he still does a show on Fox Sports Radio. as the head coach of a Division I college program. And earlier this week, as they were getting ready to play Division II Michigan Tech, that's right, they're getting ready to play our Huskies, Doug Gottlieb referred to Michigan Tech as Nobody U. So I saw that and kind of was like, wow. But the Michigan Tech is a Division II program. The Phoenix are a Division I program. But he called them Nobody U. Michigan Tech goes out and beat Doug Gottlieb's Green Bay team for their 8th consecutive defeat. And Gottlieb is going to take a lot of heat for this. Refer to a team as Nobody U and then lose to them. So, ironically, I clicked on the box score from the ESPN website. And you know how when you go through and you see the box score, I can click on a player's name and get their bio. For Michigan Tech, you can't click on their names. There are no links. Because they're a Division II program and ESPN doesn't have a page set up for them. And so there's no links. Huskies won 72-70. And if there's proud Tech alum out there, I feel like whenever we've talked about you, it's been in reference to college hockey, if anything, the Great Lakes Invitational. That's kind of what, am I missing something else? Some big story out of Michigan Tech?
A lot of drinking.
I hear that. A lot of dudes in the snow in the woods drinking.
Yep.
That's what I hear about Michigan Tech. But our question for you at 248-539-9797 is, did you go to Nobody U? And I don't mean Michigan Tech specifically, but did you go to any school that is completely off the radar, that few people have heard of? Are you a proud alum of one of these Nobody U's? And what made it cool? Some people might call up and say nothing. We've got plenty of the GLIAC and MIAA teams around our state, smaller schools. I got familiar with a couple of the campuses when our kids were going through the college process. But did you go to Nobody U? Anything, any school that could get referenced as Nobody U.
What's the enrollment at Michigan Tech, Doug?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Is the entire athletic department have a black silhouette? Do they have any pictures of the athletes?
Well, they don't. Not on ESPN's website.
That's what I mean.
According to the Wikipedia page for Michigan Tech, there are 7,009 students. 7,009 with 5,471 full-time undergrads, 307 part-time, 850 full-time postgraduates, 381 part-time. Campus, this is great. This is the Wikipedia page. 925 acres, rural, it says.
You don't say.
Yep. Yes, you do say. 248-539-9797. Did you go to a school that could be called Nobody U, and what made it great? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So there is some reporting that Doug Gottlieb, when he said nobody you, he wasn't referencing Michigan Tech. That was just said in general about their schedule. That it was not his intent to reference Michigan Tech as nobody you.
Oh, really? The D2 school on their schedule? Whatever, Gottlieb.
I mean, it was in a news conference last week.
Whatever helps him sleep at night, boss.
Yeah, right. Chief.
Sorry, Chief.
On a news conference last week after the Phoenix home loss to Milwaukee, Gottlieb explained his scheduling outlook and used the now famous nobody you phrase. Part of the reason I want to play better teams is like it's 2 degrees outside. It's snowing. I don't really like the idea of nobody you coming here. What do we learn playing a game where we win by 20? There's a methodology to it. I'm going to have to adjust moving forward. Every game on our schedule is a game we can lose, and nobody else does that. Now you know why. He said he wasn't in reference to Michigan Tech. It got linked to Michigan Tech. It's not the point. The point of the topic is, did you go to nobody you? 248-539-9797. No, for that, we're looking for a small school, maybe people haven't heard of, and what made it awesome. Ryan, downriver, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
You too.
So I went straight out of college. I was 17, or straight out of high school. I'm sorry. I was 17 years old. And I went down to Marion Military Institute down in BFE, Alabama.
Marion Military Institute?
Yes, sir. It was a 2-year military junior college. And it was about 30 minutes southwest of Selma. That was probably Selma, Alabama. There was nothing around there. But to tell you why it was so great, I was 17 years old, never seen anything outside of my little, corner of Michigan that I came from, and I went down to Alabama, and it was like living in a totally different country. It was wild down there.
What made you decide to go from here to there?
Well, I wasn't the best student in high school, and I didn't have a whole lot going on. So my dad's like, "Hey, try this out," and I was like, "Okay." And and honestly, though, it was the best 2 years of my life. I wouldn't take it back for anything. Yeah,
that's awesome.
It really was. So
yeah, I would say that Marion Military Institute, 30 minutes southwest of Selma, sounds like it would qualify as nobody you. 248-539-9797. Max in Detroit. Hi, Max.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Sumi College, all the way up north, 10-hour ride in a car, 18 hours on a Greyhound bus. And it was right down the street from Michigan Tech, Sumi College. It was a Finnish school, and I went up there. So the best thing about going to that school, I met my wife, been married for 30-some years, and have a beautiful daughter.
How do you, well, first of all, congratulations on that. How do you spell Sumi?
I want to say it's Soumi. Don't listen. My spelling is bad. I'm driving now.
It's all right.
But listen. It's Hancock and Houghton. It's almost as far as you can go. It's past Marquette.
Okay.
It's all the way up north.
So is this now known as Finlandia University?
Yep. There you go.
Okay.
You got it. It was called Sumi College. And a quick backstory. The reason I was going up there, when you're 18, you following a girl. She was going up there. I said, I'm going to go. They said they had a basketball team, was going to go up there and play basketball and all that, get up there. She reneged. She didn't go. My parents told me, you going. I got up there on that bus ride. I called my dad. I said, I want to come home. And back then you had to call collect. He hung up on me. So, I stayed up there for about a year and a half, and I met my wife, and it was the best thing ever.
That's awesome. Sumi College, now known as Finlandia University. So
yeah,
worked out for you. Hey, thanks, Max.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Some of the nobody you texts coming in. I went to LT. I mean, it's Lawrence Tech. I went to Lawrence Tech in Southfield. More known now. Was cool playing sports there and watching it grow a ton freshman to senior year. Yeah, Lawrence Tech's got teams now and bring a lot of attention to it. 10 years ago when I was there, but I'm from Chicago, so many of my friends thought I was going to New York. In fact, the campus store sold a shirt that said Rochester College, the one in Michigan, which is great. Yes. Jim in Sterling Heights says, Michigan State University just brought in a wide receiver from Limestone College for an official visit. Sam in a truck. I went to Liberty University. I think some people would call it nobody you, at least if you're a Power 5 team. As of recently, they've been more relevant, but pre-COVID, it was definitely nobody you. Unnamed texter, proud graduate of Nobody University, Northern Michigan University, class of 2009. I do have a question for the Northern Michigan and Michigan Tech crowds. Is this a big rivalry? Is there a big brother, little brother? Who's the Eastern? Who's the Western? Who's the Central? Like, I would have to think that Northern Michigan and Michigan Tech have some sort of rivalry. There's the two programs there, bigger programs, I guess bigger than Finlandia, in the Upper Peninsula. If you're a Michigan Tech or Northern Michigan grad, what is the dynamic of that rivalry? I get fascinated by these things. Who runs the UP? Is it Michigan Tech or is it Northern Michigan?
You leaving out Lake Superior State?
Apparently, maybe Lake Superior State should be involved here. And yeah, Lake State, Tech, Northern. Who runs the show up there? The thing about Lake State, I mean, I guess it's true of all of them. They've all had great hockey programs at one point or another. Great hockey programs.
If a tree falls in Northern Michigan, Doug.
maybe somebody up there can tell us who runs the show in the UP. Who really is the real nobody you? Gottlieb says he wasn't referring to Michigan Tech. The timing is unfortunate for him if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure a ton of people are. Still, who's the real? Who runs the UP? Michigan Tech, Northern Michigan, or Lake State? In the meantime, we'll keep taking your phone calls and feedback. Did you go to a real nobody you?
So people are texting in right now. Finlandia University closed its doors last year. We're getting a lot of this.
Is that right?
It was a great loss for nobody use everywhere.
Well, here we go. Wikipedia. Active from September 8th, 1896 to May 7th, 2023.
Dang.
That's a rough break for the Lions. They were D3, by the way. 248-539-9797. Troy is next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Troy.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Doing great.
Good. So I am a Youper from Marquette originally. I live here in Detroit. I'm actually a sports photographer.
Sweet.
And I have a bunch of friends and family that have gone to both NMU and Marquette and Houghton and Michigan Tech. And the dynamic is hockey is the biggest sport up there. That's the only D1, sports in the UP. So between Lake State, Michigan Tech, and NMU, definitely Michigan Tech and NMU have the biggest rivalry amongst the three. They pack the barn for all the hockey games up there. If you ever get a chance to go to either, it's an awesome college hockey environment. And traditionally, it's pretty back and forth. The last few years, Michigan Tech has I think had the upper hand. They've made more NCAA tournaments. NMU's program's on the downswing right now a little bit. But traditionally, it's been pretty back and forth.
So Lake State just isn't a factor right now.
They haven't had as strong of a hockey program dating back to my time in high school, which was like 2008, 2009. And they have a national championship way back in the 80s, I believe.
Yeah,
but
I remember.
Yeah, so it hasn't been as big of a rivalry. I don't believe, but I know it was always like a huge thing in Marquette when Michigan Tech was playing Houghton and vice versa. There'd be,
So, okay,
travel
so
between
you're
the two
saying
towns,
that
so.
of the UP schools, it's determined by hockey, who's the big boy, and right now Michigan Tech and Northern Michigan are running the show. Lake State's coming in third.
Yes, and Michigan Tech certainly has the upper hand the last 2 or 3 years, but prior to that, it's pretty even back and forth.
Thank you, Troy. Natalie is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, so honestly, I completely agree with what he just said. I have gone to multiple hockey games, and hockey is the big thing. Northern Michigan hasn't won a game in football in 2 years. So football is not a thing up there. The rivalry comes with the hockey.
It's totally determined by hockey. Are you
completely?
Are you tied into Northern Michigan?
I am. I'm a student up there.
You're a current student at Northern Michigan.
Yes, sir.
You're home for the break.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Where does Lake State fit into this? Is Lake State just an afterthought at this point?
I honestly completely forgot that they were a university up there.
Wow. Shots fired, Doug. Shots fired.
Natalie, I don't know if your intent was to irritate an entire student body. Wow.
No, I got a couple friends that go there, so.
Gotcha. Well, you might want to lay low for a while. Thanks, Natalie.
I mean, by laying low, just go back to school. Just go back to campus. No one will find me out there.
That is by definition laying low. Oh, good God. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks is getting ready to host you for one of the best sports weekends of the year. It starts tonight. A great football matchup kicks off as two playoff contenders square off with two great quarterbacks battling in action. Then circle back Friday and Saturday for the first round of the college football playoffs. Two pro games on Saturday with bonus action featuring a rematch of Usyk and Fury. And, of course, Sunday, the Northern Savages have a division matchup in the Windy City. Why go to Twin Peaks 4 days in a row? Well, it's easy. Best bar food in the state, coldest draft beer you've ever had, most beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up while you enjoy all the sports action you crave. Talk about the ultimate man cave. Game days just hit harder at Twin Peaks, and be sure to bring your ammunition. Gift cards. Ask your favorite Twin Peaks girl for their awesome gift card program. You get a little something back for yourself for every $25 you spend. I've seen people sit there from open to close on the opening weekend of the college football or college basketball tournament. It can be done for college football as well now. Get in early and get your front row seats for the best game day atmosphere in the state. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. You know, it's funny. We just saw the nobody you comments, which Doug Gottlieb said it was taken out of context. Either way, congratulations to Michigan Tech. It took their basketball team, their D2 basketball team, in and beat the Wisconsin Green Bay team. And I actually know a kid that plays for them, root for him all the time. But Gottlieb is the coach, and he referred to somebody as nobody you. It was implied that he was talking about their next opponent, Michigan Tech. But we were just laughing because we're like, all right, who went to a nobody you? Did you go to a small school that nobody heard of? What was it and what made it great? 248-539-9797. And as a sidebar, we asked the question, who runs the UP? Is it Michigan Tech? Is it Northern Michigan? Or is it Lake State? What we've gotten, the feedback we've gotten back, this is determined pretty much solely by the quality of your hockey program. And right now, it is being run by Michigan Tech. We got a lot of some Tech and Northern back and forth. We have very little on Lake State. 248-539-9797. Where do they fit into the UP rivalry? And look, I don't know if everything's just simply determined. It comes down to hockey, or if there's a dynamic. Because it sounded to me a little bit like, and with all respect due to Eastern Michigan, which says they had a quality football program, I feel like Western and Central lean into the rivalry with each other. And then there's also Eastern, and I think Eastern's like, we hate you both. But it sounds to me like Lake State might be the Eastern, and Northern and Michigan Tech are the Central and Western.
Yeah, we got a text here that says they're a Lake State alum. Caller Natalie isn't wrong as of late, but ouch. Shots fired and it hurt.
Let's go to Glenn next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Glenn.
Hi, Doug. Actually, your comparison is spot on. As a Lake State alum, like, we care about beating Northern and Tech, but it seems like neither Northern or Tech care about playing Lake State. And I mean, like, even in hockey, people like Lake State just swept Northern in a doubleheader at Northern a few weeks ago to win the Capo Cup, but that's not really the big deal to Northern fans. Like, it's always beat Tech.
Okay, so wait a sec. You guys went and swept them?
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of a big deal?
It's a big deal to Lake State people. It's not to Northern people. And, I mean, Northern's really bad right now, too. So Northern has only won a couple of games this season. Tech is the best of the three in hockey right now. Lake State's in the middle, and then Northern is the bottom feeder of the three right now.
Is Tech in a different conference than Northern? And they are now, aren't they?
No, CCHA, still the Central Collegiate Hockey Association Conference. They all play each other a couple of times a year, usually a home and home for all three universities. They're all in the GLIAC in basketball. All three are very good basketball programs. Lake State's number 17 in the country. Northern's receiving votes. Tech is usually in the top 25. They were early in the year.
I'm looking at this. I mean, Northern is 116-1.
Yes. Yeah, Northern is definitely in a rebuilding phase. Lake State has gone through it a lot. They won the conference in 2021, but that gets kind of blown out because there was no fans. It was during the COVID times and stuff like that. But Lake State hasn't won a national championship since 1992. And then Lake State gets made fun of because after they won the national championship, they rebuilt their arena, and now their arena seats more people than they have enrolled at the university.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the arena seats over 3,000 people, and right now the enrollment at the university is less than 3,000.
And do they fill it?
Well, not with the alumni. Not without the alumni.
Yeah, very rarely. I mean, usually Tech, Northern, and then like Michigan State came up and played for our homecoming game this year. That usually fills it. But yeah, Michigan or Lake State's usually the Eastern, in your analogy, like the little brother, the one that nobody cares about.
Well, I don't want to say nobody cares about, but it sounds like they are. The other two lean into the rivalry a little bit more. That's funny. All right, 248-539-9797. Get to some Lion stuff today coming up at 102, including could this guy be a Detroit Lion? In the meantime, Lions taking on the Bears this weekend. We ran down the injuries. We should get it earlier in the show. We should get an injury update before too long here on who's going to practice today, who's not going to practice today. A lot of guys sat out with rest yesterday. Makes sense. This point in the year, everybody who did was a veteran. The good news is Ifeatu Melifonwu came back and was able to practice yesterday, full practice. He could go against Chicago on Sunday. And that might be a necessity because it might be their best defensive game plan to move Brian Branch out the corner and put Melifonwu at one of the safety spots. He was a real playmaker last year at the end of the season. For people wondering, because it's often the case, this game being played in Chicago, it doesn't look like the weather is going to be brutal. 32 intervals of clouds and sunshine. It could get windy. Winds 10 to 20 miles per hour, so there is that. But we've seen much worse than this in Chicago. There's a chance of rain coming up on Sunday. But yeah, we've seen much worse than that in Chicago. So there is, the weather probably doesn't play that big of a factor. I do think the run game does play a big factor, and I do think this is the game they got to get back on track. 4 of the Lions' starting 5 offensive linemen did not practice yesterday. Only 1 due to injury. The other 3 got rest. Penei Sewell was the lone one that was on the practice field yesterday. So just a little maintenance here midseason. But expect a big game out of Jahmyr Gibbs this weekend. And, they said they want to keep his touches in the 30s. Or his snap count, in the 40s, not his touches. His snap count in the 40s. He's usually been... He's around 39 snaps a game. That'll probably go up rather significantly over the last 3 weeks of his season, regular season, but he's up to it. He can handle it. We're not asking him to go the full 17 as the lead dog. It's just, can you give up the Detroit Lions, we hope 6 games as the lead dog? And then you got to integrate Craig Reynolds, who will now be the back that spells him. Sione Vaki could get involved as well. But it is awfully important for the Lions to get back to being able to run the football this weekend. Okay, they didn't run it against Green Bay. I was surprised they didn't run it against Buffalo, but I thought that was more about their own performance than anything Buffalo did. But if they can't run it against Chicago, something's gone south with the run game, and it becomes a bit of a late season crisis. When they were at their best offensively, they were able to do it through the air and on the ground. And quite frankly, the last time they looked like the best version of themselves, and it wasn't perfect, but the last time they looked like the Lions juggernaut that they spent much of this season looking like was the first half of the Bears game on Thanksgiving. Since that first half, and that, like I said, that first half wasn't perfect because they didn't put the ball in the end zone. But since that first half, they have struggled. They've done good things offensively, but it hasn't been enough. Well, it wasn't enough against Buffalo. It was enough against Green Bay. Defensively, they went from a pretty damn good defense to a surprisingly good defense to there was no average mixed in. They just went from surprisingly good to bad in the last 10 quarters. Now, part of that's who they're playing, although it wasn't with the Bears. So the hope is this Sunday they can get back to looking like the best versions of themselves. No guarantees it happens, but we'll feel much better come Monday if they do. 248-539-9797. All right, will this guy become available, and will he help them? And how much is too much when it pertains to this in Christmas? We'll get to all that at 102 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Kang's here. Kenny's here. Thanks for being with us. Kang, you're not at the point where you are traveling with your kids for sports yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten sucked into that yet, Doug.
Yeah. Well, they haven't expressed an interest.
As far as like travel sports?
Yeah, no, I mean, when they, my point is that you don't get sucked into it if your kid, I guess some people force their kids to do it, but I'm just saying.
You know this.
Yes, I do know it. I take it back. I think you'd be a very supportive and great sports dad. And I can't wait to hear your war stories because those days are coming to an end for us. But I bring it up because during the commercial break, we have to go on the road tonight, and I'm planning the route around hitting up Chick-fil-A. And I'm trying to figure out if we got to go to Grand Rapids, and I got to figure out if I'm hitting the Chick-fil-A in Lansing for the drive up. I'm going to get up there and get the Chick-fil-A when we get there. I'm just wondering. I was going to ask you if you ever do this, but you wouldn't be doing it based upon kids' sports. You'd just be doing it.
Yeah, my daughter just turned 6 last month, and no agents have even come up to us yet.
Yeah,
I'm a little pissed about that.
I was about to say, so you've decided they're not going to be in athletics, huh?
Yeah, well, if
she hasn't started by 6,
you're over the hill.
You're done.
You're done.
No, seriously, you when you start to like travel a little bit, and this is just high school sports, but you start to travel a little bit, and I'm like, "Ooh, are we driving past a Chick-fil-A?" And then you start making your plans. All right, we leave the house at this time, right around dinner time. Roll in, order ahead on the app. Should work.
I'm looking forward to, if my daughters do get into like travel sports, all that stuff, whether it's travel sports or travel whatever, the trips and like sometimes the overnight stays at hotels, things like that, all that stuff. Those are great memories, I'm sure. And I know you love that stuff.
Dude, well, so here's the deal is when our oldest was first getting involved, he had a hockey coach, and the coach said, look, he said, don't worry about where your kid is on the rise. So it was so wise. This guy was so wise, and he was spot on. He said, don't worry where your kid is on the roster right now, because for the next few years, if we stay together, the kid that's the best player on the team might not be. And the kid that's at the bottom of the roster, he very well can be. Because when they're that young, so much of the skill, and then we're talking like he was playing hockey at like 9, 10 years old. He said, kids grow at different ages. They mature at different ages. It's not important. Don't even think about, well, my kid's got to play in college or my kid's got to play in the NHL. That should be never part of your decision-making at this age. And he goes, and quite frankly, when it's all said and done, they're probably going to remember the time with their teammates in the hotels and the post games at the B-dubs and all that kind of stuff.
The dad reroute to Chick-fil-A.
The dad reroute to Chick-fil-A. And he was 100% correct. He was 100% correct. I saw it in all my kids' sports when the team stayed together. It was actually fun to watch players that weren't maybe your own kid develop or watch your own kid develop into being a better player, but mostly just having fun with it. And out of it, for some, there are different variations of college opportunities and all that, and it's cool too. But I am sometimes amazed at some of the decisions that are made at a very young age based upon trying to get a kid a scholarship.
How early is too early for NIL like offers? Or requests?
Well, our kids didn't grow up in an NIL era.
Okay, different era. I'll let you know, Doug.
I mean, I got a sophomore in college. I guess if the senior might have a chance. We'll see. But anyway, we're planning the trip around Chick-fil-A. Okay, so story emerged yesterday that a guy, interesting player, a 38-year-old Calais Campbell, there is talk that the Dolphins would grant him a release if they get bounced from playoff contention. And part of this is he is a well-respected, long-time veteran. He's a guy that was the NFL Man of the Year. He was voted a team captain. He's not the player that he once was, but he might get released. Now, the headline I saw was to join a contender. It's no secret that the team that has been devastated by injuries is ours. In fact, it's headlines all over the NFL of how our team has more guys. What was the stat yesterday? The Lions have more players on the injured reserve than the Packers, Eagles, is it the Bills combined? It's absurd. But there's talk that Miami might release him so he can go finish his career on a contender. Well, hello. Calais Campbell joining with Dan Campbell. Here's the funny thing, too. He was voted a captain of the Miami Dolphins at the beginning of the year. So was David Long.
We're going to take all their captains. We're the captains now.
Yeah, right.
What? You get a captain? No, only the Dolphins captains. We get all the Dolphins captains.
What do you make of this?
I think it's great. And this is like, no disrespect to anyone on the D-line right now, but yeah, Calais Campbell isn't the player he used to be, but is he better than Pat O'Connor? Is he better than Broderick Martin?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. And culture fit, that's 100% going to work out. You mentioned all his accolades as far as captaincy, man of the year, all that stuff.
Had it right the first time.
Yeah, exactly. I know, man, messed it up, made it worse. But yeah, he's going to fit in culture-wise because he's just that type of player, personality-wise. On the field, can he help you? That's the most important thing.
Yep.
This would be things haven't gone right for the Lions as far as injury front is concerned, but this would be like a little, hey, some luck your way. To have a guy like this possibly be available at the end of the year. Now, the nerds have it as the Dolphins have only a 6% chance to make the playoffs. So there's a really good chance that he is going to get released and he'll get to choose his team. And it's pretty obvious the Lions would be that team, right? There's
I
need,
would think
fit,
so.
all that stuff.
There's a story written on a blogger in Green Bay about how they would like him. But, if he had his choice, if he's never been on a championship team, has he?
Like, won like a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I know he was on the Ravens. He was on the Cardinals. He was on
it feels like this.
Jacksonville. I don't think so.
This feels like the perfect mix of opportunity and team.
That's what I'm saying. This is like this works out. I mean, yeah, he's not what he was, but he's better than what we got.
Yeah, this could be an interesting late season development. Now, he hasn't been released yet. But if he does get released, it seems like this could be a deal. Now, is this a waivers claim?
Well, he wouldn't have to go through that because wait a second. I'm trying to think of the veteran waivers.
Yeah.
No, if he's cut, he doesn't have to go through that. No.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
It's like the Tim Patrick deal. When Tim Patrick was cut, he didn't have to go through waivers.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, that would be good. Hey, man. Kick the tires. He's put some stats up this year. He's got 4 sacks, 10 TFLs. It's considered a good run stuffer. This could be a pretty nice development for the Lions. A 38-year-old, not what he was, but better than what they got. Keep your eye on that. All right, Kang, you had some friends. It was a couple that got into a debate over Christmas shopping?
Yes.
Okay, so they were debating Christmas shopping for
their dog.
And the debate was,
how much money do they spend on their dog for Christmas? Like actually wrap up a present and put it under the tree.
Okay. Interesting. Was there a difference in what they thought they should spend?
Yes.
I mean, doesn't a dog just want a treat?
Well, she wants to spend $100+
on who?
On the dog.
On the dog.
He says, hell no. That's way too much to spend on a dog. And so it just got me to thinking, because I don't have a pet. I don't have a dog or a cat. What's the right amount of money you're supposed to spend on your dog for Christmas? If at all. I don't
I'm not
know.
a dog owner, so maybe I'll abstain from this.
And he loves the dog too, by the way. He just thinks it's ridiculous to spend $100 on the dog.
Well, the dog's not going to get pissed at you if you don't spend money on an expensive gift. You get a dog a chew toy for like $8, or you get him a box of treats. Am I wrong?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's people that say the dog is part of the family. Is that how you treat family, Doug?
No. $100 seems like a bit much to me, but I'm not a dog owner. Kang, would you? Does $100 seem like a bit much to you?
Yes, that seems like those two should go to dinner instead with the $100 or something.
Take
You know
the
what I
$100,
mean?
go
Yeah.
out to dinner and pet the dog.
Yes, right.
Merry Christmas, Fido.
Well, if the dog doesn't talk to you December 26th, you'll know why.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. What is an appropriate amount to spend on a Christmas gift for a dog? Because you know what I don't think is a wrong answer here? $0. Is that a wrong answer?
You talk to the dog people, man. Do you think Gators, like, how much is Gators spending on Lois, you think, for Christmas, if anything?
He's spending money on Lois.
Is he?
Yep, he's spending money on Lois. I don't think he's spending $100 on Lois. I mean, I think reasonable minds would agree. Well, who am I to speak? I'm not a dog owner. All right, what's the correct amount to spend on your dog? It's Carson Anderson. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, big player moving forward, Jahmyr Gibbs. Stay healthy, Jahmyr, and go off. Brian Branch, big player moving forward, Brian Branch. Bump out the corner, shut people down. And Terrion Arnold, getting better in his rookie season, and with Carlton Davis out, is he CB1? Yep, they've teamed up with UMCU, and they've got something amazing just for you. The Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. It's Doug Karsh. I am a member of UMCU. This card just isn't any card. It's designed for the true Lions fan who lives for every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with an exclusive Black Debit Card available through UMCU. Ready to rep your pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. Choose a Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years. And now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Swing around the NFL today at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It is the holiday season. And guess what? People are getting Christmas gifts for their dogs. We just had a discussion because Kang had a couple friends he knows. The couple was debating how much to spend on the dog, and the female in the couple wanted to spend $100 on the dog. The dude was like, that's a bit much. I don't know what to say is appropriate. Everybody loves their dog, and it's cool. I don't know that there's a wrong answer. You spend as much as you want to spend, although admittedly $100 seems a bit steep to me. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Victoria. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Victoria.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I'm definitely like the biggest pet person. My pets are like my kids. I do all that crazy pet parent stuff. I buy my pets gifts. But like $100 in this economy seems like kind of irresponsible to me. So I'm definitely in the guy's corner. And I feel like it's not about the dog. The dog doesn't even know what money is. Like, not to psychoanalyze this person, but I don't think this is about the dog.
Victoria,
You know what I mean?
Victoria, how many dogs do you have?
I have, so unfortunately, my dog just passed away not too long ago, and right now I just have 2 cats and looking for another dog, but I've had dogs and animals my whole life.
Yeah. And so how much would you typically spend on the dog for a gift?
Honestly, like if I'm really strapped for cash because, you know, like you said, it's the holiday season and you're buying gifts for other people and whatnot. If I'm really strapped for cash, I'll just take treats that I already have and stick them, you know, under the tree with a bow on it. Like the animal doesn't know, but I probably will spend $10, you know.
So earlier we were talking about the lotto. If you hit the lotto and money wasn't an issue, would you do more or would you just still stick with the treats?
I'd still do the same thing because it's just not wise money management practices to spend $100 on a holiday gift for your dog.
Fair enough, Victoria. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
Doug, you make a lot of decisions in your life with the theory or the, you know, of closer to, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a theory we have on the show. I don't go home every day and try and figure out a way to trick my wife into
making love to her properly.
Yeah. But we kind of joke around that many in our species, our gender, make decisions based upon what gets us closer to or further from.
So wouldn't this
sex.
make it the closer to move would be to spend the $100 on the dog?
For the guy in this particular instance, yes, without question.
So would that be your advice to him?
That's helpful. That's helpful information. Let's go to Chris in Gibraltar. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Listen, my wife is like crazy pet owner lady, and I gotta like stop her from like painting the toenails. And our dogs are happy if I finish off a Gatorade and I toss them the bottle, they're thrilled. Okay, they don't need $100 worth of presents. And my wife, who's a bit on the crazy side, wouldn't spend $100 on the dogs. I mean, you finish a paper towel roll and you hand it to our French bulldog, she's happy for 30 minutes.
Jeez, you just throw all your garbage at your pets.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, thanks. But yeah, it's just, oh my God, $100? That's insane.
Well, it's what people choose to do with their disposable income, and in this particular person's interest, they want to spend $100 on their dog. That's their choice, right?
$100 on a homeless person.
Yeah, right. Other ways you could spend the money. They're not going to fight over this, are they, King?
Oh, yeah, they are. They're fighting right now.
Let's go to Tanya. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tanya.
Hello, Doug. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Hey, long-time listener. I jog with my dog 5 to 6 miles every morning, and you guys are my playlist.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So you obviously love your dog.
I love my dog, and he gets me exercise, and he needs exercise. So, like this year, I'm going to get him a new harness because he's worn out the previous harness. So that's $50 for a new harness. if your dog participates in dog sports, you might buy them something they need for those dog sports, like a Frisbee bucket or something like that. So it all depends on what your dog needs.
Okay, so is there a price tag? Is it with a salary cap?
I wouldn't say so, because if you participate in a pulling thing with one of your, like a Bernese Mountain Dog pulls a sled or something, that harness could cost $100.
Wow. Okay, fair enough. So no cap.
So, no cap. Nope. And if you participate in dog sports, you have to pay entry fees for all those dog sports, and it can get expensive.
Yeah, you were talking about travel sports.
Travel
earlier,
sports.
Doug.
Travel sports
That's
for your
right.
dog. Get in the machine. 248-539-9797.
Travel sports for dogs has gone crazy, hasn't it? we need to talk about that
And
more.
the parents. The parents are
it's
just
the parents.
Mitch is next. Hi, Mitch.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're talking about a Christmas gift for dogs. Every single day of a dog's life is Christmas. all they do is lay around. They get walked. They get fed. Their poop is picked up by somebody else and put in a bag. Oh my God! We should treat our old people this way. Oh my God, Doug!
$100, man.
Oh. But I tell you, I can guarantee you those people are going to be fighting over this, because one person feels so strongly about paying $100 for a dog. All you got to do is go to the butcher shop, get a bone, and give it to the dog. The dog will think he's in heaven.
Bingo. And look, some people have great conviction over this. They have passionate feelings towards their dog. Danielle, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Danielle.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. So we're traveling. We're from Michigan originally, traveling from Delaware, and we're actually headed to Chicago to see the Lions game.
Awesome.
And we don't believe we have 4 dogs, all rescues, and instead of getting them presents, they travel with us. Travel with us and donate to rescues.
Dude, dogs love road trips.
Yeah, we've been to see Michigan State and Indiana and gone all over the place.
So what do you do with your dogs during the game?
We rent Airbnbs usually, but this time my sister lives in Chicago, so.
Gotcha. All right, well, there you go. Danielle.
Yeah, they're well.
Thank you. Thank you for a phone call. Safe travels. Mo in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mo.
What's up, Doug? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, just calling with a more efficient use of the $100. And I'll start with saying that I have a dog. Love my dog. Protect my dog from lots of things. But I just think a more effective use of the $100 would be lighting it on fire. Because then at least you get some heat for a little bit.
You're talking about the money. You're talking about the $100. You'd like the $100
instead
on
of
fire.
spending it on your dog, just take the paper $100 bill, turn the stove on, set it on fire. Then you got some, you get to watch something burn for a little bit, and you can still continue to give your dog the chicken wings and treats and all the other stuff that you would give them anyway, because they don't know it's Christmas. Dogs don't know what day it is. Dogs don't have days of the week, let alone holidays.
Well, it goes far. The dog weeks are different and dog days are different than people days. Maybe their Christmas already happened.
Yeah, it's the 7th into the year.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Like in February or something. Yeah.
Thank you for the phone call.
Doug, man, I hope these people's dogs aren't listening to the show.
I hope so, too.
Jeez.
I haven't looked at the demographics and how well we do with dogs. I do want to say one thing about dogs, okay? My brother-in-law, Mike, we just lost his dog, Porter. It was a great dog, awesome dog, who was with us for a long time. And I know Mike's going through a tough time. And shout out to Porter and shout out to Mike, because it sucks you get to the holidays and there's no Porter around anymore to cheer us all up. The whole family love that dog. So those are tough times. I heard the one caller say they just had to put the one young lady say she had to put her dog down, and man, we were there. It sucks. So get it. And good for all you dog owners out there that love your pets. Let's swing around the NFL next here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's crunch time. You've only got today and this weekend to shop for Christmas. And you know what? If you got workout gear on your wish list or you're shopping for someone who wants workout clothes, get workout shirts, shorts, leggings, everything you need to kickstart your New Year's resolutions. Get it from ShowSomeRespect.com. I've told you about Show Some, and I always say it, show each other respect. And they respect that you're spending hard-earned money on clothes, so they made their stuff the best. Get yours at ShowSomeRespect.com. ShowSum Respect.com. Use the discount code Doug at checkout. All right, couple things. First, let's clear up something that we got wrong. Happens. Sorry. Calais Campbell would have to clear waivers. And the Lions being what they are, they are down the list. So he'd have to get passed by a lot of people. What if that? No. I bet he wouldn't get to Detroit.
It seems unlikely, but what if, it's out there that he's like, listen, don't pick me up Cardinals or whoever, right? I'm not playing for you. Like, I don't want to play for you guys.
I think
the agent throws it out there. Every team, I want to go to the Lions or whatever.
I think a Cardinals, a Green Bay, a Minnesota would take him so Detroit didn't get him.
Yeah, like a block move.
Yep. And if he can't come to terms with them, what happens then? If he won't sign with them, I don't know that there's any recourse. Colton Pouncey, not at practice today. Frank Ragnow, he was rest yesterday. Graham Glasgow has a knee. David Montgomery, obviously, as well. The Lions opened up Jalen Reeves-Maybin's practice window, and he was on the field today. So there you go. That's an update. Kang, I got a quiz for you here. I had some data sent to me. It's college football playoff related. It is teams with the most states backing them. Okay, so which teams in the college football playoff have the most states backing them? So the teams are Ohio State, Texas, Oregon, Georgia, Clemson, Arizona, Penn State, Indiana, Notre Dame, Boise, SMU, Tennessee. I might have said Arizona State. There are 2 teams that only have one state.
I got to go Ohio State.
Okay.
And they only have one state backing them?
Yep.
I would go with one state.
Yep.
Penn State.
Okay. I apologize. There are 3 states. Sorry, 3 states. You carried it out for one more, or just leave it at those 2?
Sure. I will go with Arizona State.
That is correct. Arizona State, they are being supported by the state of Arizona.
And that's it.
Yep. Ohio State has 2 states.
Oh.
Ohio.
Who's the other state?
West Virginia. I mean, that's like Ohio's kind of West Virginia-er, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
All right, so what was your other one?
Penn State.
Penn State has 5 states.
Really?
Yep. Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia. All right, so I've told you about Penn State, told you about Arizona State, told you about Ohio State. The 2 others that have 1 state are SMU.
Uh-huh. Makes sense. I mean, they're not a brand.
No, but they are also in the same state as Texas, who's in the playoff. So what state?
So it's not Texas.
Exactly. This is a fascinating.
I would have had them at 0 states.
Yeah. Oklahoma.
I feel like Michigan Tech's backing SMU.
Oklahoma is rooting for SMU.
They hate Texas.
Yep. What do you think are one school has 15 states, one school has 7, one has 6. Who hasn't been mentioned yet? Tennessee, Clemson, Georgia, Oregon, Boise, Notre Dame, Indiana. So at the top of 15, 7, and 6 are the top 3.
Well, I mean, Notre Dame's such a huge brand, but they're also hated by a lot. But I'll go Notre Dame and Georgia as the top 2.
Okay. In any particular order?
Yeah, Notre Dame number 1, okay. Georgia 2.
Notre Dame is number 2 with 7 states. Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, and Vermont are all Notre Dame states. What'd you say, Georgia? Georgia has 2 states.
That's it?
Florida and Georgia.
Huh.
Yep.
Thought people would be all over the bandwagon now just because they've been good recently.
The number 1 team that has the most states backing them with 15.
It's Oregon?
Oregon has 4. California, Hawaii, Nevada, and Oregon. You want to guess?
I'm
Keep
terrible
guessing.
at this, man.
Yeah,
just tell me. Why don't you just tell me?
Boise State.
What?
Has Alabama, Alaska, Colorado, Idaho, Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming. Boise's representing a big swath of the kind of Midlands.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
But the other ones are just pure hatred for the other schools, right?
I guess. Indiana has 6 states.
Good for Indiana.
Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Apparently, our state is rooting for Indiana more than any other team in the college football playoff. So the top 3, Boise with 15 states, Notre Dame with 7 states, Indiana with 6 states. The most popular teams based upon Twitter data of which schools are most geotagged in those states with various phrases that support the schools.
If it's from Twitter, that's fact.
Yes, of course. No, not to be debated.
Twitter is fact.
So the most popular, Boise, Notre Dame, and Indiana. The least popular, Arizona State, SMU, and Tennessee. Rico Beard is here.
Douglas Karsh.
How are you?
Good, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good.
I guess, yeah. You're 2 minutes away from going home.
It's going to be a busy day. I got the family video done last night, so now it's just about the shopping.
What's the family video?
I put
Am
together.
I allowed to ask?
Oh yeah, I've talked about it. Every year at Christmas we have a family video, and it's just highlights from the previous year.
Oh, so it's kind of like the Christmas card.
It's kind of like the Christmas card, but it's done in video, and it's
Do
like
you download it, or are you still sending a VHS tape?
I am. It's a private. It's a private and unlisted YouTube.
Oh, okay, smart.
Yep. So, anyway,
and what is it? I won't tell anybody.
It's not like a 30 for 30. What is it? It's just.
I won't tell you.
It's just video of the kids and
link?
and the parents. Oh, I'm not giving you a link.
Oh, just turn off your mic.
All
Just
good.
Tell me.
Not gonna do that. Anyway, yeah. So we've done that for years, and that's part of the.
Well, good luck. Hopefully, you don't have to do anything Amazon shopping because.
Why?
They went on strike.
Amazon's on strike?
It looks like some of the workers are. Yes, I was just reading.
That's bad news.
Yeah, talk about grabbing them by these short hairs.
I was about to say, if you're going to do it and you want to effectively do it, it's probably right around Christmas is the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeesh. Yeah, I might have some issues then. What do you got planned coming up?
You know what? Simple question. I know Dan Campbell came out. He gave the entire city, because I think that message was for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to see a statement game this weekend? And if so, what do you need to see this weekend? What do you need this team to do? Because in theory, it's the Bears. In theory, this is kind of like a homecoming game. Do you take a lot because you beat up on a bad team? No. But will Detroiters take a lot from this weekend and what they see from this Lions team?
You know what? I feel like it's one of those games that if they don't,
if they
struggle, we could be talking about some serious issues.
So
yeah, because I mean, look, I'm not huge on, that they just win the damn game. But if they struggle, I'm going to be admittedly scared.
Because Campbell's like, we just win by one. I don't think that fans would accept just winning by one against Chicago.
Probably not. If they don't run the ball, I mean, isn't this a big deal, running the ball for this one? If they can't run the ball, that does not bode well moving forward. So,
because I think that's the secret to beating the team is you make Goff beat you. I know people chant the name, but if you look back at the beginning of the year when they kind of struggled, they threw the ball a lot.
Yeah,
against Buffalo, they threw the ball a lot.
Yep. All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone.
Can't wait for
treat
that
each
link.
other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
I'm Jeremy Otto.
Mike just has a bag in my way. What can I do? Per CGC water treatment, the Lions and Dan Skipper is the second tallest player in NFL history to score a touchdown. Skipper logs in at 6'9". The record is a 7-footer. Ify Melifonwo's 21-day practice window began yesterday. Linebacker Jalen Reeves-Maben kicks off today. Ben Johnson thinks Jahmyr Gibbs is ready to step into the lead running back role as well. The Pistons face the Jazz tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Utah has just 5 wins this season. Detroit 4.5-point favorites. Chris Villar heads the pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tobias Harris is probable with his right thumb sprain. Jaden Ivey is doubtful with left knee inflammation. Isaiah Stewart is out with a hyperextended knee as well. According to Sportico, the Golden State Warriors are worth the most in the NBA at $9.14 billion. The Knicks and Lakers are close by in the 8s. The 49ers may be just losing their 4th running back of the year. Adam Schefter reporting that Isaac Guerrero will likely miss next week's game with a hamstring injury. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jim. Yeah, really. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, delightful. Welcome on a Thursday. We have got Lions to discuss. We've got a story that I honestly thought was an Onion article, and that's where we're going to lead. Because it relates to the Lions, I think. It makes me thankful this holiday season for Sheila Ford Hamp. Because what I'm going to have Hatchet read is one of the most incredible things that I forced David to track down the actual reporting. Mm-hmm. Because I'm like, dude, this has to be from like Adam Blefter, some parody account. It can't be real.
We all thought that.
So, David, if you'd be so kind, I would like you to read this story. And people, this should just, A, show you we do live in a simulation, but B, how thankful we should be. The Lions have finally got things right because you could have this. David, if you'd be so kind.
From The Athletic, the New York Jets owner was at his house in Palm Beach, Florida last February discussing potential offseason acquisitions. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy flashed on the screen, and Jets general manager Joe Douglas expressed interest. So Johnson began to take his phone out and started typing. A few weeks later, Douglas and the Broncos GM were in negotiations. They were deep into negotiations. They were going to give Aaron Rodgers another potential playmaker. The Broncos felt a deal was near, then abruptly it fell apart. Douglas told the Broncos that Johnson didn't want to make the trade because the owner felt Jerry Jeudy's player rating in Madden NFL was too low.
One more time for the people in the back, David.
The Jets owner didn't want to make the trade because the owner felt Jerry Jeudy's player rating in Madden NFL wasn't high enough, according to league sources.
That right there, when I initially saw it, and people sent that to me this morning, like you.
Onion.
Okay, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. Then all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, let me see if this is legit. Oh, no, it's real. That this is where we are. Not let's look at his game footage. Let's look at what he's done. Let's look at his past. If you told me, you know what, I'm looking at his off-season stuff and see if he got arrested. What's his Madden rating like? That's going to determine this.
First of all, I mean, just again, how thankful I am. The Lions have got it right, and Sheila Ford Hamp has gotten it right. Because the idea that an owner of an NFL team, much less an owner of an NFL team in the biggest market in the NFL, would nix a trade. Hell, I'd rather him say he didn't like his name. I'd rather him say that this guy slept with his wife. I'd rather him come up with reasons. I don't like the number he wears. I don't like the way he looked at me. I don't trust people named Jerry. I don't know. For Woody Johnson to say his rating in Madden isn't high enough, we're not doing the deal. How can that be real? And how thankful are we are not there? Mm-hmm. You always wondered why I made fun of the Jets. You always wonder why I'm so hard on them, how I think they are truly a redheaded stepchild. This is why. Mm-hmm. How can that be real?
This is one of those times where, yes, the general manager, Idiot. Stupid move. A move that probably will haunt you forever, but it's like, wow. This is why people make fun of your organization. When David and I were talking pre-show, Mike, on the phone, we started just talking about like the bad decisions made in Detroit sports history. And I'm like, it's like Terry Fair. Don't want Randy Moss, who's going into the Hall of Fame. Terry Fair is going to be a much better player.
That wasn't because of a Madden rating.
No, but it was still. Anyway, it's just the idiotic moves that organizations make. And yes, now you look at the Lions and we get to talk about, hey, great draft pick. Hey, you know what? Your third-round selection is actually playing at Pro Bowl status level. Like, yes, you found Brian Branch in the second round. Way to go. Not, oh, well, Madden ratings and things like that. I mean, what's next? Just pull out a Ouija board?
I've never heard anything like it. I swear to God, I've never heard anything like it. But I wanted to ask the question. I mean, look, we're sitting here. We know the Lions are going to make the playoffs. How far they go, it's obviously TBA. It depends on your perspective. But when you guys hear a story like that, does that evoke memories of the dysfunction of days gone by with your organization? Now, I don't think anything rises to the level of I don't want to make this trade because Madden rating. But, I mean, when you think of the dysfunction that has haunted the Detroit Lions for 70 years, and then you look at what we have now, synergy. It is a collaborative deal from the top down. Smart people, let them be smart. We have no nonsense here. Now, we talk about things we like, we don't like, whatever. I know, Rico, I got here in 2004. I got into the state in 98. Just the idea of all of the years of the dysfunction here. Nothing rose to that, but it just illuminates so many bad memories. So much bad stuff.
It does.
Holy hell. Could you imagine if we were sitting here in Detroit and that article breaks today and you swap out that for Sheila and Jets for Lions and they didn't make trade because Madden ratings? Dude, full lines, 4 hours, try 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Of how do you even root for your team at that point?
Mm-hmm.
We stress out about, I don't like the plan of the Pistons, or the Iser plan's too slow, or whatever. Hey, I know the Tigers, they want to do it their way. We want to do it a different way. Nothing rises to this. Nothing.
No, not Madden level. Not putting your name on it and saying, well, his Madden level is too high. No,
the fact that that's a Diana Rossini report in The Athletic. That's not some internet meme.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Can you give me something crazier than that? On surface, the only thing would be a Donald Sterling reference, but I'm not going to imitate him because it'll end up a song again. But they always tell the story of him sauntering into the locker room, shirt fully unbuttoned, 18 glasses of red wine deep, and talking about his beautiful...
Right. I think probably the only thing I can think of is when the Colts owner went after Mel Kiper. Because Mel Kiper was like, this is why the Colts are always losers. Like, who the hell is Mel Kiper? I forgot the pick.
That was it Bill Polian?
Yes. It was like, who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Have you ever seen that, Kenny? Okay. Well, I'm just asking. I mean, I know we try to keep things current for Kenny. Anything before 2010, you're getting a little gray. A little gray.
Yeah.
Madden rating. Madden rating. Guys, when you hear David read that, like, give me your reaction to that. And honestly, I know there's been a lot of consternation this week, especially from myself. And I'm stressed out because the Lions, to me, went from being the Super Bowl favorite to maybe fourth or fifth in line. Hey, we still got it really good. No moldy bread resets. But the idea that the New York Football Jets owner usurped his GM and wouldn't make that trade because he didn't like the player's Madden rating is all time. All time. I got Rico. That if you put, all right, let me tell you something. If that was a feature of the movie Draft Day,
oh my God,
you still would go, that's not realistic.
You wouldn't believe that would be real. That would happen.
That does sound like something from Draft Day.
It does sound like something from Draft Day.
Coach walking around in a suit that says Coach. because you didn't know. Here's Dan Campbell walking around Allen Park. Coach. That does sound like something from draft. You know what? We're going to bury your father's ashes on draft day at the practice field.
It almost sounds like the stories you would hear, like some of the wacky hockey stories of, the Stanley Cup was frozen in a river. Or like, we lost the Rose Bowl trophy. Like, it sounds like something from 100 years ago where it couldn't be possible. Like, if you're Joe Douglas and you're sitting there and your owner goes, I don't want to do it. His rating's too low on Madden. You know what? I quit.
Yep, I was about to say, here's my resignation. End of the season or right now?
Joe Douglas already's got more money than God, and Joe Douglas is a very good GM who will get hired again. I'd be like, you know what? I ain't here for this.
I mean, can you imagine you call up your other GM friends, you're sitting at the bar, so why are we here tonight?
Hey, Bobby, you're not going to believe this. Well, what's up, Joe? Yeah, my owner told me I can't trade for Jerry Jeudy. Why? Finances? Nah, Madden.
But he plays too much Madden? Was he like
Woody Johnson's 100?
No, I'm saying, is he like Kyler Murray? Does he play too much Madden? Is that why?
Old people can't play video games. Their
No,
thumbs don't
I'm
work
saying,
no more.
Are you trying to tell me that Jerry Jeudy plays too much Madden? No. His Madden rating was too low. That's why. Oh. Okay.
No, the response would be your drop that says,
That's when you just say, you know what, drinks are on me, buddy.
Wildest thing I've heard all year in sports. It's not even close. I mean, you may hear salacious things about players and, baby mamas and different things, or maybe you hear something crazy like, Mark Davis's haircut. Nothing approaches that. And I just wanted to start a holiday edition of the show with positivity, like, thank God. I never thought I'd be able to say this, but thank God we have the Detroit Lions and not that. How would I, as a radio host, function if that were our team in this town? This was over a defensive end. You couldn't possibly. I don't know how you'd buy season tickets ever again. Unbelievable. 248-539-9797.
No, you're right. It ranks right up there with Anthony Richardson tapping out because he was too tired. Like, just weird stuff that you never thought you would hear in sports.
Mark Davis saying that the 26-year-old who's pregnant likes his personality and, quote, didn't know he was rich. Right, sure. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Oh, by the way, I just hearing that promo, I didn't realize Rico was making an appearance on the North Pole this holiday. Pre-game at the North Pole. Special guest Chris Kringle joining the Lions pregame show. Washington, Michigan. That's out by Kenny.
I used to go to that Beat Hubs, actually. It's funny you say that.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's in Washington Township. I think it's like 26 Mile in Van Dyke.
Yeah, right next to Dryden. You're out there in the cornfields.
It's right next to Shelby Township. Everybody
Guess I'll
relax.
be leaving the house at 7 in the morning.
Rico's going to have to snowshoe to the pregame.
That's one of those area codes Rico worries about. That's in the heart of the 586.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the 586 loves me now. So, shout out to the 586.
When you wake up and find out your pregame is in Anchorage. All right.
For Lions Bears.
Listen, that topic's coming up at 3. We got to have a conversation about that game. David, ticket text coming in off of the insane, thank God for Sheila Ford Hamp, Woody Johnson story.
Someone says, I think if he explored everything and then the Madden rating was the last thing to help decide, I think it's okay because Madden is accurate with the ratings. LOL, Nelson in Novi.
Nelson, I know you're screwing with us. The words Madden and opinion on trade could never be put together by an NFL owner. For Woody Johnson to tell his GM we're not doing this because of Jerry Jeudy's Madden rating, top 5 all-time story in sports for me.
I mean, seriously, it has to start off with laughter like, okay, no, seriously, why aren't we going to? Well, no, I pulled up the Madden rating. I had an intern get, and I don't think this guy's going to be good. Wait, are you serious?
Well, the article states how the Broncos front office was blown away at the reasoning. They're like, what?
Because, David, imagine you got to pick up the phone and call. Well, we're going to have to nix the trade. Why? What's going on? He's not hurt. I know. Well, why are you nixing it? Man rating. What? Man rating.
But here's the thing. We've always talked, I guess for me, what really hits is we want owners to be involved, and I'm guilty of this, until we don't, because there is a fine line. But what Woody Johnson is proving is he's impulsive, he's petulant, and he's overreaching. Mm-hmm. You want an owner to care. You want an owner to do the things necessary to win. Lord knows I don't feel like certain owners in this town are doing that. But what you don't want is the overreach. You don't want your owner on the air every week. You don't want your owner who's 77 referencing Madden ratings as a reason not to make a trade.
You know what I want my owners? You can do things out like what Ishbia did. I'm looking at the concession stand. I'm going to fix that. I want my owner to do what Sheila did. Let me find smart people. Let them run it. I'll sit in the meetings. Here's the beauty of it. You really don't hear her name unless we're saying, way to go. The last time we heard from her, we all laughed and mocked her, but she was just like, hey, guys, this is going to work.
Want another one?
Me on this.
Let me give you another one. Now, again, the Lions have had some dysfunction. Like when you allow Matt Millen to go out to dinner and get an extension because he bamboozled you. That's dysfunction. But several members of Woody Johnson's investment group have been sitting in on free agent, NFL draft, and other Jets football ops meetings over the last year. People that aren't with the organization. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Hey, guys, you want to leave or talk business? No, they're allowed to stay. Why? They're my buddies.
Oh, my gosh. I'm glad he's not the owner here.
No, and again.
This is why you make fun of the Jets.
You wake up a Jet fan, you sound like that clip of the movie. I'm telling you. Yep, that's every day of your life as a Jets fan.
I mean, this year couldn't have gone any worse. I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be back from his injury. Everybody's been fired. Nobody wants to be there. And you're stuck with Aaron Rodgers, who may hold you hostage at the end of the season.
Yet again.
I'll say it again. Thank God we have Sheila Ford Hamp, who has helped clean this Lions team up, and we deal with nothing like this.
I mean, if anything, Mike, Giants fans have to think, okay, you know what?
At least we're not them.
We're not them.
No, I actually, that was my takeaway today.
We may get a top pick out of all of this, and we are not them.
I mean, listen, I could watch the clip of John Mara attempting to chair drop alone in a suite. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. I could watch it on repeat and still thank God I'm not a Jet fan. David.
The article also mentions the influence of Woody Johnson's teenage sons, citing Madden ratings is completely on brand for the young generation. Now I get why he did it. Oh, my.
Even bigger yikes.
Oh, my. Magic 8 Ball says no deal. Rich in Sterling Heights. Maybe that's the reason why the Lions didn't get Chase Young. Madden rating. You know, that's what they all do, right?
Look, and again, I just want to be very clear, okay? Like, Woody Johnson's exactly the type of person I have no respect for. Like, your great-grandfather founded Johnson & Johnson. You're just in the lucky sperm club.
Oh, that's the family?
Yeah, Rico, that's the family.
I didn't know that
A little company you may have heard of called Johnson & Johnson. Can you play the Rico O drop one more time, please? Yeah, that family. So you just inherited that stuff. Now you're a 77-year-old trust fund baby who's a complete boob. You hate to see it. Let's go to Ariel, 97.1. Ariel, how you doing?
What's up, Michael? What's up? You know what? I'm sick and tired of these soft Detroit Lions fans acting like Buckeye fans, okay? So what? You lost for the first time in 3 months. Get over it. Buffalo is a great team. They have a stud quarterback. You have a lot of injuries, but you know what? We're still in first place. We still have the number one seed, and I see us winning out. Stop worrying. Stop panicking and just trust the process. Dan Campbell knows what he's doing. The GM knows what he's doing. So relax, guys. This is not the same old Lions. Get over your trauma and just trust the process. We're going to get to the promised land. But you know what? Just like in teams of Detroit's past, it's never easy. It was not easy with the Bad Boys. It was not easy with the Red Wings, and it's not going to be easy with the Lions. It is what it is. Just embrace it and have faith. That's all.
Thank you for commenting on nothing we're actually talking about and providing the least nuanced, boneheaded take I've ever heard. Just trust and faith in things. Thank you, Ariel. That was truly awful. Wow. What? I gave him all the time he needed. I didn't have the energy. It's the holiday season. I wasn't going to get into it. I don't know what we're talking about. You're right. Don't think about anything. Just we're winning every game forever, faith and grit and things.
Brother.
Cool.
That Dan Campbell pep talk, that was for the city. They needed to hear that.
No one is freaked out because they lost. This is the dumbest argument. It's like this red herring. The freak out is about the injuries you incurred. I don't care that they lost to Buffalo. 0 Fs. It's the injuries. It is the loss of your best singular defensive player, Aleem McNeil.
Right.
Like
this isn't
can't do it.
Rolled ankle, could be back in the. This is gone, and unless you make a long playoff run, a lot of these guys aren't coming back. You're right, because we said before this, if they would split with Green Bay and Buffalo, most fans said, "Hey, I'll take that." But now it's, "Hey, you better not jump off the bandwagon," and they're gonna okay. So anyway, those Jets.
Holy hell. We'll go to Doug, 97.1. I can just tell you, Doug can't be worse. Doug, what's up, buddy?
No, I don't think I could be worse. I love that random take, like trying to rant to you guys about that. But, geez, we might as well get Matt Millen back on the horn then, right?
Right.
But, God, I read that, and I saw that on Newsbreak or something, Mike. I'm like, that can't be true, but that's bad, man. That's so bad. Like, I mean, that makes Matt Millen look like Andy Reid, right? I would have to say so. Like, looking at a freaking video game, unbelievable, man.
And you know where Woody Johnson probably got it from? His teenage kids.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that makes the old man keeping Russ Thomas around for years look totally legitimate and normal.
And as someone that works with teenagers for a living, I wouldn't trust them with a 10-foot pole or any kind of Madden rating when they're making up their own language.
Oh, so you don't trust them to make decisions that impact a $6.5 billion operation?
No, I would not, Michael. I wouldn't trust them to make a decision with a paper plane. They can't even get through any exams, man. So it's bad. But I'm a day away from getting out of that school. So.
And you can be thankful for your Lions. You never thought you'd
For
be able to
Sheila.
say it. Yep, Sheila
No,
Fordham,
man, Brad
professional.
and Dan, finally, like, those are the days of the past, man. Those Matt Millen years with Joey and Roy Williams and Mike Williams and all that, it was just horrible. So I am so grateful for Sheila Fordham. I'm grateful for Brad and Dan. And, you know, we'll hang on here. I think we'll be okay, I hope. But, you know, we got to live in reality, too. But hope to talk to you guys before the holidays. But I appreciate the time, Mike and Rico, always, guys.
Doug,
Thanks so
happy
much for
holiday,
the rant.
and God, enjoy your rest away from school, please. By the way, you know what part of the pressure is? The fact that, you know, how bad we wanted it this year for this team because of what's happening now with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and the idea that I think you're losing both coordinators and how you're going to get put to a real test. I mean, factually speaking, the people you hire, if these people leave, won't be as good as these two. That's just reality. Ben Johnson, you know, we have Ben Johnson audio we could play today. He was asked about other jobs. This is what's happening now.
Yeah, you want to hope. I mean, some teams have done that before, where they can let somebody go, and then the replacement, and they kind of keep that thing going for a while. Hopefully, they can do that with this.
Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. They make car buying and certified car service a breeze. The winter holidays are here. Your schedule's insane. So are the deals. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab elevation, $246 a month. Also, the 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month, 36 months. Both $999 down. New stock arrives daily, and if you need certified service, they give you the free loaner. Just head to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. It's a hell of a remix, David. What's the issue? I'm sorry.
What little Christmas tree?
Right.
I'm not even going to. I was going to repeat the drop, but never mind. I'll just leave it alone.
Why don't we? I want to give you these Ben Johnson quotes because, look, he's never going to be able to answer these. I thought he answered it well. But, look, if he talks and he's asked a question about leaving or jobs, I think we should at least pass it on to the guys, as Kenny likes to say. David, you want to read the quotes, please?
Sure. I'd say this. I think there's a burning desire in every man to find what he's made out of and push the limits and see if he's got what it takes. And so, yeah, there's a fire there. Now, when that time is, I don't know when that'll be, but there's certainly a fire there. Then he goes on to say, now that I've been through the ringer a couple times, had some interviews, I certainly do feel more prepared just from a big picture standpoint. But right now, I mean, we've got 3 games left in the season, going into the postseason, and honestly, this is why I'm here. This is why I wanted to be here. I have an obligation to the people in the building and right where my feet are.
It's a great answer. And look, if you want to start handicapping the Ben Johnson sweepstakes, I'm making an assumption, and maybe it's a bad one. I'm making an assumption Aaron Glenn is gone. That if he is offered any job, he is taking it. The man wants to be a head coach. He's gone through multiple cycles. And I understand some people are going to slander Aaron Glenn moving forward. I will not. He has nothing to work with. I truly believe he's gone. The Ben Johnson thing is trickier because Ben Johnson has earned the right to be selective. Now, he had the ability to take that Washington job and to have Jaden Daniels and to go, and he didn't. He smartly did not want to go home to Carolina because working for David Tepper, you may as well have your own vehicle back over you. But what's interesting is the Bear job seemingly was the one he coveted. They didn't get rid of Eberflus. Now Eberflus is gone, but the dysfunction resides there. The Jet job is open. We just got done telling you the owner is meddlesome and talks about Madden ratings. He ain't going there. I think the report that, and also, let me say this, I don't think the Giants would be a spot for Ben Johnson because cronyism. John Mara's got too many family members in that organization and too many people that have been involved for too long. The whole thing needs what was Aaron Rodgers doing? The olive oil enemas.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
The Giants need one of those.
So, I think the Bears is different. I think the Bears' job is a lot like where the Lions were. You have talent, you have no direction, you have no leadership. Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes came in here, fixed that, and got everybody out of their own way. That's been the problem in Chicago, is everybody gets in their own way. Everybody has their own agenda.
And what did Ben Johnson, allegedly, Ben Johnson wants to go to a place where everyone has a singular vision, his vision. And I thought this line was interesting. It's a couple of weeks ago on ESPN, if you guys missed it. He wants an organization to admit to past mistakes and understand what they've done wrong in order to fix it. Look, maybe, hey, if this team goes on the grand journey and wins the whole thing, gone. But maybe if they get aced out early, he comes back, unfinished business, the whole thing. I don't know. Right. None of us know. But I think the conversation is interesting. And look, the man was asked about it today. We should at least give you the quotes. Now, I would welcome him to New York. We'll have hopefully the number 1 pick. And I just don't know if Ben will like living in New Jersey. Can't speak to that.
No, I get that. I still say,
wouldn't it be good for the show?
I would be.
Come on. Ben Johnson, a Giant. Then you can stop hating my team.
No, they would still hate him.
Why?
Because he's no longer a Lion.
Hating us is like hating a homeless person. You can't do that. They're homeless.
Not until you get good again, and then you don't like
All right. Well, look, I'd be fine with Ben Johnson. But again, this is the other part of it. Not everybody wants to live there. Living in places like New York and L.A., you are making personal sacrifices. You are. You have to truly want to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Versus I could take an easier job with an easier life for my family. Easier for me. Going to New York means you are dealing with 60 microphones, not 6. There ain't nowhere to hide. So
You mean everybody won't be your buddy and friend? I'm just saying, yeah, because as they say, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Yeah, L.A., you don't really have a fan base.
No, I'm just saying, like Vegas, I wouldn't go there. I truly wonder what the Bears are up to. You heard about Vrabel being maybe the top of their list. If the Bears aren't available, what job is a no-brainer for Ben Johnson to take?
I don't think they'll fire their coach, but if they do, to me, it's Cincinnati.
That's not on the table.
No, I'm saying, but they're struggling, and maybe they need a scapegoat this year. That's the one where I think
Good spot to live, too.
No brainer.
Basically,
Just go.
an hour to Keeneland, hour to Churchill Downs.
Skyline Chili, yeah.
Bar none. Grossest thing. It is so gross. I
Now,
can't.
will that end up on your Christmas dinner table?
David, it is something. It could be free for the rest of my life. I still wouldn't eat it. I gave that stuff one shot about 15
They put
years ago.
sugar in it.
Bro, there's like cinnamon, star of anise. I don't know what's in it. It's awful. And it's watery. They don't melt the cheese. Anyone who likes that crap is a psychopath. It's awful. Like, we stopped on the way home from the Kentucky Derby about 15 years ago. Oh, hey, look, it's Skyline. Everybody seems to like this crap. Stopped in. No one finished their meal. I took 2 bites. I go, I'm going back in the truck. I'll see you guys in a minute. It was a disaster. That stuff is terrible. Terrible. Kenny wouldn't even eat it. That's how bad it is.
Mike Valenti for Skyline Chili.
I did the same thing you did, Mike. I was in Ohio for some reason, and we tried it, me and a couple of buddies. Nobody finished it. It's just like what happened with you. It's terrible.
Ben Johnson, he is so much better than Skyline Chili. He can't go to Cincy. I'm making a point to you. If you're Ben Johnson, you want to coach an established QB or have the right to choose whatever QB you want. Well, that would be the Giants.
Right.
Or we go to the established pile. What established QBs?
Can you fix Caleb?
Yes.
No, I'm saying that's for him.
Yes.
Now, all you need to do is get Chicago Bears management to admit their mistakes.
I know.
You march them down Michigan Avenue with a bell saying shame.
Ryan Poles doesn't have a contract. So there's another thing. Look, just keep your eye on it. David, a few ticket texts, please.
Zach from Macomb says, I think Aaron Glenn is going to the Jets and Ben Johnson is going to Chicago. They do believe that he's going to Chicago. Okay.
Oh, boy, that'd be a lot to overcome, man, if you lose them both.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Oh, I know we're not allowed to say that.
Does Ben Johnson value Madden ratings? That would determine if he goes to the Jets or not.
That story, if you're just joining the show, real reporting from Diana Rossini and The Athletic about the Jets' dysfunction and how Woody Johnson nixed a trade for Jerry Jeudy because his Madden rating was too low. You cannot make it up.
I don't think Ben Johnson is going anywhere with all these openings. The teams are dysfunctional, the management and the owners. So he stays again. Ooh.
You know, I would caution you on the staying is just sometimes you stay too long and you miss your window. And you got to be careful. Yeah, you just got to be careful with it. I mean, there's only so much Ben Johnson can do because eventually, you know what's going to happen? You're not going to have a top 5 offense. Mm-hmm. He'll have a bad year. Injuries will happen.
No, that's just it. One bad year and it doesn't work anymore.
You got to strike while the iron's hot. The work he's done the last 2 years, you'll never have offenses better than these. You could only hope to aspire to be these.
Yeah.
And plus, here's the other thing. I know we're future-proofing and we're just talking. Your offensive line is old. Like, really hate to break it to you. But next year, I could see 4 guys not with this team, i.e. anyone not named Sewell. Decker, Ragnow, Zeitler, and Numbnuts, Glasgow. This is not a young offensive line. So while you've got it, you better be careful. Because if you get cute, the cycle moves on and then you never get your chance. But maybe he doesn't burn to do it. It's a good life being the OC. You don't deal with the media every week. You make a lot of money.
Mike, I thought that until I read his comments. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Because he said something in there like, I've been through the battles, I've been tested, and now I think he's ready to go. I don't think he was ready a few years ago. I didn't think he wanted that. But now, yeah, I've kind of maxed out, and I think he sees what you see. This isn't going to last forever. I'm not going to get the phone calls the way I'm getting the phone calls. I'm not going to get the best table in the restaurant. They're going to be like, who are you type of thing.
248-539-9797. Wintery driving season is here, so are the reckless drivers. If you get injured in an auto accident during this time or any time of year, you need an injury attorney who will be responsive. You need David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, a little music. We'll touch the table on some football, shall we? A little football today.
So I want to do a little best bets here. We got some college football games coming up this weekend and some NFL, some key games in the NFL as well. Let's start with the Indiana-Notre Dame game. This one, oh, man. Indiana's offense didn't look great outside of the 10 games they had. Indiana scored 3.79 points per possession. Against Michigan and Ohio State, they went down to 1.52 per possession. So maybe they struggle offensively against a good defensive team in Notre Dame. Best pick, Notre Dame -7.
No, the best pick to me is under 52.5.
That was a question of mine as well.
Notre Dame only gave up more than 16 points twice on the year, and the only time Indiana played remotely decent teams with functioning limbs, they looked like pure ass.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought under. Plus, you get a little snow, a little wind. Hashtag college kicker.
See, I think that may be the equalizing force because, Notre Dame's going to try to come with the man coverage. Now, the question is, if they bring pressure, can Indiana stop the pressure? Because, David, as you said, Michigan and Ohio State didn't bring great blitz packaging.
Not at all.
They just couldn't. Rourke was just on his back. Like, okay, this isn't like it was for the other 10 games. I do like that. I think that Notre Dame will serve at home. What did you say it was?
7
Yeah.
for Notre Dame.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, shout out to you. The 2 picks that you gave me so far. Take the team with the coach.
So no. I mean, and again, last night we had UNLV. We ended up going with the team without the coach on the pod based on the opt-outs for Cal. Look, savor to flavor.
Oh, no. I mean, I was a little upset at first with James Madison. Like, come on, guys. But they pulled it together.
Really, guys? Really? All right, go ahead, David.
I think this one here is an easy one. Let's go to the NFL. For this one, it is the Vikings. They're going to Seattle. It doesn't even matter who the quarterback is. Geno Smith's hurt. It could be Sam Howell. Doesn't matter. I would definitely go Vikings -3.5 because the Vikings blitz on 36.3% of their snaps, which is the highest percentage in the NFL. They rank 4th with 42 sacks. They're going to kill the Seahawks. So -3.5 for the Vikings.
I mean, I would just be very careful. You're going on the road to one of the toughest places to play in the league against a team that got embarrassed last week. And you still are Sam Darnold. I mean, if you forced me to pick it, I'd go Vikings. But, David, there's much more interesting things to bet. To me, much better spots, plays.
I look at Seattle, David, and this is a team that for a second they looked like they were going to win the West, and now not so much. They're kind of spiraling. You wonder where the quit factor is going to kick in, where they're just going to be like, okay, we just don't have it. We're not used to being this good this far. Normally the Niners are winning this thing. Wait, what do you mean? We're in the lead? Oh, no longer in the lead. Rams breathing down their back. A lot of pressure. It is there, but I like the Vikings. I think the Vikings, one of the hotter teams, I think the Vikings will cover.
Back to the college football playoff, and it is SMU and Penn State.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you this. I'm just going to be upfront here. I think I'm going to leave the game alone because I was leaning over until I look that snow is possible in the game.
I know, but there's not going to be any wind. It'll be light precipitation. The temperature's not brutally cold.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, right? If you wanted to go over, I could understand it because we just saw Penn State give up half 100.
Correct.
And SMU can't stop a nosebleed.
Correct.
I just don't believe their top 3, zhuzhed up rush defense against nobody matters when you're facing Penn State with Allen and Singleton. Here to me is the play. It's Penn State laying 8.5. Do you realize that SMU is bottom 5 in America covering the tight end? Who does Penn State got? Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
I just feel like SMU doesn't belong in this field. And I know. Big game, little James. I know. I know it all.
But here's the thing. James Franklin is the Temu version of Ryan Day.
Is the what?
Temu.
What's
It's like the website where you buy, it looks like you're buying this, but really it comes back and it looks like something horrible. You're not on the internet, Mike. Just let it go. Let it go. Anyway, He's the generic version. How about that? Of Ryan Day. Ryan Day, take Michigan out of the equation. Great coach. For James Franklin, take Michigan and Ohio State out of the equation and take top 10 teams out of the equation. He's a great coach. SMU's not a top 10 team. They're going to be at home. They got something to prove, David. They're going to go out there and try to embarrass them. They're going to go out there and try to make a statement to everybody and say, hey, you know what? I am big game James.
And SMU has a propensity to turn the football over. 27 turnovers
There it is.
this year.
There it is.
I know way too much about this garbage.
And Penn State,
I need help.
Penn State ranks 5th nationally in explosive plays.
There you go. There you go.
Just saying. That's why I was going to lean over, but the snow. But you got me back.
Just
Okay.
I just think Penn State laid a wood. No, by the way, shout out NCAA in the playoff. Yeah, let's not make this a whiteout. A noon kick.
But they probably were told that noon kicks are what everybody wants in college football.
Yeah.
According to Gus and Joel.
Yeah.
Let's move over to the next college football playoff game, and that is Clemson at Texas. And here's all I'll say. I don't trust either offense in this game, which means I don't think Texas has enough offense to blow them out. And Clemson may have just enough to keep it close, so plus 11.5 Clemson.
No.
But I don't trust either side.
Let me sell you this. Now I don't have a play on this game on the podcast or here now.
Really?
No, I stayed away from it, and I'll tell you why. Clemson, we know we don't think a lot of them, right? Texas has a legitimate defense. But the problem is Sark in a big spot coach is scared. I thought he coached scared against Kenny's team. I did. And in the red zone, didn't use Arch Manning the way they had been.
Mm-hmm.
If they actually use Arch in this game and they actually get after it, I think they can cover this number. If you forced me to do this, I would take Texas, but I'm not doing that.
See, I'm the opposite.
You're going to take Clemson?
I think Clemson in the points.
This is your villain arc. He hates Clemson.
No,
now he's in bed with him.
No, I do, but there's no pressure on Clemson. There's no pressure on Dabo.
You want to put this on the board for a lunch?
Sure.
You take your boy Dabo. I'll take Sark.
Okay.
Laying what, 11.5?
11.5. I do think that Texas will win, but I think Clemson will keep this thing close because every time we write off Clemson, they find a way to stick around. And Dabo's going to feast off of this. And plus, he used the portal this year. He's evolved. He's new Dabo.
Yeah, one guy.
Hey, David, everything starts with one.
Let's
what do
go.
you say in the church? Hey, make one step towards the altar and the rest comes, right?
That's true.
All right.
That is true. Let's go to Tennessee at Ohio State. And this has nothing to do with the weather, but this has everything to do with the slow offenses on both sides. I think they use their run game, which means I will go under 47.
Agree totally. I agree totally. Tennessee's passing game is broken. I don't trust Nico on the road. They want to run the ball, need to run the ball. They're a running team. Ohio State, we keep waiting for this explosion. I don't think it's there. They will stubbornly run the ball. But the real battle is this a matchup of the two most punchable faces in college football? Josh Heupel and Ryan Day. One's a welfare bond villain. The other looks like a low-rent plumber. This game disgusts me on all levels. Under.
See, I'm going to go over. And the reason why I'm going to go over, David, the reason why goes back to, was it 21 or 20, when Ohio State lost to Michigan and everybody was angry at Ryan Day. They came up with the game plan. They played Georgia. Should have beat Georgia. If Harrison doesn't get knocked out the game on a targeting call that wasn't called, they're probably your national champs. He rallied the troops, and he came up with a game plan. C.J. Stroud played the best game ever as a Buckeye. I think that they're going to take that Michigan loss. They're going to figure it out and try to make everybody forget that they've lost to Michigan for 4 straight years. I would go over.
So I mentioned the Vikings game earlier. You said there's better plays than that, Mike. Are you considering tonight? Maybe plus 2.5 for the Broncos?
No. What are you, a crack? No, absolutely not. The NFL is nothing but a blood draw right now.
I would imagine. Yes, it is. It is.
I believe in Bo Nix.
You do?
Yes.
Well, we'll see.
I need him to win this thing and win the Rookie of the Year award.
That's already his. It's already his. You don't have any worry about that. That is your football today best
NFL, FanDuel, you heard David just bring it up tonight. Broncos, Chargers. Another critical divisional game on 72 hours rest. Thanks a lot, NFL. FanDuel gives you the ability to play $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel Sportsbook gives you everything you need. Place live bets with more betting markets than any other sportsbook. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 wager. It's that simple. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Red Wings have sent goalie Ville Husso down to Grand Rapids. That means that Cam Talbot will at least be ready to back up in tomorrow's game against the Canadiens. After a wild overtime win against the Heat, the Pistons host the 5-win Jazz tonight. Jaden Ivey is doubtful while Isaiah Stewart is out. Tip at 7. Hear the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kate Cunningham is third in the NBA in assists per game. He credits the players around him. In a recent CNBC study, Michigan Athletics is considered the fourth most valued department in college sports. MSU lands at number 22, Michigan worth $1.06 billion and had over $230 million in revenue. Those numbers based off data from 2023. Ohio State takes home the highest spot in the nation. Former MLB slugger Sammy Sosa released a statement today regarding his alleged PED use during his 18-year career. Quote, I left it all on the field for the Cubs and Cubs fans because I wanted to win and make fans happy. There were times I did whatever I could to recover from injuries in an effort to keep my strength up to perform over 162 games. I never broke any laws, but in hindsight, I made mistakes and I apologize, end quote. The Cubs have since invited Sosa to their Cubs convention as well. Kansas City's Chiefs coach Andy Reid said that Patrick Mahomes worked out in full this week and will likely play. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're going to get some more Lion stuff. Sammy Sosa can crawl back into the hole he's been in for 20 years. I don't know where that comes from or who asked for it, but not me. So go away. Also, when you start out by saying you didn't break any laws. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. You have a Lions topic you want to get to. Go ahead. What do you want to ask?
Lions taking on the Bears this weekend. We've heard Dan Campbell come out here trying to fire up the troops to make sure that no one falls off the bandwagon. But if you're a Lions fan, look, you're hurting right now. Let's face it. Let's just call it what it is. You're hurting right now. With this Bears game, what do you need to see as a fan base? What do you need to see this Lions team do to make you feel good about this team again? Does this game become a statement game? Do you need to see a statement from this team? Blowout, let's move on. We're back. Blip on the radar. Don't care who's playing. Don't care who's injured. We're on our way to the Super Bowl.
I view it like chicken soup. Or maybe it's ice cream. Like, I can't tell you there's, like, caloric value in it. Just like whether you win by 1 or win by 100, it really doesn't make a difference. But I know what'll make you feel good.
Yeah.
I know what I need to see. I'd love to see this team dominate a Bears team that looks like they've quit. And ultimately, if defensively the Bears are able to move the football up and down the field, or the Bears are able to get into the 20s and you're sweating a fourth quarter, no, I don't think that's a good sign. Yet, the big picture is my own rule in the NFL, win by 1, win by 100. Yeah. So I see both sides of this, but because of the injuries and because of my grave concerns for what they're going to look like, yeah, I probably need them to look impressive.
Yeah. Because I don't think a win by 1 helps out this fan base. A win by 1, I think fans will almost take that as a loss because it's like, oh my God, look how bad the Bears are. Mike, it's like playing a homecoming game and you could barely beat that team. If you're struggling against that team, what are you going to do against better teams? You need to see at least cover the spread, This is where you need to see the double-digit disco. This is where you need to feel good about this team. You need a statement. And yeah, it may be empty calories, but I think right now Lions fans will take whatever you can get to feel good about this team. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, what do you need to see from this team this weekend to make you feel good about it? Is it just win the game? Like Dan Campbell said, we'll take a 1-point win, or do you need to see a win that is dominating, that you just crush the Bears' souls?
David, do you want to weigh in as an outside opinion? We'll get to Kenny.
All right, I'll speak.
All right,
no
not
problem.
David.
See, I battle with this. I kind of play a game of tennis with this, go back and forth with it because my knee jerk says that I want to see a blowout. I want to see the double-digit disco. I want to see this team absolutely put a bomb on the Bears. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, just control the pace, control the line of scrimmage, just dominate. And I don't care if you win by 1 or win by 20. Just dominate. That's what I want to see. I want to see a convincing Lions win, and if that means you won by 3, but you just dominated the clock the whole time, that's fine with me. But at the end of the day, I think I just want to see them drop a bomb on Chicago.
Kenny, I think most Lions fans want to see the bomb on Chicago because if on Sunday night, the final score, Lions 20, Bears 18.
I'd be scared. I'm not going to BS my listeners. I'd be happy they won, but I'd be concerned in the long view. like winning is the only thing. But if we're truly going to return to a place where I expect them to win the Super Bowl, I would need them to play 3 really high-level football games. A level of Tiger pitching chaos, defense edition, that they are able to somehow voodoo their way to success. I think the biggest thing we all need, Rico, and I'm not copping out, I've given you the answer. For me, we just need them to play a game. No more talk, play the game. Because all we've done is stress out about the injuries all week. We need them on the field. We need them to play. Because here's the other thing. Hey, if they win, but they lose another couple critical people, is it really a win? So, like, they need to play. It's chicken soup for the soul.
I get what you're saying. And we're going to just say, all things being equal, no other injuries. But at the end of the day, you win by 1 or 2 points.
I'd be scared. But not scared. I'd be disappointed.
So, yeah, I think that the Lions fans need to see a statement. I think they need to see Lions 31, Bears 13, and then you start to feel good about all the players you have missing. You start feeling good about the team saying, okay, we're back, especially seeing the Bears and how Caleb Williams is leaning his head back on the bench looking like he's quitting. A Bears team that just a few weeks ago kind of gave you a scare in the second half until their coach went brain dead.
I think who you're playing affects me too. Because I told you last week before they played, I thought the Bears had quit. They came out Monday night. They looked like they quit. And then Caleb was doing weird emotional dance moves on the bench. I don't feel like the Bears are in it to win it. If this was a functional team, my standard would go way down. Survive. How do you play within the context of the game? But if you're playing a team that has quit, can't protect their quarterback. Like, case in point, if you want to get nerdy. Okay. Bears offensive line is a train wreck. If you can't pressure Caleb Williams, that is a huge red flag because this is the worst offensive line you're going to see the rest of the season. And it's not even close. So there are things you can look for within it, but no, you're not wrong. And it's not double-digit disco. What do we need is different. It's different than what we're going to get.
Right. But see, I think you do need a double-digit disco.
We need a home-cooked meal.
Yeah.
It's called Lions 31, Bears 13. We want to feel good about ourselves and go, okay, against a dead opponent, we were able to play 17, 18, 20 different defensive players. Get reps, figure stuff out, move on.
And even if it's denial, Mike, it's denial for another week until you play another team. But I look at this like it was funny, like when MSU played Prairie View, and it's like, yeah, I don't take away anything from this game. You're supposed to win this game by a lot. Yeah, but we didn't turn the ball over. But look who you were playing. But you had to win it that way because if you win it by less than a touchdown, man, are we really that bad? Is there something wrong with the team? So that's the question for Lions fans. What do you need to see? Do you need a statement game from this team to feel good about this team?
I think something Mike said really resonated with me just now is he said, the Bears look like they've quit. You're a 12-2 team. Granted, you're banged up. I understand that. You're dealing with a bunch of injuries. You're not the same 12-2 team that marched out a couple of weeks ago. But if you're talking about the Q word, a team that's quit, a quarterback who looks like his team around him isn't trying, isn't giving effort, I'm sorry, but you got to put a number on that team.
Yeah, in the last 2 weeks, Kenny, if you want to be factual, the team's lost 68-25, 38-13 to Rico's team, and it wasn't that close. Remember, at one point, the Niners had 301 yards of offense. The Bears had 9. And then they got sandblasted by the Vikings on Monday night. Now it's a short week, short turnaround. Nothing is seemingly going right. And the change to Thomas Brown being the new head coach, it's not like this team's rallying up and playing for him. I don't think it's irresponsible to say, hey, we need to feel good, to feel confident. Yeah, you got to put a number on them. I'll never be upset about winning, but you asked something different. And again, God, no more. They cannot have any more injuries. Cannot. But this is going to be a hard-hitting divisional game outdoors. Yeah, man, hold your breath. They lose anybody else. It becomes a parody.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, for the record, right now, you're not.
Okay.
You just what the outcome you need to see can't be. I know Campbell said we win by 1.
I'll always be happy winning.
They'll be happy.
But if you're asking how do we begin rebuilding confidence into where we were before the disaster of this past weekend, no, winning impressively helps.
That's what it is. Because if you win by 1 but don't look like the better team, then it doesn't matter to me. You got to look like the better team. I'm not going to say double digits, but you have to look like the better team. Like Mike said, put pressure on them. They can't block. Put pressure on that offensive line. Get to the quarterback.
But
if you don't do that, that's the
stylistically-
problem.
See, that's why I think it's lazy. Not you. I think it's lazy if you go, well, look, just win. No, because what we need to see is, what does this team look like without Aleem McNeil and without Carlton Davis? And how are we going to supplement and find answers? This is the equivalent of playing Prairie View. If you go out, like, okay, MSU opened the season and played Florida Atlantic, who was horrific. Florida Atlantic had the ball with a chance to beat Michigan State.
Right.
You knew right off the rip, this is a problem.
Yes.
So if you don't put pressure on Caleb and he has some big day, that's a huge red flag. Why? Because this is the easiest it'll ever be. So no, I don't think just winning reinstills the confidence. Just winning keeps you on pace to get the 1 seed, to get a bye week. That's all good. But to actually become confident again, I need to see a defense down so many good players. I need to see it function. We'll get to Kenny momentarily.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. And your phone calls are coming up next. 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience. Built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Circa, right in downtown Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, to the people we go. Rico has asked a question regarding the Bears game this weekend. Does your soul need more than just a win? I see both sides. For me, I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, it would help if they played really, really well, because I think the Bears have quit. I don't think it's good enough to sneak by them if you want to reinstill Super Bowl confidence. Obviously, the 1 seed is the main thing. Keep the main thing. Win. But Rico asked a different question, so you gotta try to answer it honestly. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey now.
Hey now. What's going on, Scott?
Hey, listen, so I don't think offensively we're going to take a step back as much as people are freaking out about. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to handle the load and do it just fine. So offensively, I still think we're going to still score in that 30 to 31 points. That's what I need to see. I need to see us still put up, we need to score more than we're punting. We need to put up touchdowns and not field goals. And I think if we continue with this offensive dominance, granted being minus Montgomery, I still think we're going to be fine. The goal is for here on out to outscore the opponent, like shootout style, I guess, if you will.
But what do you need to see from the defense? You're down Carlton Davis. You're down Aleem. The pre-existing players you're without. What do you need to see?
We have to turn the ball over. Those safeties have to come up with a pick. We're going to have to we're not going to get pressure. We're going to have to take the ball away, and I think that's going to have to be done through the air.
So, Scott, you're okay if they win by 1 or 2 points?
Well, I would be just fine if they won by 1. But for me to be confident that we can move forward and make a run, we need to put up double-digit wins on the Bears. We gotta hang next week, and then I think it's going to be a shootout with the Vikings. Hopefully, we get some bodies back. Do you think Aaron Donald's in football shape?
No. The answer is no. He's already gone public and said it, Scotty.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
No. He is happily retired. We go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's up?
How you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I disagree, man. I think that, if we win, we win. And that's a plus. I think a little bit of time to get the guys or some of them or whoever we can get back, we get back on defense. But like I agree with the first caller, our offense needs to put up points and lay easy for a somewhat hard, good defense to do what they need to do. But, coming up even into Buffalo, we're 12-2, and I'm thinking to myself, we need to take a loss at some point, right? Who are we going to lose to? We all know that, Buffalo's not going to come in and just bend over to us. We need to keep it real. And, if we're going to take a loss, it should be here and up to the playoffs and then destroy through the playoffs, hopefully, and getting some people back, that would help us through the playoffs. But, do we need to go roll over people and make a statement? If Chicago's bad, they're bad, we're going to beat them. But if we win by 1, we win by 1.
So you're okay. Just win the game. That's all that matters.
Just win the game and let's get on to the next one. We're going to blow them out. And then all our fans are going to get super stoked that we blew out Chicago, and now we're going to go a game or two. We got San Francisco in Minnesota. What if we lose to them? Now, do we got to blow them out? No. Let's win. If we win, and then the playoffs is what's going to matter for us. So let's get to the playoffs and make something happen.
Nick, even though you know how badly the Bears look, and it appears like they quit. By 1.
I am very confused. I feel like I reside on a different planet. I don't know. It's almost like it's unacceptable to say that against one of the worst teams in football, I want to see your team play really, really well, specifically on defense, and that winning by a point over the Bears, I'd be happy they won, but it would concern me. That's viewed as alien behavior. No, just win. Guys, the just win thing is always in the back of everyone's mind, but when you lose critical defensive starters, just winning would be suggestive that your defense really didn't play well. Mm-hmm. And if you're not playing well against the Bears, who are non-functioning, that's a concern. Yeah. Again, there's only one outcome. Shout out Dr. Strange. There's only one way out of this. They either win the Super Bowl or the season's a failure. That's it. That's been the terms since the summer.
And to me, just winning, unless it's a shootout like it was against the Bills, it means your offense couldn't move the ball against the Bears. Your defense couldn't stop Caleb Williams and the Bears. And, especially if it's a low-scoring game, that's when you start thinking to yourself, okay, that's Chicago on the road. What are you going to do on the road if you don't get the 1 seed and you have to go to one of these other games? Or what are you going to do when you play up against better teams, whether it's the Rams who are resurging, whether it's the Packers, whether it's the Vikings? You struggle against the Bears. You got to start scratching your head saying, okay, maybe missing all of these players is really affecting this team.
And that's why, look, worst team you're going to face. Play well. Instill confidence. Hey, Aaron Glenn can put this together, and maybe we can duct tape this thing and get where we got to go. And then you know what the next thing is? You got to go out and do it again against the Niners. And then you get your ultimate litmus test, where I don't see a scenario the defense can play poorly and you'll beat the Vikings. So I think it all matters. I think these are like the preseason games into the debut. I mean, look, no disrespect to Rico's team. I mean, they just lost their 4th running back of the year. How much does Rico's team have left in the tank? How many guys will play next week? We don't know. A lot of guys will shut it down.
Trent Williams, done for the year.
Right. So it just, you know why? Because he's probably been playing hurt all year, and he'll go get some of that surgery and get fixed up and call it a day. So I do think now, because of the injuries, it matters. If you were humming, you got all the pieces, and you're cruising, just win. But I do think we've got to see something from this defense. Not because of what the Bills did to you, but because I am continually amazed how the loss of Aleem McNeil is downplayed on this station by both hosts and fans. It really is. Look, if I told you last year the Rams lost Aaron Donald, you go, ooh, damn. The Giants lost Dexter Lawrence. Oh, hell, that's brutal. That's Aleem McNeil, guys. That's what you lost. He's a top 5 defensive tackle in this league. And by the way, the guy who led your team in pressures, he's gone. Yeah, I need to see how you're going to counteract that. I don't know. It's just weird. You know what it is? It's because Aleem doesn't play a sexy position. And because most people, they don't pay attention. But he's a fabulous football player. You didn't hand him $100 million by accident.
Right.
Guy leads your team in QB pressures. You mean to tell me that's not important?
No, not on this station.
No, because he's not.
No, Kenny, I
understand. It's mind-boggling to think that way.
Kenny, he's not reporting as eligible, so nobody knows who he is.
Do you know that Dan Skipper is the tallest player in league history to catch a TD?
Every now and then.
David, couple ticket texts.
Well, the Bears suck. Nothing the Lions can do will make me feel better. Lions are done. That is from Mike. Oh
boy.
That's the other extreme.
I'm not willing to go there.
I need to see the Lions win by at least 30 to regain my full Super Bowl belief. Andrew and Livonia.
And you know what? And to some people, maybe this game means nothing because it is the Bears, and you're thinking it's such a bad opponent. You're supposed to do everything right, and there's only one bad outcome, and that's a loss. You take nothing away from this game. And that's an option if you feel that way, people. But I need to know, what do you need to see this Sunday at the end of the game? Because I think most people wanted that Jim Costa double-digit disco. They need to feel good about this team and say, you know what, Mike, we're not as bad as we thought we were a week ago.
They're not
we
bad.
We can do this.
See, it's so weird how we're conflating these arguments where it's like, I don't know who these people are that are freaked out because they lost to the Bills. I don't encounter these people. It's not, I don't care that they lost to the Bills. They you know what? Good.
No.
Taste their own blood. It's fine. I care about the injuries. I'm not worried about the Bills having a great day at the office.
No, that's what I mean. A week ago, you're feeling horrible about this team. You lost players, and you don't feel like the prettiest girl. You don't think that you're going to win the Super Bowl anymore because you don't have all the pieces. You go out there and you destroy the Bears, and you start feeling confident. Maybe this team is still the best team in football. 248-539-9797.
Go ahead, David. No, say it.
No, I was just just gonna read another text.
Oh, all right. Don't say it. No,
because it's.
Go ahead.
These fans, some of them may not know football because you get this one. What happened when Aleem missed the game earlier? We won. No big deal. That's from P. Briz.
I just, David, I can't. I can't with people like that's fine. You're right. Doesn't matter. You know, the other thing is no Carlton Davis thrusting Terry and Arnold into the CB1 role, putting more pressure where Amik Robertson may have to slide outside. You also lost the primary backup corner in Khalil Dorsey. These are the small little items that I'm watching, and I want to see what it looks like. But if you want to take a one-game sample size from 3 months ago and make that your crucible of truth, do it. I don't care. I mean, guys, I can only tell you how I feel about things. You know, if you want to live in pretend land, that's fine. But winning a Super Bowl, in my world, that's the hardest thing to do in all of sports. There's no best of 7. There's no bad days at the office, and there's no sympathy. And while you have 22 guys on the IR, other contenders have 5. And at a certain point, the levee breaks. I want to know that the levee hasn't broken defensively. And I want to know what it's going to look like. And against the rat-ass Bears and their lunatic quarterback, yeah, I need to see you play well. So, no, 19-17, that doesn't work. How about this? Anyone want to talk about the offensive line bouncing back? 4.8 yards a carry the last 2 weeks, 3.2 yards per carry. And an O-line that looked completely overmatched last week against a very small and unheralded Buffalo front.
And unfortunately, you won't have one of your running backs.
Doesn't matter.
Knuckles won't.
Doesn't matter. Remember the game from Craig Reynolds like 17 years ago? It's all good. P-Briz. 248-539-9797. What's the point of watching the games if it's all good?
You know what, Mike?
Be curious.
The holiday season is here.
To hell with the holiday.
And I need internet service that will allow me to stream all the football action and bowl action while I'm on the go. That is Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Roberts. All right, let's get to the people, shall we? David in a festive red shirt today. We go to Jeremiah to lead off the segment. Jeremiah, what's going on, buddy? And Jeremiah, he gone. Let's go over to Logan, 97.1. Logan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Logan. Good to talk to you. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to bring up that, I think that maybe like a 19-17 win, that's going to concern me. But, until the reinforcements arrive, as long as the offense keeps humming and shows that they can keep going without David Montgomery, if we win 42-40, that honestly does not concern me because that means that the offense is going to keep it going. As long as we put up more points than the other team, we're going to win our games until the defense, some of those pieces come back.
But Logan,
and
who are the reinforcements you're speaking of? So we're clear.
I mean, no, just mean like Anzalone, Melifonwu, just certain guys that'll help to maybe make it a little bit better to provide that boost in the playoffs and maybe make a play here and there to supplement our best offense in the league. And
do you know the problem, though? Hold on, I'll let you get to your second point. But, Logan, here's the problem, and maybe I'm just too old school about it. Nobody on that D-line is coming back. And if you don't have the tip of the sword, you can't win. That's my biggest fear, is that the reason a guy like Anzalone is so good is that D-line does an incredible job of occupying and keeping the linebacker level clean. Logan, when you lose the guys you've lost, Melifonwu's best role with this team probably is a blitzer. I hear you loud and clear. Anzalone being back, you're right, veteran, green dot player. Yes, there's no one coming to help you up front, and that terrifies me.
That might even tail into my point I wanted to make kind of about Buffalo.
Logan, you sound like a transformer. I got to let you go, buddy. I'm sorry. Your phone betrayed you. It's not your fault. He sounded like the transformer that was the car that had the short circuit.
Bumblebee.
Sure. Okay, then. We'll talk to you later. 248-539-9797. I wanted to hear his next point. His phone went haywire. Sounded like he bit into a power line. Let's go to Peter, 97.1. Pete, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. I just wanted to talk about the defense, and you kind of primed the question of what you want to see. I want to see to put Chicago under 20 points. I mean, that's what ideally what I'd want to see. Like you said, our defensive line is not getting any better. We could only hope Calais Campbell actually gets released from the Miami Dolphins and chooses to come with us. But I need to see Vildor put some type of coverage. I know he's going to get some playing time. Every time I see him on the field, he's just getting waxed for, 20 yards. So seeing him play some, at least within 5 yards of coverage would be nice. And then just for the offense to continue to put up 30 points. So if this game ends 31, 17 or 19, I would have a little more hope for the Super Bowl. But if Chicago's going to put up 35 or 30 points and we still win, that's still a red flag because we're going into the playoffs and letting Chicago Bears put up 30, that's very concerning.
Yeah, and I want to bring up, Peter, I'm glad you mentioned this, but the Calais Campbell thing is probably the most important story Lions fans need to follow, which is, even as of like 2 hours ago, Calais Campbell has had conversations with the GM of the Dolphins, Chris Greer. While they refused to trade him at the deadline, Campbell has said, hey, if we get eliminated, will you let me go so I can go give it one last shot with a playoff contender? Look, I understand Calais Campbell's 1,000 years old. He's having a top 10 defensive tackle season. He's got 11 TFLs. He's active. He's a leader. He is respected in any room he walks in. To say that the Lions and Calais Campbell need to consummate this relationship and make sweet, sweet love to each other would be an understatement of biblical proportions. Like, if he gets released, you do whatever it takes. Because Campbell immediately would help reinstill my faith in this team. Not that he's Aleem McNeil, but that he is a legitimate, high-level defensive tackle. He's a war daddy. Keep your eye on that story.
And what a culture fit he would be here, by the way.
I was about to say,
He'd
man
be
of the
perfect
year.
for this team.
Yeah, man of the year. You don't have to worry about knucklehead him out doing stupid stuff. It would be a great fit. So, yeah, you want to monitor that. But I do think that, it's almost like this Bears game, it's a no-win situation unless you come out 20, 30 points ahead. Because if you barely win, or heaven forbid you lose,
Don't put it in the universe.
I'm sorry. I'll rescind.
Here's Calais Campbell's direct words, by the way, so you don't have to hear mine. Weeks back before the deadline, there was a conversation. You really didn't hope we would become a thing, Campbell said yesterday. It was just something to talk about, nothing concrete. I don't know if we're there just yet, but it's something you think about, a lot of moving parts. We're staying in the moment, but it's definitely something you have to think about regarding leaving the team, being released, etc. So Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald has the full report, and it's been discussed about him being released if the Dolphins lose this week and are fully eliminated. So, look, if that happens, we could turn this whole thing around. We talked about Campbell as a trade target. You bring him in. Now we're getting this thing back on track, because for all the things people want to talk about, no disrespect to, Reeves-Maben, I need guys up front. And you bring in a Calais Campbell now. Now we're cooking with gasoline. 248-539-9797. We'll get the people in the mix. David, any ticket text you want to get to before we continue with the callers? No? He just told me I'm number one in a very rude way. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. And look, bottom line, they move product, man. It's all in their warehouse. It's all in stock all the time. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So what do you need to do? Well, A, don't tell me it's the dead of winter and I don't care about building a deck. No, you need to get on their schedule. Then you need to avoid the price increases. If you lock in now, you accomplish both. And they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, take a text and we get to a full rack of calls. And I'm fine if you want to enter the Calais Campbell thing in. The problem is there's no topic. He isn't released yet. And there's not a single human being in Detroit who would say, no, don't bring him in. That's not much of a topic. It's like doing the topic, boobs are fun. I'm pretty sure we have unilateral agreement on that. The point is, this is the deal. How they play against the Bears and the effect, if any, it has on your confidence. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, I need them to play well. Why? The Bears are a corpse. I'd be concerned if this was a really tight game. I would. And if it's a low-scoring tight game and the defense played well, it means the offense looked like ass. And if it's a shootout against the Bears, we have critical defensive issues.
You're not kidding.
We need Calais Campbell to save us. David.
I need to see the Lions score 35 plus and then hold the Bears to under 20 points.
How about 23-10? I take that.
That'll work.
You know what I mean?
That'll
Outdoors,
work.
Settle for a few field goals.
Yeah, cold weather. You know what?
Fine enough.
Right. You handled business and you got out of there injury-free. And the game was never in doubt. Like you knew from the opening kick, you were winning this game.
I don't want to sweat the last 8 minutes of this game. I guess that's where
I don't want to see what we had on Thanksgiving Day. No. We're all Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Xavier Legette.
Just like the start of the season, all I need is to see some good, consistent QB pressure the entire game. Someone else is more specific with that, saying I need to see Zadarius Smith do something. Where have you been?
It's been underwhelming. I mean, I can't BS you. It's underwhelming. Let's go to Lincoln, 97.
I got it.
Lincoln, you good?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
What's up, boss? I wanted to make sure you were okay. It sounds like you were in a meeting over there for a second.
I was. Very important meeting. But the point I wanted to make was that the Lions played the Bears 4 weeks ago. They won by 3 points. Without an incompetent Bears head coach, it would have went to overtime at least, and they might have lost that game. So now the sky wasn't falling then. So why could the sky potentially be falling now if this game is close?
Well, the injuries and the fact that the Bears have quit. Those are really the two factors. The Bears at that point, if you go back and look, Lincoln, they were losing by 3, 2, 4, 1. They had a 5-week run. They could have won all 5 games and been a playoff team. Now they're getting sandblasted. I mean, Caleb Williams looks broken. They've fired a head coach. It's just different now. And then you factor in no Carlton Davis, no Lee McNeil, no David Montgomery. Yeah, I have to reset what I believe this team is. The only sky is falling scenario is if they lost to the Bears. Playing poorly but winning, we still have the big goal ahead of us with the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying the sky's falling, but when Rico asked me, Lincoln, what do you need to feel more confident? Well, I need them to play really well.
Yeah, I think those are all good points. Yeah, I think the sky is falling. Too many Lions fans are saying that. I think if you continue to win and the offense continues to show what it is, and you find a way to get that 1 seed, even if you don't get the 1 seed, I do not think sky is falling should be in the equation for the rest of the season. I think Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, they've shown enough where Lions fans cannot say that the sky is falling, and that it pisses me off when people are saying that. They've showed that.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
What people should be saying.
Let me see if I'm in the good graces of Lincoln. So, Lincoln, when I say I no longer expect you to win the Super Bowl, I just hope you win the Super Bowl. Am I on the naughty list now?
I would say you are on the naughty list. People knock on the door of the Super Bowl for a long, long time. Look at San Francisco, for example. It takes a hell of a lot to win a Super Bowl, and it doesn't happen in a 2 to 3 year rebuild that Dan Campbell's done. If they make it to the NFC Championship again, it is not a failed season at all, in my opinion.
Oh boy. All right, listen, Lincoln, I still have a drink with you. I'm not mad, but you and we're on opposite ends of the spectrum with that. I set the deal at the start of the year for me personally. Doctor Strange, it's Super Bowl or bust. I ain't changing now.
I was with Lincoln. You got to make it back to where you were.
If you make the NFC title game and lose again, people will be so depressed. Don't act like that's successful.
No. It's not successful, Mike, but to me, that was the floor. Like, you have to get back to that point.
I just can't believe I'm on Lincoln's naughty list. very disappointing.
Kenny's having a hard time back here.
Kenny, what's the deal? What's wrong?
When you said, "Oh, if you make it back to the NFC title game and lose,"
My point, because
I fell into the deep sadness you were
Kenny,
describing.
To me, that's the floor. Like if you lose in the first round of the playoffs, disaster. Yeah, but if you lose, you don't want to. Let me preface this by saying you don't want to lose. But
I've heard that.
If you make it back, that is the floor. That is the absolute. It sucks, but okay. We at least made it back, and we were one of the final 4 teams.
Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Doing
Hey.
good. A few takes. I've been a Lions fan 42 years. I don't expect anything from them. I only hope. And I hope they go to the Super Bowl, and it's been that way all year. It seems like the last few weeks since the Thanksgiving game, the second half of the Bears game, the Lions are the pinnacle. Everybody knows that when they come in here, they got to bring their A game. The Lions have been winning with their C game, B game, even when these teams are playing at their best. Green Bay played a pretty good game against us and still lost. Buffalo played their A game, and we only lost by 6. You know, I'm not too worried about it moving forward. What I'd like to see on defense, contain the quarterback. Show me you can stop a running quarterback, because between now and the Super Bowl or wherever you're going, it's going to be against a quarterback that can run. And if they can't stop a running quarterback, I don't have much faith.
Well, I mean, you're going to get a taste of that this weekend with Caleb Williams. Like I said, it's probably the bottom of the barrel type of mobile QB. But if you can't slow him down, Bob, I see what you're saying, because it's only going to get worse after that.
Well, he was effective in the first half of that Thanksgiving game, and they even made a comment about why did they get away from doing it in the second half. And I like Mike said, that D-line is torched, so they're not going to be able to really give you much help there. And second level, can the linebackers keep up? They didn't really do a good job against Allen. And even when the DBs were making good plays in the backfield and covering guys, and there was nothing there, Allen torched them with his feet. So, if they can't contain a running quarterback between now and the Super Bowl, they're going to have a hard time. It's going to be tough. They needed one stop against Buffalo, and they couldn't get it. And one of those stops could have been stuffing Allen and not letting him torch you for a touchdown or for a first down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. And look, part of my thing too is, Bob, it's Dan Campbell's telling you he doesn't believe in this defense by the way he played against Green Bay, the decisions he made, by what he did against the Bills. And it's no one's fault. It's the injuries. It's devastating.
I get it.
Dan Campbell's a hell of a smart guy, and he's honest. I do watch his actions, and that means more than the words. And I'm not disrespecting him, but the moldy bread stuff and the speech, I don't care about stuff like that. I'm seeing you do things in the game that tell me you don't believe. By the way, the point I brought up earlier in the segment, Rico, this was the Bears pre-Thanksgiving, where the Lions, Thanksgiving, or whatever Xavier Legette says. Right. Where you broke them. The 18-15 loss to the Commanders on the Hail Mary. 20-19 to the Pack, 30-27 to the Vikings. The 23-20 loss to you, where Eberflus lost his mind. Since that, after that 4-game run, right? 38-13 to the Niners, 30-12 to the Vikes. They've quit. I need to see them play well. The Bears then are not the Bears now.
Right. Fair enough.
We're getting closer to really being able to do the Xavier Legette imitation. Here's my question.
You're getting close, yeah.
If I threw Xavier Legette in the AI machine, do you think the computer would explode?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the computer would be able to pick it up. It does not compute. Honestly.
I want to see what happens if you tried it. I mean, that's Thanksgiving.
Let me call my guy in New York. He's the one who does the bad tiki at WFAN. Let me see if we can get a Xavier Legette thing. We wouldn't be able to understand it. We wouldn't even know if the computer did a good job. We'll get more to people in the mix. We got a holiday blitz to get to, correct? Is this more of David's racially charged dinner items?
No more cracker casserole.
There it is. It's just stupendous.
What, casserole is bad?
Yeah, Doug Karsh's favorite dish. cranberries. I would love to know what a Karsh Christmas looks like. What is it, like kale?
I just imagine everybody in the Christmas sweaters sitting around the table.
Oh, insanely white. Like Chevy Chase lampoons type deal.
Hey, you know what? If there's any extra, I'm gonna fly you all into our new pool.
Do you think there's any scenario where Doug wears a sweater vest?
Yes.
I do. I could totally see that.
Yes. The entire family in matching sweaters. Absolutely.
97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Red Wings are back in action tomorrow against the Canadians. Ahead of that game, Billy Husso has been sent down to Grand Rapids. The Pistons and Jazz clash tonight at Little Caesars Arena. No Isaiah Stewart after his knee injury versus Miami. Jaden Ivey is doubtful tonight as well. Hear the game right here at 7. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson was once again asked if he wanted to become an NFL coach one day. Oakland is back on the hardwood to face Cleveland State tonight. Hear the game on the Bet 1270 at 7. Today, the university officially announced that Kay Felder's number 20 will be retired at the Credit Union O Arena on February 6th. In his junior season before turning pro, Felder recorded 24 points per game while averaging 9 assists. The Minnesota Twins are shopping lefty pitcher Pablo Lopez per Jeff Passan. He signed through 2027 with $65 million left on his deal. Front Office Sports gave fans an inside dive into what hosting a college football playoff game looks like. It's not quite the same as playing a regular season home game. Ticket sales revenue is collected entirely by the CFP. The only thing the schools can hold on to is parking and concession collections. The away teams can choose to air a hype video as well. And while the PA and DJ are provided by the home team, the college football playoff has a large say in content. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you. So, tell you what, welcome back. David, Holiday Blitz here. It's only fitting with Nat King Cole. Let's see what David's got up his sleeve. Go ahead, music.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Honestly, I never realized we had a mall Santa in our midst.
The first time he did that, I had my head down. I thought it was a drop. And then I was like, wait, you actually did that live?
David, do you hand out toys to the poor kids? I mean, are you Santa Claus? Do you do like a charity drive or something?
I do not, but maybe I should.
That is impressive. On command.
David, do you own reindeer?
Okay. Santa Claus 4.
So let's get into it today. We did gifts earlier in the week. Yesterday, we went through the food items that you may or probably not going to have on your dinner table. But today we're going to go through some holiday traditions, and I'm going to ask you guys some questions about it.
Okay.
So we know everyone decorates trees. Well, I think everyone in this room decorates trees or has a tree.
Yes.
So my question would be fake or real?
Fake.
Okay.
I mean, come on, man. This isn't 1930. I ain't got time to water it. I don't need needles all over the damn house. I'm not going over to the hill to chop it down. Fake.
See, I always pictured you as a real Christmas tree.
My
type
dad
of
did
guy.
it one time, and it was a disaster. Disaster.
It went up in flames. You forgot the
No,
water.
I'm just telling you. You had to have the bucket and the water, and then the needles are everywhere. My mom already vacuumed 7 times a day. Chaos. No, absolutely not.
You know what? Here's the thing. I'm a fake person, too, with the trees. But it is it's something about the real tree, though. It's
you have a real tree?
No, it requires a lot of work. But if you're willing to put in the time, then yes.
Yeah, I'm fake as well. It's just a lot of work for a real tree. Plus, I always grew up in houses with pets, and they would mess up the real tree. It became a disaster.
Cats like real trees?
I don't know.
My question to you, because I have my mother-in-law, she likes the color purple. So her tree is white.
The film?
The lights, no. The actual color.
I was about to say.
The actual color.
Miss Seeley?
He was setting it up. He's like, oh, yeah, she loves it. I'm like.
Got the Harpo bulb.
Are we still doing Christmas?
So her tree is white, and she has purple lights. So do you do single light color, or do you do multiple colors?
Well, a monochrome tree.
David, there is a drop that perfectly encapsulates my opinion on Christmas lights.
No.
Just like Exactly.
Wow.
NC State helmets.
So you're not into colored.
No. In fact, I'm not. Nope. Here, I don't care. Make a drop of it. When it comes to Christmas lights, whites only. I just think it's a beautiful look to a tree. Oh, I know. That's my gift to you guys. Enjoy. I just think it's a beautiful presentation, all white lights. I do. When I was a kid, I liked the multicolor.
But you're saying white lights with just purple ornaments or just purple lights?
She has purple lights.
Okay,
She loves purple.
Yeah, well, that's creepy.
She
that's
loves
not
it.
Christmas.
Yeah, I'm into I like the white lights. I'm not into the multi.
Oh, Rico likes the whites. How about that?
I figured it was the only way I could survive in society. Yeah, I've never been the multicolored light type of person or the flashing. I just the solid.
Oh, the
white
flashing
light.
lights are a way to have a seizure. Why would you want that?
Some people like that.
Next
I'm a man of diversity, by the way. I'm accepting of all colors of lights on trees. I'm a colorful man.
Another tradition for the holiday is baking cookies.
Yes.
Do we bake cookies?
My
Maybe
wife
as a
does.
kid.
I cook, she
Tree,
bakes.
stars, wreath, you shape them as the holiday.
She was test running a recipe. She's making peppermint bark chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, that is amazing.
Listen, I told her the first batch, get them up out of this house now.
Did I miss those out there?
What's up, buddy?
Did I miss those?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because-
Rip came by and took those.
Okay, because I just she's a fantastic baker.
I'll bring you
whenever
some.
you
I know.
try. Yeah, they never last. So
I know. No, I know. I got you covered. But yes, David, cookies are in process.
Now, this next one, I think I might be, maybe Rico has done this before, but
Few
singing
times.
Christmas carols. Has anyone gone out to do that in their life?
Let me
in
help
their
you.
life?
No.
No? Never?
I don't like people. Why would I sing for them?
Yeah, I've done
Christmas spirit,
it. I've
Mike.
done it. I'm doing it this weekend. Yes.
Show off.
It's been a long time, but yes.
And you're a singer. There's a bit of a
That's
difference.
why I said I'm probably the only one. But
no.
So outside of that, though, I know we love the Christmas
So
music.
Christmas
though.
caroling, so you knock on the doors and
It's not going to be random people. What we do
Okay.
at our church
I was
is
gonna
we
say,
go
that's a
some
way
of
to
the-
get shot.
No, we go to some of the convalescent, some
You
that
know
we
what?
haven't
'Cause I
seen
was
in a
gonna say-
long time,
no.
and we go.
David, if you do and you stop by his house, I'll join you.
I'll call you on my way.
I will join
Time
you.
out. Are we just going to whistle by the graveyard that this man casually dropped the word convalescent? What the hell does that mean?
People who are
People
sick
that
and
are
shut
sick
in.
and shut in. That
Then
have,
why don't you just say it? I'm singing for the sick people.
I'm singing for the convalescent. I thought I wanted to sound smart.
Okay, Scrabble. Triple
It's
word
a
score.
it's a church word, Mike.
It is. It is.
I understood exactly
is.
what he said. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, I'm so holy.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
Well, we'll keep praying for you.
Another thing that we do is exchange gifts. Everyone exchanges gifts. But are we a fan of the Secret Santa or the white elephant type thing that they do at these holiday parties?
Secret Santa, family, yes, because the decision was made years ago. Everybody was scrambling to buy everybody
You can't
gifts.
buy for everybody.
Then my sister had kids. It turned into chaos. So we do the Secret Santa. Yes.
Oh.
We do it as well. It's just too many people in the family to just buy a gift for everyone.
It's a pain in the ass. It's called what it is.
We just
It's awfully convalescent.
No, actually, it's
That's not. No, it's
What?
not.
Used it in the wrong
Nope.
way.
What a word. Go ahead.
I thought everyone knew that word. Okay.
No.
All right.
David's feeling very convalescent.
You know what? How about this?
I may be
Dave?
actually.
David, here's one for you.
Michigan
Yeah.
State's offense is convalescent.
It is very sickly.
Okay,
Yes.
Michigan State's
no.
O-line, convalescent.
You used it in the
Michigan's
Lions
quarterback play is convalescent.
The Lions defensive line.
Struggling.
No,
I'm
that's
not
con-
ready.
They
to-
are the convalescent.
that's
They are the
convalescent.
I'm not
convalescent.
ready to put him
No.
in a hospital bed yet.
Aiden Hutchinson, convalescent.
We're going to visit his house and sing for him.
Right.
He's in the convalescent group. Yes.
Okay, next.
So, David, here's real quick one. I don't know if this is on your list, but office Christmas parties?
Absolutely
Yay or
not.
nay?
No.
No.
I'm not here to be friends. I'm
No.
here to work. My holiday gift is I make this place money. Leave me alone.
What about the infamous Wojo Christmas party?
No,
That was not the company Christmas
that was not
party.
a company party.
Okay.
That was just a nice dinner. And then I watched another human being have this stuffed Bob's feet into his shoes and drag him to his car. It was a total embarrassment. Wojo launched himself to the moon with the gift I got him, which was a bottle of higher proof gin. I'm like, well, right. His legs were dangling like Elf on the Shelf, and people had to put his feet into the shoes.
Probably shouldn't have put him in his car.
No. He went into someone else's car. What are you, insane?
No.
No.
Oh,
Oh, no. I'm just not going to tell you whose car or who drove him home. It's no one's business. The point I'm making is.
I thought that was a holiday party.
All right, Bobo, safe travels.
My apologies. I thought that was a holiday party. So my
No.
apologies.
Oh, hell no. No. Why? Holiday parties at the office are forced interaction. It's just not. No. And again,
Holiday parties only work if it's almost like a private company and you all really like each other.
there you go.
Then it works.
And this is neither. So it's perfect.
Which is why I like my wife's company's party. I liked it. Smaller group. I can enjoy myself. We can all. This one, no thank you.
a lot of takes in that last statement. Just want to let it go.
What'd you say?
I said it was a lot of takes in that last statement he said.
Last thing on the list. It's watching Christmas movies.
100% all in.
Me and Kenny were just talking about it. Home Alone,
Love it.
2, Elf.
Hiya, pal. I love Christmas movies.
Yeah.
Love.
I can't.
You hate
You don't
Christmas
like
movies.
Christmas
I
movies?
don't hate Christmas movies. It's just because they start so early,
Yeah.
I'm already sick of them. So
Fair.
if they had just started like this week, like I've seen Christmas Vacation now for the 10th time.
But see, that's an awful movie.
It's a great movie.
I hate it.
It's the best Christmas movie out there.
I hate Randy Quaid in that movie.
because once again, I've tried watching It's a Wonderful Life, and I'm like, nothing about
you know
this
what?
movie
I'm
is wonderful.
I'm glad you said it.
This
I
is the
hate
most
that movie.
depressing movie
And
ever.
Why does he talk that way?
Well, that's just how they talked back then.
It's terrible. It's like exaggerated white guy voice. It's awful.
That's not how.
Oh, golly gee, I'm George. I'm like, what? I hate this.
That's not normal stuff.
Man,
when we
see? No.
Wait, David, I just thought they talked that way when we were not around.
Yeah, I did too. I did too. You're right.
Yeah, Kenny.
Michael, great to see you today. See?
Oh, see, man, twice baked potatoes. See,
But that movie is the most depressing
It's
movie
awful.
ever. I'm like,
Absolutely
why
awful.
do people tell me how great this thing is? I'm like, so he stole his buddy's wife while his buddy was off to war.
class guy.
He then bankrupted him and his wife's life savings for a bunch of people. His deadbeat uncle loses the money, and he squats in some house.
That pretty
and
much
then,
covers
and then he
it.
jumps in the
Merry
river.
Christmas.
And then he tries to jump in the river.
And we miss anything?
No,
But it's a wonderful life. Like, huh? Like what?
That's like telling a Piston fan life's good.
that is your Christmas bliss.
Okay, I know it's cold outside, but bear with me. Eventually, it will get warmer, and you're going to want to have a new deck built to the back of your house or to the side of your house. Let Coy Construction design and build one for you. Coy Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated, and it enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition here in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. Get this, they love to work year-round, so if you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go in the spring, no problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Coy routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available, so you need to call Coy Construction today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Coy's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today, get your project started. You won't regret it.
Hi there, everybody. Listen, 2025, why would you have an uncomfortable mattress? Make the commitment, get with Serta, and get a great night's rest. Handcrafted right here in Michigan for 111 years. They know exactly what they're doing, and you're going to get the best mattresses on the market. Right now, you save up to $525 on Serta's most comfortable products, including the Serta Perfect Sleeper, Serta Perfect Sleeper X, and the iComfort. It's the year-end sale. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. All right, David on the ticket text. We're talking Lions. We got a lot of people with a lot to say. Rico's asked a critical question. What do you need to see this weekend to reinstill confidence that this is still a team that will win the Super Bowl? The other thing, and there's nothing we can do about it, it's just a story, it's a report, and we're all waiting for the news that Miami's released Calais Campbell because it is a match made in heaven. Calais Campbell has been a top 10 defensive tackle in the league this year, almost 40 QB pressures. That would be a almost direct comp to what Aleem McNeil provided, 11 TFLs, respected. Everybody loves Calais Campbell in this league. He is made to be a Lion. You get Calais Campbell, we may put this thing back on the Super Bowl tracks. But I can't make that happen. It hasn't happened yet. But yes, we want to see them play really well against the Bears because the Bears are a corpse. David, what do people have to say?
Jazzy Cat Christmas Carol CD coming soon. We need it. Someone else says, whites only, about to be used as the drop for 2025. Calling my shot now.
I gave
from
you
Jason.
guys a gift. It's the holiday season. But when it comes to Christmas lights, I do. I think that's a very classy look.
I really thought Mike was going to go with colored is fine on that one when it came to the lights. White lights is definitely the way to go, someone says. Another person says, or Matt and Allen Park says, Realtree is a must. It's not that difficult to maintain.
Yeah, well, I have dogs. And you know what's hard to maintain? Their intestinal
Correct.
system. Okay?
Correct.
I'm not looking for that.
Really?
No. I'm just thinking, like, I got one dog that's a hound. You don't think
okay.
he's climbing up that tree, get himself a little snack, and the next thing you know, he's going to have a branch lodged in his ass. I mean, come on, man.
I forgot. I was thinking the other two. I'm like, these are the two most laid back. They just
right. The
love
other
to
two
attack
can't lift
me.
their head high enough to bite a branch.
Yeah, Mike just has them trained to attack me when I walk through the door.
It's love. It's love. Yes, Dave.
I'm going to need caller of Thanksgiving to call in and say convalescent. That is Kevin in a car.
Ed in Ann Arbor.
Someone says, I can't wait to see the Doug Karshaw holiday photo, family photo. His whole family in matching sweaters and him in a matching vest.
It oddly, and look, Rico knows more of Doug's origin story than I do. They were college roommates. If he says the sweater vest is possible,
it is.
I'm not going to argue it.
It is color coordinated, everything in the house. They probably do the Christmas onesies or whatever.
Oh, good heavens.
Maybe that's what you should have asked, David. Is that a tradition in your household?
No.
The Christmas pajamas.
We once did it for photos 1 year. We have not done it since. We're good on that.
The ultimate one and done.
Yeah, we're done. One and done.
Let's get to the people, see what they've got to say. We will go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
How are you?
I just wanted to say, I'm doing good, man. I just wanted to say that I went to see the Lions rip the soul out of the Bears. I don't want to see them pitter pattering around. I want them to destroy the Bears. Like I want to see annihilation.
I think we all do. I think at a minimum, it would just make us feel better, and it would give us the ability to go, okay, you know, even though it's a bad team, whatever they drew up in the last week with new players having to assume new roles, it worked. That's what I want to see.
Right. And the thing is, so when I was watching the game when McNeil was going off to the sideline, I was like, man, like we just lost another defensive player. Like, what are we gonna do? I tell you the truth, I lost hope. I lost hope of us going to reaching the NFC the championship and going to the Super Bowl. I did lose hope. I'm trying to grasp onto that last bit of hope that we can trek our way through this, but I'm not all the way there yet. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to see it with all these guys on our defense down.
It is. And look, I don't want to build it out that you'd be signing Lawrence Taylor, but if this Calais Campbell thing comes to fruition, and the latest reports today are they're going to release him. And when a player of his caliber and stature goes to a GM and says, I really would appreciate if you do this for me if we're eliminated, you don't paint yourself in a bad light as an organization by screwing over a Calais Campbell. So maybe. It would be a mammoth addition, but everyone's going to want him. Mm-hmm. The Eagles will want him. The Ravens will want him. He played in Baltimore. Everyone will want a Calais Campbell. He fits everywhere. But
somehow or another, the Chiefs will make a way and they'll get him.
Oh, Christ. Not again. Not again. Yeah. Go over to John 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico? What's up, Kenny?
Hey, John.
How are you guys?
Excellent, man. What do you got?
Good. Glad to hear. So when it comes to the Lions and Bears game, I do see that Lions will win. But, Mike, I'm not going to turn a blind eye and say, there's not a problem on the defense. Clearly, there's a problem on the defense, and that was the reason why they lost against the 49ers last year. I know Rico was over there cheering last year that his team did win, but that's okay. We forgive him for that. But yeah, the Campbell thing, I read about it yesterday night too, Mike. And, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I hope he does join. It's just, it's gotten real bad. And look, I'm not going to judge the callers, but some of them saying they're going to put you on a naughty list just because you feel like that, there's not a problem with the defense. No, there is a problem with the defense, and I'll be the first to admit it. I heard some I've heard wild callers, but nobody tops calling Tim, though, Mike. I heard that call, what was it, last week or something?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, geez. I heard that voice from a mile away. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. No, and John, listen, here's the thing. Dan, if the fans don't like what I have to say, then I guess they don't like what Dan Campbell's doing. Because Dan Campbell is telling you this defense is helpless. By the way, he's had to coach the last two games. So I guess Dan Campbell's on the naughty list too, huh?
No, look, Mike, the thing is, reality hasn't hit him yet. I pray and hope they make the Super Bowl. But once they see what's going on in the games, especially, the last game against the Vikings is going to be one that's going to be very concerning. And, it might give them a reality check. Yeah, I want them to win a division, but let's be honest, man. It doesn't look good. It does not look good. No. But, look, guys, thank you for taking my call. That's all I have to say. Happy holidays. God bless you guys all at 97.1. And thank you for working hard. Have a great day, all of you.
Johnny, appreciate you. Same to you and your family, pal. Appreciate the call. Very nice of you. And no, look, understand. I don't. Listen, if you're going to do this deal, you're going to be wrong a lot, or people are going to vilify you. If you don't think I want the Lions to win the Super Bowl, why the hell did I say they're going to win it all summer and put my ass in the jackpot from day one? Bottom line, your coach is coaching like he knows this defense blows. Well, what happens now that Lee McNeil's out? Like, he's telling you we have a real problem.
Yeah. To add to that, Mike, by him saying, hey, win by one and I'm happy, once again tells you, guys, it's not going to be pretty. We're going to be sweating out a lot of games. But so long as we win, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for this team. He's going to be going for it a ton. You're going to see a lot of fakes, a lot of onside kicks, especially if they can't get turnovers. So it's going to be Dan Gamble times 100 for the next 3 games.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix next. 97.1. Hungry Howie's, famous for the flavored crust. They're offering holiday deals now, including for the playoff drive. You go to the Hungry Howie's app or hungryhowies.com. You spend at least $25, you get free Howie bread. No better pair than football and Howie's. You get the playoffs this weekend. I know. I can't lie to you and tell you these are phenomenal games, but I don't know. Eat a piece of pizza. You'll feel better about it. Bottom line, you spend $25, you're getting free Howie bread. Limited time only, and only at Hungry Howie's. There's not an Italian person who likes this song. I'm just letting you know that.
I had nothing to do with this. I step away for a second, and Kenny, this is what he does.
You hillbilly SOB. All right. We will get back to the people in a second. David Ticket Text talking a little Lions, keeping our eye on this Calais Campbell situation. And again, Bears game this weekend. I need him to play really well. I mean, it's chicken soup for the soul. I mean, I don't want another escape. If you escaped, it means one side or both sides of the football played really poorly because the Bears look like they've packed it in. David, go ahead.
Run the football, 150-plus yards, adequate defense pressure on Caleb, win the game.
Yes.
My soul needs to see our explosive offense return and put up huge numbers. Also, need to see some sort of defensive production, maybe a sack or two on Caleb. Another one here says, I need to see two things. The offense control the line and run the ball, and number two, a defense that shuts this team down and takes the ball away a couple times. That is David from Clarkston.
You know, the running of the football is interesting. Again, first 12 games, 4.8 yards a carry. The last 2 games, 3.2. It is something to watch for.
See, the stat that when you broke down the Bears and their games leading up to playing the Lions and then afterwards, it's like, wow, they were broken. That whole Eberflus decision. Yeah, because they were losing games, but, man, they were close games and one play away, and you're thinking, man, you know what? Maybe they can break through, but, yeah, lately, nothing.
They've packed it in.
So, yeah, that's why I'm saying if you see a close game against the Bears, win or lose, you probably need to panic a little bit.
I need to see the double-digit disco. That is Tim in a truck.
Oh, is that the Costa thing again?
Yep.
Well, at least, you know what? He may be a little more humble for the pregame show this week.
Him? Humble?
Please. Bro, he was on tilt last week.
We need consistency over the next 2 weeks to feel warm and fuzzy, and the next 3 weeks to believe we have a shot at the Super Bowl. That is Brandon Z. The Lions have to show that they can control the ball on offense. The best way to take pressure off the defense is to keep the defense off the field. They do that, they have a chance. That is from G. I need to see a win with a cover and no injuries. I see what he's doing there.
It is interesting. Is everybody's betting the Lions, but the line moved down a point. It's 6.5. You take it for what it's worth.
What does that normally mean?
It should be going the other way. If Ertz betting the Lions, they ought to be flipping you 8.5. Instead, it crossed the key number of 7 to 6.5. The hell's that about? No, don't look at me. I ain't
saying you're the gambling guy. I look to you.
Hey, man, I do the podcast. All right, I'm just here so I don't get fined. The point
You're the
is,
one that tells me, take the team with the coach and the
I've given you
players.
some good bowl picks
You
so
have.
far.
No,
I'm trying.
If they have players, take them.
Yeah. What team is alive? I select them. This guy's over here asking me for Gasparilla bowl picks. This is my life. Hey, have you ever considered a career in that? No.
And you know what? You make fun of it, he's nailing the picks.
So far. Take it easy.
I don't want to hear anything.
Give it time. Don't worry. 248-539-9797. Edward, 97.1. What's up, Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening, Ed?
Oh, that's good. Here's where I'm at with it, man. I'm expecting for them to beat the Bears by 2 scores, man. If not, I'm going to be disappointed myself. I mean, my reason for that is I just don't see the Bears keeping up with the Lions offensively. I mean, you guys watch the Bears. They're terrible on offense. They're terrible.
They're awful.
And, and here's what I want to see. My thing is what I want to see on a defensive side of the ball. Of course, I know we're hurting, and everything starts with the front seven. But we have the best, if not the best safety tandem in football, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. I want to see them take the ball away again. Early on this season, they was having Pro Bowl year. You just haven't seen in the last few games, but I want to see the defense, at least get some turnovers. I think we still got some guys, DJ Reader up front.
He needs a bounce back. He has been very disappointing, including last week. He was getting ragdolled out there, and I like DJ Reader. He has been disappointing.
Yeah, I agree. So that's where I'm at with it. I just honestly, I really expect him to win by 2 scores. I just don't see them keeping up with the Lions offensively now. And not only this game, moving forward, if the Lions can start getting takeaways again, then I'll have my prediction of the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl again. Right now, I just can't see it with all these injuries. But if they can find some way to really start getting takeaways again, then I'll feel really good.
Part of it, listen, here's the thing too, right? You want takeaways or you want sacks. Everything works together. It's no different than basketball where all 5 guys have to be on a string, right? Mm-hmm. You have one breakdown, you're giving up a bucket. In football, it's the same thing. All 3 levels of the defense have to work together. It's push and pull. So you want your guys in the secondary to be their best selves. Here's how the Lions had gotten to it. They were pressuring quarterbacks about 30% of the time. It was a top 5 rate. They had figured out something in this post-Hutchinson world where they weren't getting the sacks, but they were getting the pressures. And who was the leader of that? Aleem McNeil. He's dead. So now you have to recalibrate again, find a solution again, and do it without the singular best guy you had again. I can't ask Brian Branch or whomever, Kirby Joseph, Terry and Arnold. I can't make demands of a secondary if the front can't generate pressure. So I want to see what it looks like now post McNeil, because you saw without him last week what it looked like, and Josh Allen could have made sandwiches. Yes, go ahead, David. What?
Yeah, to your point, someone did text this in, and it's probably not going to solve everything, but it maybe helps if he comes back healthy.
Calais Campbell.
Is the season rides on Iffy Melifonwu?
No, I think that's hopium. That's him having a sack in the Buccaneer playoff game and people going, he's Lawrence Taylor.
Right.
That's just no. I mean, he's a body. He could be a box safety, rusher, blitzer, whatever you want to call it.
But he's not going to solve everything.
No, I've heard things, and I'm not attacking anyone. It's just I've heard things on this station from all different sides. And I mean, we're building out like Alex Anzalone, like he is going to somehow fortify the front. And it's like, that's not him. You're not replacing the players you need most. Oh, well, player X is coming back. That doesn't replace Carlton Davis. And the one no one is talking about, and I do, because I'm mean, I guess. I do laugh at this. I love the people calling in and acting as if David Montgomery is a speed bump. Whatevs.
Downplaying.
We've got Gibbs, and it's like Montgomery does so much for this team. And he's the physical part of this 1-2 punch. He helps make Gibbs what he is. You're without him now. Oh, but hey, remember when Netflix Reynolds did this 2 years ago? I go, okay, I can't help you. Because on one hand, why are you celebrating them paying Montgomery and keeping him around if he doesn't mean anything? If he's that easily replaceable, why are you paying him? Mm-hmm. So it can't be both. I happen to believe he's a very good football player who now is also dead. So, hey, look, we've seen all kinds of teams get this done. It's not impossible. I just don't think they're in the catbird seat anymore.
No.
Just destroy the Bears, will you please?
No, and especially when I saw that stat just up on ESPN, if the Eagles win, they now become the favorite for the top seed.
Yeah, because there's a very real chance you're an underdog to the Vikings in this last game if you don't look good these next 2 weeks.
And I guess they got the Dallas and the Giants. Yeah.
The Vikings, what are they? They're in Seattle this week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
the Vikings got a horrible schedule to finish. They're at Seattle. What are they at Seattle?
They got the
Green
Giants,
Bay.
right?
No.
Yeah.
They got Green Bay, and I think they finished with Detroit.
I'll pull it up. Because I'll be honest, it's all blending together after 16 weeks of this. Yes, I think you're right. I don't have the whole schedule matrix memorized. I'm terrible. All right, NFL, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel gives you everything you need. I mean, it's just that simple. More betting markets than anyone. FanDuel.com/ticket. You get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't waste a moment. It's 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions practice report is in. Graham Glasgow and Frank Ragnow missed again in the offensive line. Linebacker Brian Branch was back in. So was Jalen Reeves-Maben. His practice window began today. Corey Woods asked Penei Sewell about the doom and gloom mindset after the loss to the Bills, plus all the injuries. The Pistons face the Jazz tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Utah has just 5 wins this season. Detroit 4.5-point favorites. Chris Villar has the pregame at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tobias Harris is probable after missing last game. Jaden Ivey is doubtful as well with left knee inflammation. Isaiah Stewart is out with a hyperextended knee. Michigan State linebacker Aaron Alexander has found a new home. He's committed to Arkansas State. The Belleville product played in every game the last 2 seasons for the Spartans. The Basketball Hall of Fame released their list of first-time nominees today and includes names such as Carmelo Anthony, Billy Donovan, Marc Gasol, Amari Stoudemire, and Dwight Howard. Bill Laimbeer also back on the ballot. Patrick Mahomes is off the Chiefs practice report. He's good to play versus Houston on Saturday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, little Jimmy Durante. Okay. Listen, we got multiple things. We are discussing the Lions 2 ways. A, the reports today, Calais Campbell is going to get released by the Miami Dolphins. That's what it sounds like. Why is that relevant to you? He's a top 10 defensive tackle in this league this year. He wants to win a Super Bowl. You have a glaring need now that Aleem McNeil's dead. And your whole D-line's dead. If he gets released, he has talked to Chris Grier, Dolphins GM. There seems to be an agreement. It seems to be a formality. Everyone's going to want him, but you could make a very compelling case to him. And if you get him, I think we're back on the rails. He's got 36 pressures on the quarterback, 11 TFLs. He's had a really good year on a really bad defense, the Dolphins. So keep your eye on that story as you're just getting into the weekend. The other is Rico's question. It's been a home run today, which is what do you need to see against the Bears to reinstill confidence, meaning confidence that we are winning the Super Bowl? And I answered honestly, obviously winning. The only sky is falling scenario is if they lose to the rat-ass Bears. But beyond winning, it has to be winning impressively, meaning the defense played really well. A defense where I don't know what Aaron Glenn did in a prior life to deserve this, but here we are. It would be Aaron Glenn recalibrating the defense for the umpteenth time and coming up with solutions. That would make me feel better. And I know it's the Bears. They're terrible. Therefore, if you're a Super Bowl caliber team and we have answers on D, because think about it, guys. If you play close, it means one or both sides of the football didn't play well. And if the Bears offense is cooking, that's a major red flag because the Bears offense blows. 248-539-9797. Rico?
No, you nailed it. I mean, this is a point where I think you need this team to not only win, you need the double-digit disco. You need to feel good that this is still a Super Bowl contending team because it was not losing to Buffalo. There is no shame in losing to the Bills. The Bills are another Super Bowl team. Your team was decimated with even more injuries. That's where you need to go out there and you need to keep the Chicago Bears to about 13 points or less. And I think you're like, okay, we can still do this thing. The Bears go out there and find their mojo again and they score over 20-some points. That's problematic because that's a team that's ready to quit. That's a team that their offense hasn't been that good this year. And that's a broken team. You don't want to be the get-right game for the Bears. You need to let the Bears be your get-right game. 248-539-9797. What do you need to see? What would make you feel good, Lions fans? Because let's face it, we're all a little depressed. Things aren't going quite your way.
Calais Campbell changes everything.
No, it does.
If that happens,
it does.
He's been that good, and I wanted him at the trade deadline. The Dolphins wouldn't do it. Stupid by them because they're not going to make the playoffs, and they're going to release him.
Yeah. I think they'll be eliminated this weekend. So
they're eliminated now. You would need a matrix to track down their playoff things that need to happen. Yeah. I think one of them includes a unicorn. David, what do you need? Don't tell me the Steelers beating the Ravens. Stay on task. What do you need to see to believe the Lions are in the pole position again?
I need to see the team be the better team. What I mean by that is I need to see dominance from this team. I don't care what the Bears look like. I need them to go out and look like the better team, period, whether it's offensively, but especially defensively. I need to see competence in what you have on that field right now. You don't have your top guys. You don't have your backup guys. You need to go out there and still look like you could play defense. So you need to be the better team. And preferably being the better team, to me, is the double-digit discount. You got to win by double digits to show me that, period. That's it. And then, yes, the other thing you said too, Mike, that'll work for me too.
Kenny, I know it's been an emotional week.
The Bears look like they've quit. So what I want from this team, what I need to see out of this team, is dominance in all phases. Offense, defense, special teams, specifically defense. Because when you say a team has quit up front, it looks like they've quit. Caleb Williams looks broken. No real head coach over there. You need to see defensive dominance. And yeah, I'm with David and what Cookies was preaching last week, the double-digit disco or whatever he called it. That's where generally I align my thoughts with. You can't look bad in this game. That's just not even an option. With what they have going on over there, with their lack of a head coach, with the fact that we've all said that, man, this team doesn't look right. They look broken. They look like they've given up. I can't wrap my mind around not at least putting up a double-digit victory over a team like that.
Yeah, I think a close game will cause panic. You'd win, and you would win. You would exhale. You would have a Merry Christmas, but deep down, after you've eaten and you're sitting there with your relatives, somebody's going to bring it up. Yeah, I don't know, man. Did you see that Bears game? Yeah, we may be in trouble.
As long as they win, you can work your way around most things. But if you're talking about confidence, you're talking about reestablishing, hey, they can win the Super Bowl. If Aaron Glenn can put something together this week where they're able to dial in pressure, they're able to look really good, and Dan Campbell doesn't have – look, if Dan Campbell has to go for every fourth down against the Chicago damn Bears, that's damning about this defense. Mm-hmm. So what do you guys have to say about it? And by the way, the wildest story in the NFL, we opened the show with it, Odyssey.com Rewind. An owner nixed a trade based on Madden ratings. That's not an Onion story. That's real. If you want that, Odyssey.com Rewind. David, Ticket Text, what do they got?
A month ago, they almost took you to overtime, so you need to win by double digits.
Yeah, and a month ago, they were trying.
Yep.
And a month ago, your defense was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of those things are true.
Someone says the score means nothing. I want them to control the game. That is the key. Control the game.
What does that mean?
That means that basically game was never in doubt.
But then the score matters.
Not necessarily, because if it's control the game, Mike, could be 17-3. You won, wasn't pretty,
that'd be
but
great.
They never stood a shot. You didn't play the greatest game, but they had no chance.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Now I'm understanding. Okay.
I need the Lions to win and not lose anyone else. That's it. Love to see a blowout, but I'm more worried about losing another defensive player that is in South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, look, that goes without saying. You lose another couple guys this week, specifically on defense. No, guys, this is it. Like, you're at the last stop. You can't afford any injuries.
Defense is the most important indicator. If they win by double digits, but it's 42-28, I ain't feeling okay.
I'm with that person. That while on one hand the score would be good, 28 points to the Bears. Like, it all matters. Look, what do we really need as a city? We got to see the team play. The space in between these games after the disaster of injuries last weekend, I don't care that they lost. I care about the injuries.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get on the field. Because at that point, the noise stops, you play the game, and we get to really evaluate what we're looking at. I also, guys, it's something to keep an eye on. This running game needs to get going again. 3.3 yards a carry the last 2 weeks after almost 5 yards a carry the first 12 weeks. It's problematic. And if you want to extend it out, look, yeah, you've dropped bombs on some bad teams. The Packer game was an escape. The Bears game was an escape. You got dummied by the Bills. Like, there is a body of work here that becomes a little bit more concerning based on the defense. And that's before, look, you couldn't get a stop to save your life against the Pack. And Dan Campbell admitted it by the way he coached. He did the same thing against the Bills. I don't want to see him have to coach that way because then that'll tell us this defense is not Super Bowl caliber. You don't need a dominant defense to win a Super Bowl, but you need a good one.
Mm-hmm. Or at least to be able to make some key third or fourth down stops.
Something. David.
I just need the Lions to win the game. I don't care how it looks. That'll give me the confidence. Just win.
I don't understand people like that, but all right. Sure. Happy holidays.
If that were the Packers, if that were Minnesota
yes.
If that was the Minnesota game, you know what?
Different.
You're right. Just win. We move on.
Win the last game of the season against the Vikes by a point to get the 1 seed. We're all happy. This is the Bears.
This ranks right up there. If you had to play the Jets, you had to play the Panthers, you had to play a bad team.
Just say it. I know you want to.
I'm not. Merry Christmas.
The Giants.
You don't want to struggle against a bad team. You want to go out there and you want to dominate a bad team. Plain and simple.
Like Dylan from Novi, he says, I need a 42-10 kind of game.
Listen, that'd be a dream sequence. But we'll see. I think need the running game to get moving. Need the defense to show they still have the ability to pressure. They still have the ability to take on a terrible offensive line and win. And again, Aaron Glenn, I feel terrible for Aaron Glenn because he has already been asked to do so much with so little. Now he's got to do it again. Keep your eye on the Calais Campbell thing. You want to turn this whole thing around? Show me Calais Campbell in a Lions jersey. That is more than reinforcements, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Difference maker. Tell you the other one. Can I see Zadarius Smith be Zadarius Smith, please?
Yeah, after that first game, it's kind of tailed
a little bit of a bummer. If your furnace is not running right in the cold, you need reliable service. You need it now. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, generators as well. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Lions conversation in the mix. Got to fade Nat out there a little bit. There we go. Let's get to it. We go to Ryan, 97.1. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Hey, good, guys. How you guys doing?
Excellent.
Hey, man, I just got to say, I've been lockstep with you, Mike, since Monday. You know, listening to the morning show. Love Jansen, love Cookie. I feel like they've been kind of beating up on Cookie, but I do agree with his assessment here. It's I think this coming weekend, you've got to at least have a 31-17 type of win, but it's got to pass the eye test. You know, you got to pressure, you got to create some turnovers. You know, you can't lose your best player on every level of the defense here and just expect that you know, these are plug-and-play kind of guys. You know, that's not the reason you sign these guys to multi-year deals. So, you know, there's a bit of realism here. But
and I do think, Ryan, I'll say this too, bud, is just, look, maybe it's hopium, but this Calais Campbell news, it does give me hope. Maybe there could be this, you know, prize pack descending from the sky that could help us. That would be incredible, incredible if we could pull that off.
I don't doubt you, man. I think that's right on. I mean, you think about Hutch, McNeil, Anzalone, Barnes, your best cover corner in Davis. You've got to have some reinforcements that are worth their salt here, and I think that would definitely help. But you know, it's got to pass the eye test. I think it starts with this weekend. I still think there's a path. You know, you take care of business. Maybe you get some help with the Packers. You lock up the NFC North next weekend. If you take care of business, you know, the Packers do us a favor. But to me, you know, I think you change the expectation, right? It's, you know, now if you lock up that one seed, you still have a route to the Super Bowl if you get home field. But to me, it's completely changed. It's game by game. You know, you take it in stride going forward here.
Agree.
And,
look, 3 games to go. The main thing is the main thing. Just win. But to reinstill confidence, we need to see them play well. And I need to just see what these new pieces and what the defense looks like without a top 5 D tackle and your lead corner. It matters.
Yeah. Is Dan Campbell, can he feel comfortable enough to just allow the defense to go out there and get a stop? Or
here, let me help you with that.
Are we playing 4-down territory at all times? If it's anywhere between 4th and 4, you see him have that look on his face like,
I don't know how you'd have that meeting with the install and look around the room and go, look, it's 4th and 4 at the 46, positive side of the field, we're punting. I just don't see it.
I'm talking about on your own side of the
field.
Oh,
dear. All right. Rico's going.
Mike, he just did.
He went for it on his own 30. You're right. You're right.
So it's not like I'm going like, okay, you're on your own 35. Like, well,
4th and 67.
It is the Bears, and maybe they won't score. Let's go for it.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
How you guys doing today?
Good, hey, Chris. What's going on?
I just think that they have to hold the Bears to less than 17 points. And I think for Gibbs, he's got to be on the field for 70% of the snaps and show that we can move the ball running, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Chris, he's only had a couple games in his life north of 19 carries. He averages about 12 touches a week running the ball. Yeah, Chris, I'll be shocked if he's not on the field 3 of every 4 snaps. So that part, yes, I agree with you. The win margin is just about how the game unfolds. I mean, if they're up 17 late and give up a garbage time TD, I won't hold it against them. But I'm with you. I need to see them play well because you got to tune this thing up for the playoffs. And this is our first look at life after Aleem and Carlton Davis. Yeah. And if the Bears get cooking, I'm going to be terrified.
Yeah, late in the fourth quarter, if we're benching people, right, to get them extra rest, the fourth quarter, I don't see it as long as it's a blowout by then.
Yeah. And again, I think the run game, you bring it up, Chris. I know I've harped on it, but it's just reality. The run game's fallen apart the last 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, this would be a good get-right spot.
And that's what you need. You don't want to even hope for – you need it, Lions fans. And for everybody out there saying, you know what? I just want that win. Trust me. You need to see
they say at
least a cover.
There'll be the same people calling next Monday that if this team escaped, it'd be panic in the Motor City. Yeah. I just like to be proactive, not reactive. David, a few ticket texts. What do you got for me, buddy?
I need to see that Josh Allen was Superman, and that was the only reason, and that's why we lost. Need the score to be 30-13.
Part of the problem was your D-line got dominated. Your D-line could not set an edge, could not hem him in, could not produce pressure. They did nothing. That was one of the worst performances by a D-line you'll ever see. And it coincides with Josh Allen being Superman. But it's easier to be Superman when you constantly are allowed to escape because there's no rush lane integrity. There's no rush at all. And Allen could just extend plays and then, be this ridiculous cartoon character that he is. That one throw you referenced 2 days ago was, I'm going to roll out, plant my foot in the ground, fire a ball deep, late, over the middle for like 60 yards. Yeah. And you're like, I quit. This guy's a bleep hole. Right. I quit.
You look over at Aaron Glenn like, what? You're like Tayshaun Prince. What do you want me to do?
It's the equivalent in basketball when a guy step back from 30 and it goes in. What am I supposed to do?
Right.
Yeah, certain players break plays.
Right. Steph Curry's just on a heater and it's just like, he did hit that 45-foot shot at half court. You wanted me to check him there?
What? I had him at the logo. Right. Let's go to Lamont, 97.1. Lamont, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah. I need to see the Lions have a dominant game like Buffalo had against us on Sunday. I need a game where they're up by 17 going into the fourth quarter or whatever the case may be. It can't be close. It can't be close. And then for those people who talk about Demo as not that big of a loss, the way he got injured, or the play they keep showing on television, he got injured blocking. He picks up the blitz so well, and I'm not saying that Gibbs can't do it, but I need to see Gibbs picking up the blitz.
Yeah. It's not his strength. Lamont, you're right. It's all the little stuff that doesn't show up in a box score. It just made me laugh because everyone is whistled by the graveyard. Well, we got Gibbs. Yeah, Gibbs is effective, and this team is effective because you have a 1-2 punch. In my mind, the best 1-2 punch in the league. That's
not his strength, like you said. I respect him. I've seen him pick up the blitz a couple times, but when they need a pass play, third down, Montgomery was in there because they trusted him to pick up that blitzing linebacker. I'm not saying Craig can't do it. I'm not saying Gibbs can't do it. But I need to see that help on that for that blitz.
Yep. And I also want to see in the fourth quarter of games, Lamont, when it becomes David Montgomery time, to punish a defense, to break the first tackle, to fall forward, right? As cliche as that is, when you fall forward, a 3-yard gain's a 5-yard gain. Mm-hmm. It matters. Without that we have to see what it looks like. Or take the approach of some people or some shows and go, F it, it doesn't matter. I don't know what to tell you. I like David Montgomery, so I guess I'm an idiot.
He's the guy that this game was built for. Cold weather game, control the clock. Defense is not the greatest, so you want to score, but you want to take your time scoring. That's David Montgomery, in my opinion. So, yes, he will be sorely missed for the rest of the season.
You're a hater. What was that? I'm sorry. David, go ahead, and then we will get to a holiday blitz. We have some fun with these in the lead up to Christmas.
This is from Cam. He says, I'm taking a shot for every point the Bears score, so I plan on being sober as Hatchet. So he's saying he doesn't expect the Bears to score. That's what he wants.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Listen, it'd be fantastic. I wanna see a window into what the new defense could look like post-injury apocalypse. And then you will head into the San Francisco game, and it will ratchet up another level. Now, again, Trent Williams has shut it down. Garindo is dead. They're on their 5th running back of the year. But at least San Francisco has shown the ability to consistently move the football. The Bears, the last couple of weeks, they have laid down. Now, it doesn't mean they can't decide they want to play. But I can go by what I'm watching on watching the game. Now, I'm going, these guys are already in Cabo.
You may catch a break with San Francisco. They lose to the Dolphins, and it may just be, you know what?
No. You need to beat the Dolphins so we get Calais Campbell.
Okay.
Can you do that for the city of Detroit and stop being selfish? Please?
That could be your Christmas gift to this city.
That's right. Rico does Christmas. Beat the Dolphins. Give us Calais. Come on.
You know what? I'll be a running back. I'm the backup running back. They have nothing.
You got a little Brandon Jacobs in your game. Sure. All right.
Little TJ.
Yeah,
Duncan.
we'll get. Oh Jesus, we'll get to Holiday Blitz next. 97.1.
Hey guys, you've heard us talk about Specs at LTU. You listen to Mike and me on the radio, and you know what? You're like, you guys sound so much fun. I like that. I want to be like you guys. Well, let Specs at LTU get you started on your path. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. Go visit that website, ltu.edu/specs. You can learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications program, which means radio, TV, graphics design artists. Specs at LTU can get you started on your new path. It is very simple. And you're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the business. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. And classes will be starting up soon. So you need to hurry up. Don't wait. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, I know. Summer is a far cry from right now. But if you want a taste of summer, limited run by Old Nation. The Tangerine B43, limited time only. Citrusy, light, crisp. You can feel like it's summer in the dead of winter. It's only available for a short time, so grab it before it's gone. Anywhere where great beer is sold, they'll carry Old Nation. And if they don't, ask them to. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing, as always, reminds you, no matter what beer you're drinking, no matter what you're doing, please drink responsibly. All right, David, a few ticket texts, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, including the wildest story out of the NFL this year. We opened with it. An NFL owner nixing a trade because of Madden ratings. I couldn't make it up if I tried. It's all there for you. Tomorrow, it's a Football Friday. Picks, TJ, Prop Bet Casino.
TJ's going to be here?
Is he not?
I'm just, just making sure.
To hell with him. He's largely dead weight anyways. All right, let's keep it moving. David, the ticket text, please.
Coming off the Christmas Blitz, someone is asking or saying the best thing about Christmas is December 26th. The stores become the summer. I think he hates Christmas, is what he's saying.
I don't understand that point of view, but all right.
Someone else is asking, so you hate It's a Wonderful Life. What is your favorite movie? They're asking all.
What, Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Christmas Story, number 1. Home Alone, Lost in New York, the part 2. I just enjoy that. Celebrity Guests of the Ding Dong Dang. Elf's got to be up there because both my kid sisters loved it, so there's a nostalgia there. It's just one of those things I do,
I would have never picked that for you, but I understand
I
it now.
like James Caan because now later in life, I know he hated Will Ferrell while filming the movie, and you can feel his rage. I'll give
when
you.
you have that context, it makes it much better.
Annoyed with him.
He hated him.
Okay.
Which is how I feel. I hate Will Ferrell. Here's the other one. Underrated Christmas movie. Bad Santa, Billy Bob Thornton.
You know what?
I like it.
I've seen bits and pieces. I'm going to sit and watch the whole thing. I've never seen the whole thing.
It's funny. I like it.
For me, it's still Christmas Vacation.
Hate it.
Love that movie.
I hate
Still
Chevy
laugh
Chase.
every time. Not a ton of Christmas movies I like.
Really? For
And
such a convalescent man as yourself?
I'm not convalescent.
I know. David's use of convalescent is remarkable.
I was going to say probably Die Hard.
That's okay. Good movie. I'm not doing this whole is it a Christmas thing. I'm not doing this.
Oh, wait, that's going to be my radio topic. Is it a Christmas movie? 2485. No.
I actually think that's Doug's tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. What's going on, guys? Michael.
Yeah, buddy.
I got to tell you something. So I heard the caller call up, and it was a weird exchange. He said you're on his naughty list because you don't believe in the Lions, or at least you've downgraded
I
the
said I
Lions'
downgraded
chances.
them from I fully expect them to win the Super Bowl to I hope they can win it. And all of a sudden, that was a personal affront to him.
Okay, so it's not just him, though. I have uncovered some audio from Panay Sewell, Corey Woods from MLive doing a hell of a job asking him a question. I want to play it right for the people at 6 o'clock. This is going insane. Like, literally, this belief that, all of a sudden they have injuries, you have doubts, so you're an awful fan, or at least not as good of a fan as I am.
Huh?
We got to talk about it. We have 35 minutes. And
Yeah,
we
why
gotta
is
talk about
is that a thing? We all
I don't
want
know.
we all want the
very
same
bizarre.
thing. Look, I think the other angle too is if you want to sell hope, I think this Calais Campbell story today is that he's gone to Chris Greer and they've kind of said if the Dolphins lose this weekend, they're going to release him and he can go where he wants to go. This is the perfect situation. He could step in and be the closest thing to Aleem McNeil that is on earth right now. Do you? I mean, I just
well, the
don't.
greatest thing about that is that you can recruit them, right? There's no waivers. It's not like
Correct.
a team ahead of you is going to be able
He's
to snag them.
picking
So
where he
that would
wants
be
to
fantastic.
go. And look, everybody will want him, but he could slot right in here, man. He was built to be a Lion. I wanted him at the deadline. Dolphins wouldn't trade him. But yeah, I don't like the fan argument because we all want the same thing. I don't think you can be mad at people for being concerned. You just lost 3 Pro Bowl players.
Why does it exist, though? This is what I'm trying to uncover. I heard
Because
the morning show
people
kinda
like
talking
you
about this
feed
as well.
into it and do topics about it. That's
Whoa,
probably
whoa, whoa,
a start.
You're blaming me. You're blaming
Yeah, I do.
I see.
I do.
Well,
Hey,
that's
Rieger.
unacceptable.
Hold
But,
on.
hey,
A
Rico,
little
how
bit-
are you, buddy?
Good, man. A little bit of news from Ian Rappaport.
What are you going to tell me? Jeremiah Fears just scored another bucket? Is that what you're going to say?
I was not going there, Rieger.
What do you got?
Lions David Montgomery spent the last few days consulting with medical experts. Sources are now optimistic that the star avoided the season-ending injury surgery that was initially feared. Montgomery will rehab with hope that he can return at some point this postseason.
There we go. We got a bunch of dudes at some point, maybe, possibly returning.
And Rieger, no, that last night probably was the most painful loss for you. I left you alone.
That's awful.
I left you alone all night. I didn't want to bother
Yeah,
you.
you text me this morning at 8 in the morning. I do appreciate that. Okay. By the way, have you guys been following? And you know how yesterday, like Dan Campbell gave a bunch of dudes days off for rest?
Yeah.
Well, today, Glasgow and Ragnow, knee and back, no practice for a second straight day. Is that something to worry about?
Yeah, because the rushing game has been 3 yards a carry the last 2 weeks from being almost 5 the first 12 weeks. There's a direct correlation to I'm telling you, Ragnow looks like he's hurt. He's already playing on an inoperable toe.
Well, you guys are just negative. And
Yeah,
obviously
there you
Russell-
go. Yeah, you're right. Double-digit disco. Everybody touched the chandeliers. Lions by 60. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2. Holiday edition of Football
Double-digit
Friday.
disco to Panic at the Disco. Oh, boy.
There you go. 97.1.